Man, this room feels like it got bigger. Ron, I don't know, you did definitely spread it out this morning, so that's good.
I honestly can't take credit, Mr. Mayor. This was Emily and Kim come up with this design, and
This
it's
is
a
awesome.
wonderful one it is.
Yeah, so I appreciate getting us in here this morning and getting us socially distanced. We are still in a pandemic, and I appreciate folks continuing to wear the mask, and hopefully if you're able to get your vaccine, that you've gotten the vaccine. I know Ardell County is still at the top of the color list. I think we're still in the red, which is very concerning. Out of 100 counties, we're one of the 27 that are still in the red. So please continue to take precautions for you and your family. So I'm going to make sure I say that as we continue to move forward. I know we have a full agenda. I'll turn it over to our town manager to lead us through our agenda for today.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a full agenda. Our intent with the retreat today is basically just do an overview and getting feedback from you and council. It is to basically be concise and speaking with department heads. It is to give basically a shorter term, if you will, of what we think that the town is and getting feedback from the community of what our pressing needs are, and as well as what we need to really stress as far as our growth needs are that are very important, and we would hope to give you all some insight in our budget needs that are coming up in the near future of what we need to focus on and consider as we start planning in the new budget year, but also in some of our goals. Just for example, some of these have been works in progress for a while, just like our park system. We do things a little bit at a time so that we don't come out with a major debt to where we go out and try to fix the park all at one time. It has been piece here and piece there and then piece next year. Emily Watson, our Parks and Rec Director, will give you at her time slot kind of an overview of where we came and where we are and where we hope to go. And that's what we hope to do, just like when Adam does his part of what we have learned and where we hope to go. Likewise, our first presenter this morning will be Benji Thomas with West Consultants. We have talked about certain things over the years, but as we have relationships with our neighbors, excuse me, we have asked him to come in and be a little more concise, if you will, so that we can make all of council a little more aware of what we need to do, hopefully, and get a little more on track of how we need to prepare for our future in town growth. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago with a couple council members and staff, and we felt that it's prudent that we make all of council aware of where we're going and some options to consider, so that staff can have proper directives of how we need to go forth and come up with options for you all to consider, so that we can then properly plan for our future. So that's basically it. We have put a couple breaks in our agenda, but that does not mean that we can't take breaks as necessary in there. Even though this is our retreat, it is not as formalized as our normal meetings are. So if anybody needs to step away, by all means, we can do that individually. At the end of the day, I would suggest that we do have one piece of business that when we get to town hall needs, that we do formalize We have some closed session things that have occurred recently that got accepted that we will need to make formalized today, at that point. But otherwise, I stand for any questions that you all have before we get into having Mr. West up.
You good? Any questions at this point? Off the bat? All right, get started.
And I will say before he starts, we've tried to put everything in your books. We will not have a lot, not anticipating that there be anything that's on overhead projectors. We wanted to put everything in your books. We have Emily that is working with our stream today. Paxton is on vacation, and that was pre-planned months. We tried to get him not to go to Florida, but I think his significant other said that he would be in Florida. I don't know how your wife allowed you to stay with us, Mr. Mayor, but we appreciate you being here. But Emily is running our stream, but we did try to have everything in your books. That way, once the retreat is over, we felt it'd be more prudent that you be able to take these with you to refer back to. And that's why we did that this year. But of course, we will stand for review and critique once this is all said and done, to hear what your thoughts on that are. Benji?
All right. Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate the introduction and the emphasis on conciseness. If you'll look in your packet, you've got an outline here, a lot of bullet points on water and sewer capacity. I won't go through that. There are a lot of numbers in there, so maybe it wasn't as concise as it should have been. But anyway, this you maybe didn't read it, maybe read it before, you'll read it later. You'll have it with you for reference. But I will try to go through it right now and highlight, just give you an update on where the town of Troutman stands in terms of its water and sewer current volumes, current capacity, what's coming up very soon in terms of using up some of that capacity, what we think, but our best we can, what we're going to need near and far future. So that's how this first page is the near term, kind of the current and near term situation for the next few years. The second page goes on to the 10 to 20 year range. So I'll just get started. Item number 1 there, sewer capacity situation in the near term. Item A, you see there, item A says Mooresville, item B says Statesville. I'm sure most of you are aware, but just to remind you, you're kind of on a ridge line. You've got, Highway 21 is kind of a ridge line between Lake Norman watershed, and on the east side is the Yadkin River watershed. In a similar sort of way, your sewer either flows to the Statesville Third Creek wastewater treatment plant or to the town of Mooresville, which goes to the Rocky River. So, top of the page here, we're going to look at what the flows you have now, sewer flows we're talking about going to the town of Mooresville. So there is a connection. The way the sewer gets from Troutman to Mooresville is through one pump station on Westmoreland Road, right there near Sutter's Mill, on Weathers Creek. It's pumped there through, I want to say, about a 2-mile force main. That's a pipe, dedicated pipe, just to pump all the sewer, or the sewer from Troutman to Mooresville. So that little Roman numeral number 1 there says the capacity right now of that pump station is 0.432 MGD, that's million gallons per day. That's, when you talk about pumps and pipes, we talk about the maximum day. What's the most flow you expect, once a year or once a month at the maximum. So that would be the pumps pumping about 10, 11, 12 hours a day. And then you got to have a little buffer in there for when people are all using the bathroom. You got a lot of flows coming in the mornings and the evenings. So we look at the whole 24 hours, kind of worst case in a year. That's that capacity, 0.432. So that is less than your contract capacity with the town of Mooresville, which is 2 million gallons a day. So about a fourth, about 25% of your contract capacity. And what you're going to see is you're already pretty much used up that capacity in terms of commitments or allocations. So you got a lot of new subdivisions coming in. They haven't built all their houses yet, obviously, but if and when they do, theoretically, they're gonna use up that capacity. That's what the numbers crunch out to be. So item number 2 there, Roman number 2, you can approximately double the capacity for about $1.5 million. It might be less than that. I feel like that's gonna be the upper limit. But in order to get more out of that one pump station, get that flow into Mooresville, you basically have to rebuild that pump station. Bigger pumps, motors, generators, everything. We pump through the same pipe though, the same force main, which is the 12-inch pipe down Highway 21. If you did double the capacity, then the town of Mooresville to receive that double flow would have to do some improvements on their side. Of course, that would be their responsibility, but just want to make council aware of that. So that Roman numeral 4 says your existing flow plus allocations, that's new subdivisions already permitted, is approximately 0.44 MGD. So you see you're already bumping up against just a little bit over that capacity. So Roman numeral 5 is pointed out you've got other developments that are in the planning and permitting stages that would go beyond that capacity. You got Smith Village, Westmoreland Village, the remaining phases of Falls Cove, phases 3 and 4. So these are developments that are going to need that pump station to be upgraded in order for them to move forward.
Now, these are included in that 0.44 figure. Smith Village, Westmoreland.
They're not. That's my point. It's, that would exceed the 0.44. Now, there's some wiggle room in terms of you got estimated values for each home. Homes don't actually use as much as what's estimated. And of course, it takes some years to get these subdivisions built out. There's some time. So there's some wiggle room in there. But when you're planning, these are the numbers we need to use. So that is kind of the takeaway from this first paragraph, is that pump station, its capacity is about to be used up. Even though the actual flow through that station today is far less, like 10%. It's only like 50,000 gallons, 0.05 MGD, or 0.06. It's much less. So that kind of gives you a picture that what we're talking about is what's on paper in terms of commitments with all these new subdivisions, not what's actually flowing through that station this year. Then Roman numeral 6 there, the cost of the contract capacity is $9.33 per gallon per day. That's your contract with the town of Mooresville. So there you see, to increase it from its current capacity, 0.05. And Steve, correct me, you may have already gone to the next block, 0.075.
Yeah, we're at point zero.
So you've already purchased 0.075,
Yeah.
so that's a little out of date what I got there. So as you need it, you purchase it from down at Mooresville, blocks of 25,000 gallons per day, or 0.025 million gallons per day. But to give you, just so you look out far ahead, you get up to 0.6 MGD. That would be all these current developments under construction, others like Smith Village that have announced their plans. And that's on an average monthly basis, not a maximum day basis. Your contract with Mooresville, how they charge you. So the 0.6 MGD is an estimate of what that might look like with all these developments. But the cost to purchase those additional blocks of capacity with Mooresville would be approximately $5.13 million. That's $9.33 per gallon times 5 million gallons a day. I will pause right there just for a second. I don't want to move too fast.
Yeah, so
In case
Benji,
there's some clarification questions.
yeah, quick question. And this may be for Steve, either one. You say that to get to 0.6 MGD is 5.13.
Yes.
And we currently have a contract allocation for 0.432. What is that cost?
Well, right now you have a right to purchase up to 2 million gallons a day. That's 2,000 gallons per day. agree to, that's just the physical capacity of your pump station.
Correct. But
The next thing we'll have to buy is to get from 75,000 gallons a day to 100,000, that'll cost $233,000. We have that set aside in capital reserve, but, you know, we have to keep building that up. Not only to buy capacity, but to upgrade pumps and other needs.
That's right.
So I'll do the math on what I'm asking. But, so what is our current cost today at 0.75?
Right,
Well, it's a one-time fee,
yeah.
yeah, and
Okay.
you've already paid it
Okay, so,
to
and
get to
that,
that point.
so,
After we cross, they do a rolling 3-month average. When our 3-month averages goes over 75,000, we'll have to pay them $233,000 some odd dollars. That'll last us till we hit 100,000 gallons a day.
yeah,
But now we are paying treatment, that's just to buy capacity.
yeah,
We're paying treatment fees in addition to that. Which right now Mooresville is running $10,000 to $12,000 a month, I believe. But that's a, monthly, actual expense, being
Yeah.
out of one contract.
so the 5 million is not an ongoing cost to
No.
get to 6
Yeah.
million?
We buy that in chunks as we need them,
Right,
not all at once.
Yeah, in fact, everything I'm gonna be talking about today is one-time cost, whether it's
Yeah.
purchasing capacity with a neighboring town or building something, infrastructure. And obviously, if there's debt payments for those purchases, then that will roll into your monthly fees possibly.
so, so said another way, does anybody have the total amount that we purchased?
Oh, what have we paid so far?
Exactly.
Well, we bought 3 allotments at $233,000.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
My calculator here.
So on the first, I guess the first time when we set it up, there was no cost, I guess, but
It was the
then we
first
started.
25,000 gallons, which we paid them $233,000 for, and then we bought a second and a third, so whatever.
Should be
Three.
$700,000 already
Okay.
paid.
We said maybe.
So we paid 700, okay.
Right, that's going all the way back to 2007 or whenever it first hooked up to Mooresville.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll move on then. So item B there says Statesville side is limited mainly by the Isle Creek pump station and the city of Statesville contract. So everything on kind of the north side of town and on the east side of town flows to the wastewater treatment plant of Statesville through what I call the Isle Creek system. So back in 2000, 2001, when Troutman first connected to Statesville, there was a 15-inch gravity sewer line built along Isle Creek, then a pump station down at the Fraternal Order Police Lodge property, and then a 10-inch force main that pumps it from there straight into the wastewater plant at Third Creek. So that was designed and built to handle .455 MGD, very similar to what your Western Warren Road pump station capacity is right now. And in a similar situation, what you have there is it's about half capacity right now as far as actual flow going through there on an average basis. Item Roman numeral 2, the Statesville contract is limited to .476 MGD. So it was .455 through some past actions. It was increased to .476. Again, these are maximum day flows, but as I say in parentheses there, that contract for the .455, the bulk of it, expires July 23rd, 2023. That's based on notice from the city a couple years ago. So, and that's of course been pointed out in past meetings and presentations. You all are probably well aware of that, but that, it's getting up close now, within almost just 2 years away. And so that's something to be addressed, for sure. Item 3 there, existing flows plus allocation. So on this side of your system, you've got developments such as Brookside and Colonial Crossing, the biggest one, down off
Marley-
Tally Road.
Marley Jane.
And then others that wanna come, there's Marley J. So you've got some already committed, others to be committed. You're in, again, in a similar situation that you're gonna exceed that .455, max meeting hours per day capacity. There's a little Roman numeral 3 there says that would drop to .34 if DEQ, that's Department of Environmental Quality, approves 65 gallons per day per bedroom, that's the DR. So the town has a request in, it's under review to use a more realistic value for how much sewer flow there is per house, per bedroom. And 65 is what's been submitted to them for review. If that gets approved, then your allocations on paper plus current flow would drop to about .34. So that gives you more cushion to allow others like Marley J to come in. Item number 4 is important. I&I, that stands for inflow and infiltrations. That basically means the older parts of your system, or in some cases, it could be even a line along Isle Creek. Somewhere rainwater's getting into the system in significant ways. So when it rains hard, it uses up that capacity you have in this Isle Creek system. So that's something that needs to be addressed before you start building out all these subdivisions and adding more subdivisions.
That's a lot of I&I.
It is, yeah.
And we're paying for that too, to be treated.
And you're paying for it to be treated. That's
You know, that's,
extra reason to get rid of it.
that's a double whammy,
Yeah.
if you will.
That's right. So, that needs to be studied, where to try to find the worst leaks, wherever they are, and fix them. Item 5, as Steve mentioned, Marley J, that's off Perry Road. You got one that's just concept at the moment, but has been presented, Winecoff Village off of the Winecoff Road. And there's others, that there's other, Steve and I, and I'm sure, manager, we get calls all the time for people interested in potential developments. And this comes up, is what's the sewer capacity? So all these would be affected by this limitation you have in the physical capacity of the Isle Creek system. The contract expiring with Statesville and the I&I issue. Kind of got 3 things working against you there. Item 6 there, so what are some solutions for this issue? So like with the Mooresville side, it's pretty straightforward. You just need to replace the pump station with a bigger one. On the Statesville side, there's a few more options to choose from. It's not necessarily one that's the most obvious, best solution. One would be diverting the flow from the Isle Creek system to Mooresville, and that would cost about $4 million. And I did put a map in your package, looks like this. Give you a concept of what that would entail. You can see on there, highlighted in yellow is this, going to be a proposed force main, and that's the little red triangle near the top of the page. That represents a potentially new pump station. Wait a minute, yeah, there you go. And you'll see where that red triangle is, you got some little green line with some little green circles. That is the existing gravity sewer, 15-inch line along Isle Creek. There, Cooper Road. So that pump station in that vicinity could be built to intercept all the flow that would otherwise flow to Statesville. And it could be used to pump it up to kind of along Perry and out to the exit 42 area where it could then be discharged into the 24-inch gravity sewer that flows to Mooresville. So that would be one way to address these issues. Back to the outline, that Roman numeral 6, it says, or 2, negotiate a new contract with Statesville. And so if you did that, that would keep that .476 capacity currently in. But as you grow beyond that, you need other options. So the idea would be negotiate a contract with Statesville and only divert the excess flow to Mooresville. And that may entail things such as modifying your Massey Street pump station where it pumps over to the Mooresville side of the system. Right now, it pumps over to the IL3 Statesville side. And that would cost about $2.2 million. So a lesser cost up front, and doesn't have, and you could use your contract with Mooresville to accommodate that. And then lastly, under current and near-term sewer situations, item C, various other areas are limited due to infrastructure. For example, the Mill Village pump station. It's gonna, the new Redwood apartments, that's gonna flow into the South Main pump station, which goes into the Mill Village pump station. And we had to study that with them before we could let them, give them the green light to proceed, and it was kinda close. There will be enough capacity for them, but there's a interest for other property in that area that would not be able to proceed unless something's done with these pump stations. So I just put that in there as an example. The big picture is your overall capacity with Statesville and Mooresville. But within your system, there's little places where you have restrictions, or you can't handle it so much flow. Just wanna make you aware of that.
And Benji, question, if DEQ approves the 65 GPD, will that impact that Mill Village pump station?
Yes, so,
So it would improve the ability for other development in that area to be built.
correct. So, yeah, what you have is, like Redwood, for instance.
Yeah.
They on their own, because theirs will actually be a private system, but of course it'll discharge into your system. So they try to get their system, their private system permitted at a lower flow per gallon per day. And the state said no. I mean, they have to go through the long process, which you're doing right now for the entire system. They try to do it just for that project, just without going through the longer process. So all that has to do with, like Redwood, for instance, they know from all their apartments, I think all over the country, that they only use maybe like 50 gallons per day per bedroom, way less than the 120 gallons per day per bedroom the state says to use when it comes to permitting. So yet to answer your question, yes, if this 65 gallons per day per bedroom gets approved, that will create, so to speak, some capacity in even the Mill Village station. But keep in mind, because of I&I,
Yeah.
inflow and infiltration, it is good to have a higher estimate than what's people actually flush. It's good to have that buffer
Yeah, yeah.
for when it rains.
Right.
So in other words, we wouldn't want to be in a situation where we allocated 100% of the capacity in the Mill Village pump station based on a load like a 65 gallons per day per bedroom, and have no cushion for when things go wrong, whether it's rain or pumps down,
Are we feeling
or people do use a lot of water one day for some reason, whatever reason. There's a pandemic, everybody's home. I mean, I've heard of that with some towns, they've noticed their flows go up during the pandemic because
Yeah.
everybody's home.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So things happen, and it's good to have that buffer, even though we are asking for a reduction in that design flow per bedroom.
Right. So my next question is around this, so even on the existing, says here, the existing contract 476 station,
Yes.
even on that, existing contract, with allocations, did I hear you say you were already butting up against?
At the higher 120 gallons per day per bedroom,
Yeah.
yes, we've already used it up, or it's a very small, there's not enough left to allocate everything Marley J needs. So they're actually waiting for that reduction to 65 gallons per day per bedroom, so that they can proceed.
So one way or the other, we were gonna need to probably at some point renegotiate that contract with state.
Yeah, well, if nothing else, just due to the fact that it's going to expire, yes, definitely. And when we turn to the next page, we'll talk about even if you do renegotiate it, even if you do get 65 gallons per day per bedroom, you're still gonna need to plan ahead with for more capacity.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Is
What?
there,
I'm sorry, what's that?
is there a timeline when, DEQ might approve that?
Yeah, so we have, and Molly has, been checking in with them frequently. They originally thought they'd get to it in January, they haven't yet. Probably sometime in March, hopefully,
Okay.
but no promises.
You know, plus, you know, you're talking about a, companion line, you know, we got 10-inch going to Statesville from the Isle Creek Pump Station, so you're talking about, you know, having to, if we do stick with Statesville, putting in a companion line for future growth.
Yeah, that's, so when I turn the page, we'll talk about that, you're exactly right. Yeah, so let's, I think I got 10 minutes.
Oh, no, you got time, we're gonna cut Adam short.
Adam Short.
That's fine, yeah.
Adam is hoping you take lots of time.
Take it up. I'll actually give you my stuff.
So we can talk about this all day.
Adam don't wanna talk for 45 minutes, that's the whole thing.
Y'all don't want me to talk
Very
about
good,
it.
all right.
Thanks for divulging Adam's secrets.
Only your time to leave, okay? All
Figure
right.
it out.
All right, so item 2 on the first page, let's talk about water for a minute in the current and near term. So your water supply, item A there, you currently purchase 100% of your water from Energy United Water Corporation. There's a contract for that for 500,000 gallons per day, and it's defined as maximum day, like we talked about before. And you are using that right now, not just allocations, but actual purchase of water. It's hitting that on some months, not every day.
Is there a connection there to the pandemic or not?
Oh, I don't, Steve, have you noticed increase?
Was this prior to the?
I think it is up a little bit.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked at that real close, but, and it's hard to tell whether it's pandemic or whether it's just all the houses we're adding.
Right,
So,
right,
you know,
yeah. So we got both going at the
they
same
must
time?
be dealt with.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Yeah, mainly, I'd say it's mainly due to growth. So you got that contract with Energy United, that's where you're currently purchasing all your water. Item B, you do have a contract with City of Statesville for up to 1 million gallons per day, that's on, defined as a maximum month basis. You've not tested this connection with them in a long time, I don't think, and when we did it like 15 years ago, we saw that probably we could get but about 2/3 of that through the pipe. So, on paper, you got 1 million gallons capacity with Statesville, but in reality, it's probably about 0.66, as I say there.
Is there anything coming through that line right now?
No, it's only for emergency purposes.
Right.
And I asked Adam in 2020, you didn't ever have to use it.
No, we haven't used that line since really we renegotiated with Energy United. So we just have it there for a local water supply plan for a backup. We're required to have a backup source of water. That's what I use it for, so.
You run it every so often just to check it?
I don't, that's on their side, so they flush it off, and make sure chlorine stays up on their side, but we don't use it. We'd have to go in there and probably rebuild those pumps. I mean, they would pump, but it's not, we don't have any plans on using it unless something catastrophic happens.
So they're washing it up to bury them and so forth, so far. Well, now, are we paying any kind of a minimum just to keep that
Not for-
ability there? We're not paying Statesville anything right now?
No, sir, no,
there's
sir.
a power, there's a light there that we pay them for, I mean, like a security
Yeah,
light.
I'm sorry, what?
There's a security light there that we pay for, but, as far as water. no.
Oh, okay, yeah, water side, yeah, okay.
But it is something that we probably do need to test on our lines, cause they do flush theirs out just to make sure that it does feed to us. But it is something that we probably do need to start making sure we at least are needing, worst case emergency scenario. So we at least need to make sure we can receive it on our end.
Right, and we have looked at them as far as like, we can get the water through there. We haven't tested as far as, let's pressurize the whole system in Statesville to see if we're good, you know, anything like that. I mean, we haven't done anything like that, but, I mean, I think in an emergency, if we had to, we could get it. I mean, it's not
Okay.
gonna be a huge issue, so.
Okay.
And Benji, when you say the line, I mean, so we have what, an 8-inch line and,
You have a 12 on their side, it's either a 10 or a 12. But it was put in the 60s or 70s.
So,
Cast iron pipe. It might
Oh,
be
from,
done by pipe.
Statesville?
Yeah, correct.
It was sometime during the 80s, because after I came on in second half of the seventies, and that's back when Lauren Powell was still mayor. But anyhow, we negotiated that with him. I'm thinking sometime during the eighties,
Okay,
perhaps early eighties.
so our guess is.
Yeah, early eighties, cause, that's when David Slevy, you know, first time, you know, and I remember him working on that station out there. Early eighties, early 1980s.
Okay,
Yeah,
Still getting 40 years old, but roughly.
yeah.
so you have a pump station, but you can't suck their pressure down, it's so low, or they would have pressure complaints for their customers.
So it's mainly a pump station.
So you'd either have to put in a new line or put in another pump station on their side, further into their system. There's a lot of different options maybe. You know, if you get it, you can get $500,000 a day from them, that's gonna cover you for quite a while. So item C there, if you add the .66 and the .5 from Energy United, about 1.2 million gallons per day capacity. And item D, as I said before, you're currently hitting up against the 500,000 gallons a day some days. Item E, looking forward, not too far, even just all your current developments like Colonial Village and others, they all build out. You allow some concurrent growth, commercial, you know, non-residential growth that probably come along with that. Somewhere 1.2 to 1.5 MGD is what I would estimate. So you'll be using up that capacity, you know, it depends on how fast all this builds out, but once it does, you'll be there. F, in terms of storage tanks, you're in a good situation. You got a 1 million gallon tank, you know, 0.3 million gallon tank, 2 tanks. The state requires you to have 12 hours of storage, so that would be, theoretically, you could have up to 2.6 million gallons per day of average use. We wouldn't want to cut it that close, of course, but anyway, you'll be, with your 1.3 million gallons of storage, you'll be able to handle the 1.2 to 1.5 million gallons a day projected at build out of current developments. So item G is looking at, so you got 500,000 gallons capacity of Energy United. You have an emergency connection with Statesville. So you're gonna either have to turn that emergency connection into a regular connection and possibly do some upgrades to that pump station. Or get another connection with somebody. So Energy United would be a possibility.
And any projected cost on turning that Statesville into a,
I haven't done any, you know, that's a pretty old, Adam may want to chime in as far as how much he trusts it. But if you were to replace it, I mean, at least $500,000, maybe $1 million.
I trust it in an emergency situation, but I don't trust it for solely providing us with daily water usage.
yeah. So, next question, Steve, what is the, is there, an emergency situation where we could purchase more from Energy United in the absence of redoing the contract, or no? We just gotta go read through that contract.
I have spoken with Rod, and, we've had one meeting already, and, he's supposed to be coming back with those numbers.
Okay,
But yes, we're in the process of discussing that.
okay. Thank you.
I think, like I said.
And I said Rod, just to be clear for rest of council, that he's the representative with Energy United.
Now, you may have said, what is the, max, I mean, based on the lines we've got, what are the line sizes right now coming from Energy United? 12?
Yes.
All right,
That's
what is their
they say.
capacity then, based on,
So, you know, they could probably get you $1 million a day pretty easy. They have, of course, they got their own restrictions, what they can purchase from the city of Newton and their pumping capacity and so forth. So, 0.5 is just a contract amount, that doesn't mean it can't sell you more, just they don't, and they are obligated to sell you more.
This, oh, sorry.
That's the last, I was gonna say, but back to his point, talking about costs, idea would be if you did go significantly more from Energy United, that they would need to provide you a second connection to it.
This really doesn't have anything to do with our water, I don't believe, but I'm just curious because our water is expanding out Amity Oswald, Withers Creek, and Overcash Road, so how are they connecting to their other lines, and do you know where they get their water from?
I know a little bit, I mean, don't do any engineering with them, they're on a well-based system, they have lots of wells on throughout their system, so,
I was going to add to what Benji was saying, they're coming up Shingle Road and they are an independent system, of course, and Energy United is a different system. And in speaking with Rod, similar to our wastewater issues, there's capacity limits that are there, and there's just different restrictions and guidelines that go along with the two different systems. Even though it's comparing apples and oranges, it's a lot of the same issues that we have to deal with. And my meeting with Rod with Energy United, when it comes to water, we're delving into those, and hopefully we'll be able to give you information in the near future as to what capacity we're going to be able to get if it's an emergent situation, or if there's quantity of water that we'll be able to add to what we're already purchasing, and or the amount that we will be able to charge. But also to our south, with Iredell Water Corp, yes, they are, and as Benji said, they are a well-based system, but of course our town used to operate off of a well system, and that served us well for an appreciable amount of time. We just chose, because of the manpower and staff that was needed to make sure, and the water testing that was needed to do that, our town back then did not have sufficient staff and abilities to maintain the appropriate water staffing, and we were constantly being penalized, if you will, because our quality standards were not up to a regular standards. We saw back then, as Paul I'm sure can remind everybody, it was just cleaner and safer for us to go with the sources that we went to as a town to just be done and do the sources that we did. Iredell Water Corp, of course, has made a good business out of doing that themselves, and they do it, so it would be, in a sense, the same thing that we're doing. If and when that comes to our south, that it would be an option for us to consider possibly as another source.
that's a good question. I don't know what, if any, excess capacity they would have to sell, high growth areas like Troutman. Typically, well, well-based system's not gonna have the kind of capacity of a surface water system like Energy United, which Energy United, they're actually like Troutman, they purchase all their water, but the city of Newton is where it's coming from, surface water.
As Doug said, cleaner, safer, and also the supply capacity, we were getting very concerned at the wells, and they were, again, pumping the dirty water, we're getting a lot of the brown rust, complaints of them. And, that's when we decided to,
And
negotiate.
especially the drought seasons.
Excuse me?
Especially the drought season.
Exactly, yes.
I can tell you it's a lot less liability. I mean, if we have a back T issue, we call Energy United. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
I mean, we're responsible for it, but they handle the issues, if there's issues. So back T stuff, that's just not what I want to get involved with. I mean, we're better off.
Didn't you look at the connection with Mooresville for water? I know
Yeah, so that, on the next page, that's what I meant, really, that could happen at any time. But as you look out further in the future, it potentially needs a lot more water, then yes, that's another good option. So yeah, let's go ahead and turn to page 2, and the top of the page, item 3, we'll go back to talking about sewer for a little bit, looking at long-term, that's roughly 20 years. So it says based on current growth rate. So if you look at actual building permit or occupancies, it's slower than that so far. But if you look at, what they're gonna build the houses on the lots they're creating and spending millions of dollars on building streets and water and sewer. So I don't think they're gonna let them just sit there, they could possibly sell houses, so. If you look at what's being platted, these past couple of years and what's, assuming we're coming up in the next few years, it's roughly 500 units a year. That's a really high growth rate, and may not continue. But I'm just trying to kind of give you a worst case scenario as far as what you need to plan for, possibly need to plan for. So item A there, your maximum day sewer capacity needed for build out of the master plan area. That's going back to 2010 when we did a study, just kind of looking at what size trunk lines need to be put in as the Troutman area builds out. And that, so there's a map in your package here, looks like this. And that orange boundary, that's what that is. So that's not the same thing as your land use plan area. It's not the same thing as your ETJ. It's kind of similar to your ETJ. Well, it's a lot bigger than ETJ, really. So that just kind of gives you a picture of where either you have sewer now, or it could be reasonably expanded to serve. So you're not going way far outside of town limits, but a little bit outside of town limits. And all those gray parcels inside there, in some cases just slightly outside of that boundary, and they have a number inside of them, that's the number of acres of those parcels. Those are ones 15 acres or larger. That just kind of gives you a picture of what the development potential is. Doesn't mean half of these will develop, might mean they all develop, we just don't know, but at least gives you a picture of what the potential is inside this boundary, or right, or just outside of it. So that boundary is kind of the basis for these numbers here, when we say 3 million gallons a day, is what you might be at some point if you built out about 65%. It's really using the 500 units per year for 20 years. But as a way to gauge is that feasible or not, you can go back to this map and say how many acres is that. It's you see on the right margin there's 7,728 acres. So that would be equivalent to 65% of those acres at 2 units per acre. So obviously some areas won't develop at all, others may go high density, 4 units per acre, be all kind of different. Some will go commercial, but at least gives you a little bit of a feel for what's possible. So that's where the 3 million gallons a day comes from. And as you look out to that kind of demand for sewer and water, there's a lot of factors, like I said. But going to item B there, if you do need 3 million gallons a day, then obviously you're going to need another connection. Even if it's all going to Mooresville, where you've got the right to purchase 2 million gallons a day, you're going to need another 1 million gallons a day to a dam or somebody. So that item B, you're going to need a second connection with Mooresville. Item C, if you didn't do Mooresville, I'm sorry, I knew I was saying something wrong. Item B is talking about even to utilize your 2 million gallons that you have contracted with Mooresville, you would need another pipe, you're going to need another pump station, or some way to physically get the sewer in their system. That's what item B is talking about.
That's if when we cross over the 1 million gallons with Morrison, then we would need the second line.
Correct. So the Westmoreland pump station, as I said, you could approximately double its capacity, get you roughly 2 million gallons a day capacity. You could double that again, but 2 million gallons a day capacity, you'll need some other connection or connections with more.
And that's a 12-inch line.
It is.
I don't know why I know I keep asking, you keep telling me, but for some reason, it just won't stick, but yes, okay. Yeah, all right, thank you.
So, sorry about that. So that's what item B is talking about. Item C then would be talking about if you go beyond 2 million a day, you need to get to 3 million a day. You need another one MGD capacity. And there I list a couple of options, possibly address that. Roman numeral 1, second connection with Statesville, which is more capacity. similar situation there. If you were able to negotiate with Statesville, get another million gallons per day capacity with them, you couldn't put all that through that IL Creek pipeline. You have to have some other pipeline, either parallel the same one, or go over on Duck Creek, or just pump it down public roads. Some other kind of connection would be required. Roman numeral 2 under that, there says acquire a NPDES discharge permit on Catawba River, Lake Norman. So that's the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. That comes from the Federal Clean Water Act, regulated by the EPA, but the state of North Carolina actually works under, has delegated that authority, and they issue these permits. So we, as I say here, if you could get a permit on the Catawba River, Lake Norman, construct your own wastewater treatment plant, that's one option. And in parentheses, note the state is not issuing new NPDES permits in the Yadkin River Basin above High Rock Lake. That's due to eutrophication, algae growth issues there. They're not allowed any new discharges, putting more phosphorus and nitrogen into that system. They've been studying it for years. We don't know how many more years they're going to study it, come up with any kind of a system where it'll allocate certain flows of phosphorus and nitrogen to different discharges that need it. But right now, they're just saying no more, no new ones. So that, when we say the Yadkin River Basin, that would be everything over on this side of the ridge, your Isle Creek, your Duck Creek, all those creeks flow into Third Creek, which flows into the Yadkin River Basin. So you really, until things change, you would really need to focus on the possibility of a permit on the Catawba River side.
And isn't that also a situation that Statesville has had to think about, because since Third Creek goes into Yadkin, and they've got that situation that they're still studying, Statesville, they want to expand on their Third Creek station.
Yeah, they would have the same situation.
Yeah.
That's my knowledge at the moment, they're, half capacity or less of the treatment plant there.
Right.
Of course, they have another, maybe 2 treatment plants. So that's kind of what, if you're looking far out, if this high growth rate continues, you'll need to plan for more capacity even beyond the 2 million with more. All
That's
right.
limited to what their plants are, they gotta expand. So we'll have to limit what we can get. Based on their.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna face that with any neighboring, systems, whether it's water or sewer, they'll have to decide for themselves, if it's worth it, sell you capacity, or do they need to reserve it for their own growth potential.
Or you might get a position of pay to expand it.
Correct. Yeah, cost sharing and then cost, or ownership sharing is a possibility.
That's basically what the capacity we pay for, is it's kind of like a sharing the cost of the expansion, right? And then we pay the treatment fee per month, but we pay
Right.
each capacity thing today if their plant can.
Yeah, capacity fee is, in your case, with all your contracts, you're not actually, it's not like buying stock, you don't own part of their treatment plants, but you have the right to use up that capacity. And so they have to set it aside for you, and theoretically, they would use that money for upgrades, expansions, to account for that.
And I remember the wastewater treatment plant expanded, building one pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Towards the break-even point, it says how much capacity buy versus the build one. I mean,
And that's a very good question. So like right now, the purchase rate with Norville's $9.33 per gallon. That, back when that was established, that was pretty high. Now it's probably, maybe a little bit low. I couldn't say for sure. But yeah, to build a treatment plant, it's gonna be in that ballpark, anywhere $5, $10, maybe $15 per gallon per day, sure. Just depending on, like I said, with the nitrogen and phosphorus, even on the Catawba side, a new treatment plant would have to be treated to a high level to take out all, not only your organics and solids, rough solids, but
We have to have,
nutrients.
we have
That
to
takes
have
a lot
some
more
of his
treatment.
people, additional people with a class 1 certifications to run the place.
Yeah, the operation costs are high too.
Yes, very high.
It's expensive business.
We've got the certification, we just don't have the manpower. So, I mean, I can run the plant, but I can't do anything else really.
I can't understand you do what?
I got the certification to run the plants, but I don't have the manpower to do it, you know, or anything else. I mean, so,
All right, well, let's talk about water capacity, looking at the same thing long-term at 10, 20, 30 years. Again, water's gonna be a little different, you might serve some areas that have septic tanks further outside your town limits. You don't have the I issue, but on the other hand, you may have some maximum days, people use a lot of water, so you gotta have the infrastructure to do it. But again, these are 3 million gallons per day is a rough projection. In order to accommodate that, you would need another water storage tank. And item C there, you would need more capacity from some other system, whether that be United, Statesville, or Mooresville. As Steve mentioned, in 15 years ago or so, that was mentioned as a real possibility. It still could be. Fourth possibility would be water plant and a withdrawal on Lake One. And that would be very costly, but it is an option. So that's everything I've written down, and for that, answering questions, I guess kind of a takeaway is I do recommend the town take some action soon on your West Bowling Road pump station, that connection with Mooresville. And obviously, you need to do something similar with Statesville, whether that's divert the flow from their system or renegotiate the contract. And then even if you do renegotiate the contract, you need to plan for what you're gonna do with excess flow past that 476 million gallons per day. And then on the water side, as Ron already mentioned, talking to United, maybe looking at your Statesville connection, checking those 2 options, seeing what's economical, feasible, and start making plans for that. All right, so that, we have any answer any questions?
Benji,
Yes, sir.
and I realize, I'm asking a little bit for a scientific guess from you, being our engineer, but at this point, if you had to say what geographical area, based off of our permits that have come in so far as our next water tank area, what north, south, east, west area would you guesstimate that we would need to be looking at?
Well, your 1 million gallon tank is there on Houston Road.
Yep.
You've got a 16-inch line that goes under I-77 over to Lowe's. So you got a good source of water there, storage water. That is your high growth area at the moment. So I would say probably here in Old Murdoch, either you replace it or you build another one in the same vicinity. Would probably be a logical place.
So up in this
I mean,
area,
obviously, high ground is best.
Right.
So you don't have to build a tank so tall. But yeah, this is fine, but it also getting in different parts of your system. You have all of it in one place, then you have to have really big pipes to get it hydraulically out to the extremities of your system. So if you spread those tanks out, so you don't have to have such big pipes to distribute.
I was about to ask the same question that Ron was asking. So, and you say another tank, so we only need 1.
Yeah, I mean, you have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, it's just the total volume needs to
Yeah.
be enough to get at least 12 hours of storage. 24 is really better.
But to get to the 3 million gallons, we could, I mean, based on our
Right, so
current
3
system.
million gallons, the state says you have to have at least 1.5 million gallons of storage.
Okay,
If your,
so 1.5.
if your regular flow, regular demand is 3 million gallons a day.
Okay. So does it make sense to put one on that side at all, or, again,
But again,
to
I'm just
Ron's
thinking
point,
about
is
your.
it a high growth
Yeah,
area?
high growth is one thing, but high ground is also very important.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about your ridge line here,
That's how we ended up with the tank out on Murdoch, high
That's
ground.
right. so you would, it may just come down, where's some high ground, and it's, land's available to purchase at a reasonable price. it's anywhere kind of close to your trunk lines, those factors may be more than, it's not so important where all the growth is, as long as you got some trunk lines and loop
Okay,
lines
all right. Okay.
throughout your system.
I think that's where we're all on the same page, is we're gonna ask you to start looking.
Okay, right.
We might not build a water tank for 3
Yeah.
years, but we need you to tell us where the land is
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, and we might have disposable land that we need to,
Right.
is that a possibility? Rather than selling that land, we need to reserve it for future use. So, okay.
That's a good question.
All right, Mitch, what about sewer? What do you recommend?
But like I said.
Maybe go into partnership with Morrisville? Obviously, doing our own, treatment plant ourselves, it's got its own logistics, from not only
Yeah, that's
you
gonna take a
know,
long time, I would recommend.
expense as
seriously
well
looking
as,
at that.
trying to get it approved to dump into Catawba, after we treat it, and the expense of, as you say, building, running, and then operation. To me, looking at it is some sort of partnership with Morrisville and or Statesville. And is that kind of what you're thinking too, or what is your recommendation on the
Yeah, I
sewer
think-
side?
Well, for the near term, you need to get your contracts,
Right.
either renegotiated or move on without them. You got some infrastructure issues on the Isle Creek system, if you stay with Statesville. Definitely happened with the Westmoreland pump station on the Wilson side, so those are some immediate infrastructure and contract issues. Looking out further than that, which it is good to plan now,
Yep.
go ahead and take some action now. Yeah, I think partnership in a future wastewater plant is a good idea, because see, Mooresville and Statesville, as you mentioned, yeah, they only have so much capacity there. Now Mooresville doesn't have the issue with High Rock Lake, that Statesville, you all would have, because the Rocky River flows below High Rock Lake. But still, they're kind of in the upper reach of Rocky River, they're actually on a stream that goes into Rocky River. I asked them, detail checking, but I can't imagine they could double, triple, quadruple their capacity on the Rocky River. It doesn't seem like it. So all that to say, working with partners to seriously look at Falcon River Lake ordinance, I think worthwhile. There may be a roadblocks, maybe a dead end, but I think it's worthwhile. pursuing that.
Something like that, you're talking, what, five years of planning
Yeah.
and maybe even building, plus, I'm saying 5+, that's the reason I'm bringing it up now, you're right, I agree, we got immediate needs, but we also need to think 5 to 10 years out.
And of course, I'll do is, you all direct me to do in discussions with Benji and based off of the paperwork that Statesville has issued us, they pretty much told us that their desire, and that's the contract is null and void in '23. So to me, based off of what's left available to us, then, and discussing with our engineer and discussing with the Mooresville, I will follow you all's directions, but at this point, the options that appear best suited for us at this point in time is to attempt to negotiate a partnership with Mooresville, and I'm not talking about a tenant relationship to where we pay for capacity and then just pay them to treat our wastewater. It would be to be a partnership to where we are part owners in a waste treatment facility, if they would entertain that. And so far, the initial informal discussions appear that might be a possibility. And they too have concerns about their growth, as do we. So if that's something there, we can explore those options and proceed forward with a partnership that hopefully win-wins. Regionally, anytime municipalities and governments can combine, that opens up some funding models that hopefully benefits both towns and cities, so that we can go forward. That does not mean, of course, that we would not entertain any negotiations and discussions with Statesville. As Benji appropriately pointed out, we want to be good neighbors with Statesville and would like to consider any negotiations with them if they're open to that. And I will happily reach out to them and ask if they are. But based off of the letter that I had, it was,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
they didn't want that. But if they are, then we'll absolutely consider that and bring that back for you all to consider. But going back to ability to where we can control our own destiny, that obviously is in our town's best interest. Whether that means we have our own facility or whether we are partners in our own facility is our best long-term goals, would be my recommendation to you all as council for us to pursue.
Well, let's, you know, without getting too blunt, let's face it, that letter is a hammer over our heads
Yes,
to acquiesce on our development east of here, out towards exit 45 in that area,
yes,
and boundary agreements north and out in that area. And if we don't, then, you know, we're probably gonna be looking at, if they, you know, continue with us, at a lot higher fees probably come 2023. And I agree, we need to control our own destiny and not be kind of held hostage, if you will, that if we don't agree with what a neighbor wants us to do in terms of development, then, you know, we're going to cut off services to you or make them cost prohibitive. So having said that, you know, I'm looking at going into a partnership to where, again, as you say, we control our own destiny, we control our own development, and we don't have to knuckle under, if you will, in order to keep a service in terms of how we develop an area. I hope you're understanding what the point I'm making here is that we, you know, as the town manager says, we need to control our own destiny, that we're seeing the results of, you know, working or buying from someone else that may use that as leverage for us to do or not to do something in terms of development and growth of this town. And that bothers me. You know, I want to make those decisions. I want to work with our neighbors, but I don't want to be dictated to by our neighbors, basically what I'm saying. And I don't want to have that hammer over my head that, well, if you don't do that, then we'll either cut off the service or we'll, you know, when the contract expires, then we'll raise a rate to where it's very cost prohibitive for you to
Yes,
continue buying that service.
yes, sir.
And I believe that state would look more kindly toward a partnership with more to be able to expand the existing facility versus building, not adding another one to the system. Not a district like that. And I think they would say, we'll permit you this way, you know, let them expand. It'd be the lead,
Yeah, actually, to get an NPDS permit, you have to look at every alternative.
Yeah.
Kind of rule out the other ones.
So that's a great idea, but the more to it.
Well, one of them's already, one alternative is already removed.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mayor.
That's right.
Mayor, I didn't hear you.
I said one of the alternatives have already been removed. Benji said in order for you to get a permit,
Yes.
national
NPDS, a discharge permit.
national
Okay.
discharge permit, then you need to make sure that you exhausted a review of your options, right?
Correct.
And what I was saying is at least one of those options have already been removed by our letter
Right.
from our northern neighbor.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir. I understand, you're right. Correct. Yes, sir.
Anything else?
I guess lastly, maybe at some point we can get some data on any other municipality that has actually, gotten a permit in the state of North Carolina.
Timing or
Yeah,
cost?
that both. Yeah, is it a 10-year project, is it a 5-year project? And again, cost is always gonna be, you know, moving target, but, you know, is that a $5 million, $50 million cost? What does that kind of look like?
Adam likes you a whole lot more than he did.
I'm gonna breeze right
I'll
through.
yield it. Rest of the time to you.
Public speaking is one of those favorite things to do, so, you know.
I know you just couldn't wait.
I didn't, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm so excited
Right.
to get up here. Yeah, just jitters all night.
Right.
He was hoping Benji wouldn't quit.
Keep on going, Benji. Real quick, I don't think it'll take me long, I'll just breeze through this, just hit some high points, but want to kind of go over, where we're at, as a department. Just hit the high points, I've got a departmental report that I do every year, just kind of an overview of where we're at, and some goals, some issues that we could be facing, but, last year, we had a great year, achieved a zero safety, incident safety status. In August 2020, the wastewater system underwent a complete evaluation by NCDWQ, Representative Tony Parker. Within 9 categories, over 100 subcategories, 0 deficiencies were found, system operating procedures and record keeping continue to exceed compliance standards. On the water side, we did have an inspection, but we can, after speaking with Mark Ryan, who is our inspector, just some minimal checks he's done. We continue to operate within a consistent compliance status. His note was system operating procedures and record keeping continue to exceed compliance standards. Streets, we've implemented a weekly inspection of all streets. I've categorized all the streets into zones. So each employee within the department has a zone that they're responsible for, that they inspect daily from 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning. Before they do anything else, they inspect their sections. I'm sure they miss some things, but for the most part, they're trying to stay on top of it, and the department we are as a whole. So grounds, we've tried to keep up with grounds. This year's been crazy with the rain and everything else. So try to do our best there. Our fleet and equipment maintenance, all our critical needs equipment and other equipment have underwent annual maintenance procedures. According to all manufacturer specifications, we've implemented a lot of SOPs for that, and trying to really exceed expectations on our equipment maintenance and standards to make sure we are providing reliable service with reliable equipment. That's basically the high points. I won't go into all the achievements and all that stuff, the training stuff. That's just take too much time. But basically, what I wanted to hit on was we're at a good point in our department. We've come a long way. All those good marks we get, and it sounds crazy, but all those good marks can be dictated by this one piece of equipment I'm talking to you about. That's our sewer jetter. Currently, we have a 23-year-old sewer jetter. It's the SEOA, Sewer Equipment of America unit. It's a great unit, good purchase for the town of Troutman back when it was purchased in 1998. But it's obviously at the end of its service life. It's served us well. It still serves us well, but it's starting to show some signs of reliability issues. We're starting to get some engine problems, some pressure issues with our pumps. It's still running. It's still doing good. We're keeping up on maintenance. We're checking the specs. We're still within specs where it needs to be, but it's definitely on the lower side.
Tell everybody what a sewer jetter does.
Okay, that's what, I'm gonna get there.
I was gonna ask him that
Gotcha.
question, I was gonna
Sorry.
wait for a moment.
I probably should have hit that first.
I was the only one that didn't know.
I'm getting ready to tell you. So a sewer
And you may not want to know.
Yeah, you, they got some stories now. They got some stories.
Oh, boy.
And just so everybody knows, we are using these microphones up here instead of having the ones at our table. I just got a text. I keep taking my mask on and off. I'm trying to be mindful of us, but these microphones, while they're sensitive, as you all are talking, they can't hear us if we have it on. So just so everybody know, and Adam's nervous. He's talking real fast. So I'm gonna be making sign language at him.
Tell me to slow down.
I'm not trying to embarrass, I'm not trying to embarrass Adam. I talk too loud. So, but just be mindful, these microphones is what's picking us up for the internet. So talk a little bit extra loud if you all will today. And Adam, slow down just a little bit.
Slow it down.
So that they can hear you on the intranet, buddy.
I'm trying to get through it, get back in my seat.
I understand, but we here for you, my friend, we here for you.
All right, so basically a sewer line jetter, is a machine that pressurizes water, that through a hose, you send it up the sewer line, and there's a clog, and it unclogs. That's a real simple term, real simple description. But it also does active line cleaning, which by the state, we're required to clean 10% of our total gravity lines from the town. And I try to exceed that. I like to be at 20-25%, so we do have some trouble areas, root intrusion, I, so I try to really hit those areas at least twice a year. So it's a really important piece of equipment, because if you start having backups, you start having spills, start having a creek, I'm having to fill out SSOs, that goes to the state, I get NOVs, once you get a certain number of NOVs,
We'll use initials.
notice of violation, sorry, notice of violation, I will get a violation for SSO is sanitary sewer overflow. And then if you get too many of those, you'll get a notice of violation. After so many notice of violations, you'll start getting, penalties, fees, charges. And you'll be in the paper of Troutman put sewer in their creeks, and then you'll get citizens wondering if that's what they're drinking. So, we don't want that. We don't want that. We try to prevent that. We've had a good record with that. So, we want to keep that record going. So to do that, I'm gonna need a new sewer jet. And they're not cheap. They're not as expensive as what Benji's talking about. So that's great. So, I'll need that stuff. That's a lot more expensive than my sewer jet.
That's why I wanted you to go first.
That's right.
So he can sound good.
Mine doesn't sound so bad.
He can ask for the pennies. We're asking for dollars.
That's right, that's right. That's right. I'm just asking for a
Okay,
dollar.
Adam,
That's it. Played well.
Yeah.
So in your handout, or in the booklet, it shows where we're at, gives them an example of what our jetter looks like now. Some of the roles it plays, that's us out in the woods on, Georgia Street right away, clearing a line. Where we're going, sewer jetters, you can still get them in a trailer pull behind system. They're getting really kind of obsolete. They're not best practice for that type of deal. Most towns have already gone with an actual sewer jetting truck. That's the route I would like to take. I'm also looking at options of rebuilding our current jetter, because it is a good unit. It really is. It was a well-built tank of a unit. And I would like to have it for backup purposes, because that's how critical this equipment is. To do, and I don't want to get into details and bore you with all the details of sewer work, but technology increases, standards increase, compliance gets tighter. As that happens, additional equipment becomes necessary. Through active sewer cleaning, you're not just now flushing the lines out with water. They want you to actively remove debris from the lines. There's two ways to do that, a basket method and a jet vac method. We have some basket methods that is antiquated at best. You put a basket with a big screen, and you're pulling the water back, and it's catching the junk that's coming out, and you're pulling it out. It's not efficient. It's not a good system. A lot of places have already and are going to jet vac systems, which when we're pulling the line back, that machine is actively removing that debris from the line. Instead of me unclogging it and that debris getting by the basket and going out and clogging up somewhere else, I'm actively sucking that debris out, and these sewer lines are actively getting cleaned and the debris removed.
Does it circulate through the unit and filter it out and then put it back?
Well, it just sucks it out, and then we would like take it to it would.
Yeah, but I'm saying the liquid part.
Right, the liquid, yes, sir.
Would be circulated back into the
We would
line.
go dump that liquid at a running pump station, and
Right.
it would hold the debris in, but it would let the liquid back out, and then we would remove the debris, to the landfill or something.
Right,
like that.
exactly, yeah.
Right, yeah, yes, sir, correct.
Yeah.
That machine also serves a purpose with, it's got a hydro excavation feature. I know y'all don't care about that, but I'm gonna tell you what it is. When we're out digging beside the road and there's a fiber optic line right there, and we're having to dig around it, we can't find it, and it's a huge cost if we hit that line. And we're being as careful as we can be, but our bucket just nicks it.
we're calling it in and we're gonna get, we're gonna come out and fix it, it's not gonna get cheap repaired. Hydro excavation, it provides that, so it's so hard, you shut a baffle, you open it up, it'll actually dig the dirt up with suction. So that does two things, that makes digging easier, in leaks and things like that, and it also protects us. If we're near a line, fiber optic line, we can dig around that line with hydro excavation, without damaging that line. It'll just pull the dirt up around it and find things. So, great system, I'd love to have it. It's not as critical as the jetter is for me right now, but it would be a great tool for the town of Troutman, especially with the growth and just more and more sewer in our lines in our system. Other towns, the town of Mooresville has 2 units, Statesville has 1 unit. It's a combination unit. I've checked on those things, and you're looking at some of them up to $500,000, and I can get the job done with those, with just a standard jetter truck and a pull behind the back machine. So that's kind of where we're at there. I don't have the cost yet. I'm still waiting on some costs for a rebuild of our unit. Just if we had to, just to get us by for the next year or so. If this does get put back on hold, 'cause I know we do have other needs as well. But this is, I don't want to minimize the need for this. It is an important piece of equipment. So yes, sir.
Yeah, so Adam, this would be beneficial to you and your public works for July 221 to July 222 in the budget
Yeah, absolutely.
for this piece of,
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to do something this year. I'm going to either have to rebuild what we currently have to get me through.
right.
Because
Could we, a question, could we rebuild what we have to get us through to get the budget, okay? And then I know you said you'd like to keep it as a backup.
yes, sir.
Would it be any value to us to sell that older piece, to put towards the new one?
You could, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't know how much it would bring. Now, if it was rebuilt, new pumps, new diesel, it's got a great Perkins diesel motor in it. I mean, if it's rebuilt, it's a good unit. I mean, we could probably get some money for it. We rebuilt it this year, worked it through for a year and say, hey, this is basically a new unit to rebuild. I mean, you could maybe get 30,000 for it, 25 to 30,000, I'd say, possibly.
Well, no, I'm not trying to hold you to a price.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, is it more beneficial for us to sell that and put that money towards the new one? After we rebuild it possibly?
Right, and these machines are really, because of the nature of the job that they do, they're really, for the most part, ultra reliable piece of equipment. I mean, they're heavy duty piece of equipment. So a new piece of equipment, a new jetting truck, chances of it giving me any issues with proper maintenance and things like that are really minimal. And I'm also looking at lease options where if we would lease equipment through a company and we would have a problem, they would bring us a temporary unit until our unit was repaired. There's a lot of options, a lot of contracts we can sign with companies that say, hey, new unit, but we bought it from you, if it breaks down, it's still our unit, but we need you to offer this service to us. So, I mean, there's a lot of avenues I'm looking at. Basically, something has to be done this year, whether it's a rebuild or we go ahead and buy, either way, yes ma'am.
And you say you don't have a ballpark figure at all about, how much it would cost to rebuild it at all?
Not yet. Sewer equipment is supposed to be sending a representative down. I contacted them last week and they're getting back in touch with me. I actually just remembered that I haven't heard from them, so I will touch base with them again. We've got so much going on. But and see where that is. But I would say, if I had to guess, I mean, a new motor, maybe $10,000 to $12,000 for a rebuild of the pumps and the motor. Just a guess. So I don't know, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe 15. But definitely a lot cheaper than the new unit. But then we rebuild it and it's back to a good unit, but it's still, all the other parts are still 22 years old, 23 years old. So we definitely are gonna have to do something. But that would get me by at least for another year.
And then if we just sell it next year,
Right.
it's still.
Right, we'll do that. And then do some planning throughout the year this year.
Let me ask this, since you said this has been pretty good for years, it's held up really well. The one that you're quoted here, is that the same brand, I mean, the same company?
Yes, sir. It's
Okay.
basically, the unit that we have now in the trailer unit is basically that unit on the back of the F-550. And that serves a purpose as well. We get a sewer call out, and your response time is, you have to put that down in your SSO if you have to fill one out. So we go to the shop, we get the truck, we put the trailer up. This way, you just go to the shop, get the truck and go. I mean, it would be a lot quicker, a lot simpler, take up less space. I mean, it's just just technology's changed, and it's just.
And I like this,
Yeah.
look at the same brands,
Right,
this is
yeah,
work.
same brand, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah,
So-
so, Adam,
Yes, sir.
so part of, I guess, if you sold that current tow behind unit, and again, I look at this photo, and you said you were, where did you say you were cleaning the line?
That's on Georgia Street right away.
Okay, so are there places where you might have to clean that you can't get that truck in, but you could tow it behind, say, a tractor skid steer or something? Or
Probably not, it's a four-wheel drive F-550.
Okay.
They put them on four-wheel drive chassis because of that for off-road right away, Jenny.
Okay.
And they're pretty locked in, I mean, as far as off-road work. I mean, worst case scenario, we get it stuck and throw it out with the tractor. I mean, so, not what I wanna do, but you know, we can make it happen, but I don't see that happening. I mean, they're set up for that type of work.
Okay,
So,
all right.
yeah, that's kind of their selling point, so. But yeah, I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but, you know, there's benefits to a trailer, I mean, obviously, but, I don't foresee us encountering anything where we would say, man, I wish we had that trailer. Okay. So, yeah.
Like you say,
Um,
go ahead.
How often do you use, or do the jetting?
Not as much as I would like to. I want to actively clean at least one day a week. That's tentative on weather, that's tentative on my workload. But, yeah, ideally, I like to jet 8 hours a week. So that's active line cleaning, that's what I'm required to do for the state. So, the springtime is usually, you know, I can get some more in. Wintertime, I try to, it's hit and miss. But because the right of ways are so wet, but that's where I like to do the active line cleaning on the right of ways that we don't see every day right now. But yeah, a good bit. I mean, it's like I say, it's outside of the excavator, it's probably our next most heavily used piece of equipment.
This is the reason I was asking, the difference of trying to weigh the, you know, I read what you said, you'd like to have the truck mounted, machinery instead of the trailer. But I'm thinking long range, here you've got to have insurance on your truck and everything where you wouldn't with the trailer, and just thinking some cost effective that way.
Right, I mean, there's, like I say, there's definitely pluses and minuses to everything, so, yeah, I mean, my thing is, I have my wants and the things that are gonna increase efficiency, but I also, when it gets right down to brass tacks, I just need a reliable unit to serve that purpose, you know, and, ultimately, it's what you guys wanna do, and working with Duck, and figuring out what we can afford, and then what the best route for the town is, so, if it's a trailer unit, I'm fine with it, I mean, I really am. Do I think, you know, and my philosophy with my guys is run a lean crew, but be super efficient with what we do. So, you know, there's 5 guys under me who do a lot of work, and, you know, I feel like if we can have the better equipment with smaller crews, that's also gonna save us money. Instead of less efficient equipment, more people. I would like to have more efficient equipment and processes and less people. So.
Now, on that 550, all right, you've got your jetter. What about your vacuum unit? Is it a pull behind, or is it gonna be a
It's
part
gonna
of
be a
it?
trailer unit.
It'll be a
Yes, sir.
trailer, so
It'll
you
be-
pull that
it's-
behind
Yes, sir.
the truck, if you will.
Right. Like I said, it's
And-
not as critical, like, as actively unstopping the line, like, that jetter is absolutely required for that. The vac trailer, I mean, it's a good thing to show to the state that you're actively cleaning and removing debris from these lines. But it's not.
But to me, that's almost kind of defeats the purpose of jetting, clean out.
Right.
If you're not removing
Right, it is.
the solids,
It is, absolutely.
you know,
And that's their
it's
whole
kinda
thing.
like the thing with the grease.
Mhm.
You know, you're getting it out of your kitchen by
Right.
running it through warm, hot water,
Exactly.
but down the line, it's reformulating, coagulating, if you will, and so, I mean, it's just
You get
moving
the
it from
prize-
here
you
to
get the
there.
prize at the end of the presentation, Paul.
Let me,
No, that's exactly right. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're just flushing the problem down the line, what service is the purpose?
Exactly.
What purpose is it serve? So,
And
Yeah.
And so, okay, and the other question is the hydro,
Mhm.
the hydro excavator. Again, would that be another trailer, or would that be part of the truck?
That's
or-
part of the jet vac unit.
So that'd be part of the
Right.
jack vac unit,
Right.
so that's, so again, if we go with the back, then we would be pulling it behind the truck and so
Yes, sir.
forth.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, if y'all wanna buy me a $500,000 jet vac combination truck, I'm totally fine with that.
But that's also a water source when there's not, like when we're out somewhere and need water, that's also a water source when there's not one.
Right.
So it has multiple uses that it's not, and even the short time that I've been here, to answer Sally's question, Adam's been a little bit modest, like plan work is about 8 hours a week, but that thing is used, quite frequently already that I've been here, right? And I'm not trying to step on his toes, but plan work is probably 8 hours a week, but it's used more than that already. And it's been my fear already. I used to laugh when him and Emily and some others, cause the park is, the most common tool that's used in the park is the jetter. And it was used yesterday, as a matter of fact, and there was an explosion down there. But,
There was, yes, there was.
oh, it was a terrible one. I mean, terrible, terrible.
I said Todd, I didn't see it, so.
It was terrible. But it's absolutely used more than you all would care to know about the gory details. I'll just say that. But that's one piece of equipment I can say is your manager, I'm worried that he's gonna call and say it's broken, I don't know what we're gonna do.
I appreciate that.
Adam,
Yes, sir.
I think the biggest thing too, what you brought to us, which is great, is water and sewer, we're dealing with the public.
Yes.
And that's gonna be the biggest complaints, if their water or their sewer is not right.
Right.
So us to invest in the 83 or the 155, whatever we kinda go, is a plus for our citizens of Troutman.
Absolutely.
Because we have reliability,
Right,
and we know we're not gonna say, hey, it's broke,
right,
like
right.
our manager just said.
And in this day and time, this protects the community too as
We
well.
can't nickel, I mean, we can't really nickel and dime our citizens here. We're guaranteeing them water and sewer.
I agree.
Adam, quick question. Does this also help with I&I?
Not necessarily. So I&I is gonna be, we're gonna have a study done on that, a company coming to do an evaluation on sources. Smoke testing, we can do minimal smoke testing. This is just gonna maintain and clear problem areas and maintain the system and keep it clean.
Right.
I&I is coming in and
Okay.
it puts a strain, and that's what I'll get into a little bit with our pumps. It'll put a strain on our pump stations, on our capacities, all kinds of things. That's where your I&I is gonna come in.
But as far as, excuse me for interrupting, if it's your own camera or something contracted out camera work, to look for I&I sources,
Right.
you have to clean the line first.
Right, that's true.
So in that respect, it does help.
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have to have a clean line to go through, so,
Yeah, okay.
that's why we keep Pinchy around.
Adams definitely needs to talk about these pumps and the plan that he's got there. And I don't mean to cut him and his presentation short. We do have our next presenters out there, and we also are beyond our break. He has a plan for these pumps, and Adam, I don't mean to step on you all's toes or step on council's information here, but to quickly talk about these pumps, as you all can see by turning the pages there. Adam, if you would quickly kind of touch on that, because I don't want to mess up what you've got to say about those pumps.
Okay. All right, so 6 out of 16 of our pump stations are submersible systems. So submersible pumps, and Benji can tell you too, there's no maintenance we can do on those pumps. A dry pump, I change the oil annually, I can rebuild them, I can keep that pump running indefinitely. That Boys is a 1974 pump station, it's still running. Not great, but it's still running. So these pumps, we're getting about 8 to 12 years out of submersible pumps. The problem with that is when a submersible pump fails, it fails. It doesn't cause any issues until it just fails. So we go out to tech drive, we're gonna do some work, and to increase some capacity there, we pull the pump to change the impellers, and we find our whole housings are flooded. Pump's still running, but the housing's shut. So right there, that's gonna be close to $18,000 to get both those pumps replaced. Knee-jerk reaction. So I'm coming up with a plan. It's in infancy stages, but it's gonna be a replacement plan for these submersible pumps that I have no maintenance protocols for because there's none there. So, basically, it just is gonna implement a system to where after 8 years of service, we pull that pump, we send it off, and they actively look and see what it needs. I wanna be proactive with this instead of reactive. It's gonna save us money. We may have to rebuild, put some money in the budget every year, and it'll adapt to the needs of that year, going off what Purser Pump recommends, the pumps that we send that year, if they need rebuilt or not. But I wanna keep pumps running and not repair them when they break down, basically is what I wanna do. Especially when we're getting the capacity issues and we're putting these stations near the upper ends of their capacities, these pumps lead a lot of tough hours. So, basically, I just want to, like everything else, I want to provide a reliable service to our citizens and also keep us out of trouble with the state. So to do that, I need reliable pumps, and I need to have a system in place to get these older ones out and either rebuilt or new units in place. It's going to save us money in the long run. The energy usage, the older these pumps get, the more energy they use. So it's a win-win just to do it this way. So most places like Mooresville, when I worked there, we didn't have an active plan. Mooresville was just kind of like, I guess, their budget's to the point where $10,000 pump goes down, we rebuild it. That's what they've always done. We're Troutman. I like to run things a little different. Like I say, be proactive instead of reactive to these things. So that's my plan. That's what I'm looking at. I hate going to Duck and saying, well, Duck, this is the 4th submersible pump that's failed this year. Well, why didn't you know this was coming? You know, I didn't. So with this, I should be able to not completely shut it out. We're always gonna have issues, and that's just the nature of the job, but hopefully cut that down substantially, and not be so reactive with these things.
Adam,
They are
so why do we have 6 submersible pumps?
Well,
They're cheaper when they're
they are
installed.
cheaper, they're cheaper to install, yeah, they are. I didn't wanna say that, but that's kind of, it's a cost factor. So a
Okay.
dry system, like a Gorman rope system that I can keep running indefinitely is more expensive. And contractors would much rather put a submersible system in. Benji can tell you. I think we make them mad because the specs I try to require didn't put in. I don't think they like that, but you know, we're the ones maintaining it, we're the ones taking care of it, so we won't try to.
So this is kind of a cheaper way, if you will, of moving the flow of the sewer.
Yep.
Right, okay.
But again, to work on them, you gotta pull them, as opposed to one that's above. Obviously, you just walk up and so forth. So, but again, you're looking at say, an 8-year revolving program for each pump.
Right. After 8 years, when that pump, I keep a
Fill it out and
spreadsheet.
service it
Right.
and/or replace it
Right.
based on what the professionals find,
Right.
if you will.
And if it shows an hour jump before 8 hours, that tells us something's wrong. That tells us the impeller's going bad, that tells us something's going on, we'll send it off before then. But if it's not really showing huge signs of problems, at 8 years, I'm gonna yank it out, and I'm gonna send it off before it breaks down in 6 months. Because sometimes they don't show any symptoms, they just go. So, that's where we're at.
Adam's version is correct. I just wanted, just for somebody that heard what he said when it was, well, there's no maintenance program. It's not that he don't want to have one, or there wasn't one in place. It is, but the design, that's the flaw. There can't be one. He can't pull it out to do maintenance. He has to come up with this program. And as you all know, we've already come to you, since I've been here twice already, and said, hey, we had these to go bad. So, and my asking him the question just that he said of why is this happening, then I appreciate Adam coming up with this plan, and I hope you all are the same, that at least we have a plan now that hopefully we will be on plan to where it won't. And the bad thing is, these all were put in at the same time, so it's like they're all exploding at the same time, which is costing us the money. It appears like, well, why are they all breaking out? Well, this is when these 6 stations were put in relatively the same time.
07, 08,
Yep.
they're all starting.
So how many-
I heard you, and basically switching this kind of plan versus the cost of when it goes down and doing all the major work and everything, it's almost like a wash on the pricing.
Right, right, so if I send it off and they say, hey, this pump's still functional, but we're guessing, they're gonna give me a time frame, like what they see, how much life I have left in it. So when I send that 8-year-old pump off and Berger says, hey, you've got another year maybe, I'm gonna go ahead and put it back in and go to Duck and say, hey, I need this in the budget this year. I need the X amount to replace these pumps at this station. And then it's still pumping when we pull it out. We pull it out one by one, rebuild it, and keep the station running seamlessly. Instead of having one fail, send it off, wait 6 weeks, get it back, I mean, it's just,
You know, it's like, it's only cost is a wash.
right, yeah.
How many stations we got again? Pumps?
16, maybe 17, I think. One's 20, yeah, 16. So I think there was 10 or 12 when I came here. So.
Now, do all of them have 2 pumps or 1 pump?
Yes, I'm required to keep 2 pumps.
2 pumps,
For
yeah.
that reason, if one fails, I've got another pump there.
Right, right. Well, now, when you go into a station, would you be doing one and then after you do that one, do the companion one
Right,
before you move
right.
to the next station?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. It's still a little bit of a gamble because I'm pulling one out, but if
Right.
it breaks down, I'm pulling one out anyway. So,
Right, right.
Y'all got anything else for Adam?
I just wanted to thank him for coming up and being, with a solution and being proactive.
I do have one, and I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, no.
If you don't want to answer, then that's fine.
Ask it.
But having heard his presentation on the jet truck, you know, the combination going with the truck as opposed to keeping the tow and rebuilding it, what is your recommendation on that at this time?
At this time, I don't have one. Adam and I have spoke, and our options at this point, and he is starting to get pricing, as you saw in the book, but he and I both are looking at options that we hope to present by the budget this session. But we are looking at, as he said, to see if the leasing options are out there. The one company, the one thing he said, one thing that I would like to consider is one company we think, if we go with the leasing route, that would provide us equipment if it went down, is to see what the leasing option versus purchasing is. And even though we have said before, like with our patrol vehicles with Steve, we would rather purchase instead of finance, but because of the cost of these vehicles, is maybe consider financing instead of purchasing outright because of the cost factor. Also, because this is a different pool than our normal budgets to where we do pay for things, is to consider the financing. But I would say, because of our expenditures that we're looking at, with going with our long-term goals with wastewater, is to purchase equipment instead of rebuilding the trailer. I do think that there is value in having a truck instead of having a trailer that you pull behind, because then you still have to have a 550 or 450 truck and the trailer. So if we can have the truck and the equipment on the trailer, instead of having both, you're cutting 2 birds with 1 stone. So my initial thoughts are the truck and it all on there, that way you're not having to have both, is my initial thoughts. But at this point, that's kind of our thoughts, but until those numbers come back in to where we're able to give you these options and then substantiate why we went with that way, at this point, I honestly don't have a recommendation yet.
Okay.
Anything else?
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Adam, you sure
Thank
you
you,
want
Adam.
to take up the next slot?
Are you off? If you're offering, I would be love to have it.
Know any good jokes?
I can get you a prize for that, brief.
Do you all want to take a quick break now and then have these folks
Yeah.
come in, or do you want them in
Yeah,
first?
I think a break right now would be.
Okay,
Yeah.
sounds great. I'll have them come in, because they'll have handouts, and I'll have them in your place.
You said you told me that, I thought you wanted to hear it. You know what I mean?
Is your family gone on vacation or something? I don't read that comment about.
My wife went down to Florida, but.
A vacation or friends?
She just went to the doctor, so, she got a doctor down there looking at her knee.
Oh, okay.
But, she'll be back.
Oh,
this
just
evening,
be
so.
honest about it.
I usually
So you just the son and you were there at the house, I guess?
Well, my son's in college.
Well, yeah, that's right,
So
yeah.
he needs 2 dogs, so. That's it. I gotta take care of the dog.
I've been there a few times, just
Yeah,
with the dog.
yeah, yeah.
You're right.
It brings me into doghouse.
Literally.
How are you today?
Very well, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks very much.
That's just evil.
I'm coming back to get one.
Basically, you got your suction lines in the well already, I mean, you just be sitting, pumps, and, I mean, I never thought of that, honestly. Wow. Look at the box. Keeping up with this.
Payroll Pro. He's gonna be doing a presentation. We've had a couple of meetings with him and his company, and he has Kim with him. Well, I'll just let him do his presentation, and then I'll answer any questions and speak from the staff's perspective. Larry?
Thank you for having us. Kim Amick is my business partner in Payroll Pro. We're located in Mooresville, right across from the YMCA there. Homegrown in Mooresville. 3 generations, okay? If you'll go to the second page for me. We're here to talk about payroll, but we also consider human capital management as a global theme. Human capital management really encompasses the entire life of your employees and how we make that management more efficient for the organization. So it has various components, various phases, if you will, of that life cycle which goes around the wheel. If you'll go to the third page, and I'm going to go at a rapid pace, and if you have any questions, please stop me or tell me to slow down. The third chart talks to the modular approach that we use. And let me back up just a moment. We use the Ultimate Chronos technology platform, which is the leading software in the payroll industry. It's modularized in that we can select what we need to make you successful. But what I like to refer to that platform, a lot of the platforms are an inch deep and a mile wide. This is a mile deep and a mile wide. And the features and functions really are endless. So we have to look at each one of those capabilities and determine how we make that effective, or if we can make that effective in your organization. It allows us to change processes, decrease time, decrease the number of entries into the system, therefore reducing the number of keying errors. If you go to the third one, so you ask yourself, this is what I think you'd be interested in. Why do we look at workforce management? Why do we look at human capital management? There's a lot to say about labor costs, controlling labor costs. It's not just looking at budget to actual, it's controlling how that time is entered into the system. So if you have someone putting out, I worked 8 hours today, they came in at 8:30 and left at 4:30 or 3 o'clock, how do you know? In this system, it allows a clock, a punch clock. It's a virtual punch clock. And I'll explain that in just a moment, how they actually go in, either on a PC or a phone, many different devices that they can use to clock in and clock out. You can control that clock in, clock out with GPS technology. So there's a lot of control there over costs that you wouldn't otherwise have. You minimize compliance risk. So there's an HR component to this that allows you to manage the life cycle. So the recruiting, the interviewing, the onboarding of that particular employee, and then performance management. So you have performance management reviews, identification of issues, improvement plans. All of that is documented and retained in the database. So you're able to bring that up so that if you do have compliance issues that you need to address in the future, it's right there. It's all there. You can set it for action. So if you set a time clock to say, on this day, we need to take action, there's a reminder for you to do that. The next page talks to the security of the system. This is a cloud-based application. So that means for you, you can get access anywhere, anytime, as long as you have rights to get access to it. Which brings about another point. We can set the rights for view for departments. So for example, a department manager can only see their employees. County manager could see all of them. We can set those levels depending upon what your needs are. Approvals. Approvals are done electronically. We can have various levels of approvals. So we can have the department manager review the time and approve that. Goes to maybe Steve, the next approval, then maybe the county manager. Or town, sorry. My bad.
Sorry.
Yeah, we don't want to get rid of them yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Even though it'd be a nice promotion, you know.
Yeah, for him.
How about if I just went Ron, that'd be all right.
There you go.
You can just go with
It's
duck,
safe.
you can just go with duck.
There you go. There you go. What this system is, this is security behind it, so they have tightly secured, data centers with backup, as most any of the big applications have today. So there's redundancy there, plus just the privacy of the data itself. As we all know, that's growing in risk as we go through our maturation of the technologies. But one thing that this company has done is embrace that, that security at a very high level, because they understand that employee data should be kept private. One of the last things I'd like to do for you on this page, this is the use case. And I want to step you through, and I'm not going to go through every bullet point, but I want to step you through how the system works. Let's say you're recruiting someone, recruiting for an open position. This technology will allow you to interface with your website or a job board, whatever that job board is. The candidates will see that job listing, they will respond and apply in an automated environment, so they will key in all their information into an application. That application or those applications will be routed to that hiring manager. So the hiring manager has on their dashboard all the candidates that have applied. They go out and review all of those. That candidate's hired. All that data that was put in that recruiting process automatically populates into the payroll processing system. So you're cutting down on the error rate. That's what you're doing. So this system doesn't, it allows for just one entry. So once that person is on board, is going through the onboarding process, it's all electronic. So that person will get an email. They'll go to the email and they'll fill out the W-4, their NC-4, all their payroll information. If you have a handbook that you need them to review and sign off on, you can post that in there. Or any other important information that you want them to have and sign off on, it's all electronic. And it updates the hiring manager where that onboarding is at all times. So HR, for example, so the hiring manager can finish the onboarding process, it goes to HR, HR ensures that every step that they want to happen has already happened with the onboarding. The benefits, so those benefits can be posted in this application. If you allow the employees to pick from various benefit cafeteria plans, they can go and automatically select those. That then populates into the payroll processing system. So again, and existing employees could do that as well. Can make changes to the benefits. Let's go to the next page, which is the time labor management. There's a lot of efficiencies created here. So time labor management allows for clocking in and out. And again, just to repeat, that can be done on a phone, an iPad, a workstation, wherever that employee works. We talked about the police force here being able to clock in and out on their phone. Very easy to do. You don't have to put GPS constraints on them unless you feel like you need to. That's an option. And Kim, if I'm saying anything wrong, please.
No, you're.
Okay, slap my hand. But this system allows the clock in and clock out. It goes to, just imagine a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet. Clock in, clock out. It automatically determines the number of hours that's worked on that day. At the end of the pay period, the manager will be notified. You can approve, review and approve those times for all your employees. They go in, they approve those. If there are issues, they will resolve those before submitting that to the next level of approval. Okay, we can put in workflows for any degree of control you want before that payroll is actually released for processing. So Kim and her staff, once you say, I submit this, they take that, they do another level of review. I call it just a common sense review, right? So if we see 80 hours for a day, we know something's wrong, right? So there's sort of this common sense review that goes on. Then it's submitted for processing. From there, we process whatever the net pay is gonna be. We automatically direct deposit that into the employee's account. We draft the taxes that are due by the employee and the employer. We submit those to the taxing agencies, and we submit all of the reporting to the taxing agencies, including withholding, and unemployment, both federal and state level. So that's something that we do for you.
Does that include garnishments as well?
It does. But what, and that's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up. Because we'll track 401K, 457, paid time off. So if you have an accrual process, Steve, I can't remember, is it accrued for payroll? So whatever that accrual is, it actually shows on the pay stub and in the employee's portal how much they have earned and how much they've taken against that earned paid time off. And while I'm here, let's talk about that just a moment. So paid time off in a manual environment is probably an email, a phone call, say, look, I want to be off this day. In this environment, it allows the employee to post a request to their manager in the portal and say, I want to be off this day. That manager then approves or disapproves, and it goes into a bucket. And that bucket says, you've been approved for these hours on this day. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you, but your manager's approved it. So again, we can build workflows so that other managers can see what's been approved and what hasn't been approved, but you're tracking what's actually been earned on a continuous basis.
Larry?
Yes.
I don't remember us discussing it, but I'm sure it's in there. And I know the county does it, and they have Kronos, but a shared leave program. That's able to be tracked in this, right? Good.
Can I go back and ask another question?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about when they were hired, all this information goes into the system. What if they're not hired? Where does their information go?
That system, well, does it retain in?
It rejects at some point.
So we don't keep that information?
Right. It will, but it won't let it go forward to the next workflow process. You can have a questionnaire answer a question. If they answer no to a question, we can kick it back to a reject status.
Okay.
If it says yes, we can move it forward. So there are questions that you can stipulate and state what you want in the process.
Okay, great.
Which is a good point. You can post test, if you will. If you want to test them on their knowledge to see what their response is, you can actually do that too.
All right.
Yes, sir.
You talk about, like I would call it signing in on a computer or a phone. Where I work now, okay, it's my social security number and my finger. And that tells my employee what time I signed in and then what time I left. On a phone, say I work here, and I'm not gonna say what department I work in.
Right.
But I gotta be at work at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
Well, at 8:30, I'm on 77. What's stopping me from taking my phone out and signing in?
That's if we decide to do the GPS, that's how we set it up.
Right. You can lock it. You can require those people to be in this building or whatever building they work in.
Or
Before
certain
they-
IP address.
Go ahead.
We can either lock it into a certain IP address in the facility here, or, a radius of a GPS location, be outside of a 2-mile radius before clocking in.
Okay, thank you.
Larry, let me
Yes,
ask you
sir.
a couple of questions, because first I'm gonna go back to the one that Ron was asking, then I wanna go back to the one that Lena was asking. On the accrual process for leave time, so this system could potentially, are you saying if there's a data input from, for example, if an employee at Statesville who's using Kronos and has an accrual for their leave, it could be picked up in Troutman, or we would have to use our own data input in order to
Right.
do that?
It would be. So each ownership, if you will, let's just talk about it. So you own your own database, which is not transferable to, just because they're on Chronos. Their walls, their safety walls set up so you'd have to key all of that.
That's what I was hoping you said.
Kim, am I right on
Yes,
that?
that's correct.
Okay,
They have certain pods
Right.
yeah,
that they put clients on. So one could be on pod 3, can't cross over to pod 5.
yeah.
And so forth, but still restrictions completely with
So staying within those pods and those walls to a certain extent, this, the data that's on Kronos in the cloud, does it have a records management tool as a part of that? So where I'm going is, if an employee, to Lena's example, comes in, or, well, a candidate comes in, goes on the system, does the application, is not hired, what is the records management piece of that? So where is that data, right? And who owns that data, who controls that data, and where is it going, right?
Right.
So if there's a discrimination suit because we didn't hire that individual based on their application, where is that data?
That's a good point.
It's,
Can we print applications
yeah,
off of that?
yeah.
We did have retention of the year. Help us.
And it stays in the system. Just because it gets rejected doesn't mean it gets proved gone. No, it's still a tracking scenario where it stays.
Well, I'm kinda in the legal field too.
Okay.
At some point, I don't want that data,
Right.
all right?
So you want to.
I wanna,
So you wanna purge it.
at some
At some
point,
point.
right, so
So
based
you
on
have
our
that.
records management policy, at some point, that data needs to go.
Yeah, and so you can set your own rules about that and make, for example, HR responsible for making those decisions. So they're ultimately hitting the delete button
Okay,
whenever you want to do that.
Yeah.
And think of this system as one employee, one record. And that record is all the activity associated with that. So you delete that employee, you delete
right,
everything else.
right, so again, I think it's even more important that we have a records management policy, even more so,
Agreed.
so that on both ends, so sometimes you wanna delete the record, other times you don't wanna delete the record. So you need to follow that policy, because if you delete the record, then you've gotta recreate it, which can be problematic, particularly if you, again, it can be problematic, and they all kinda know what I'm talking about. And other times you wanna make sure that that record is gone.
Right, absolutely. The power of the system is actually doing the documentation, so it's a great point. Discrimination, why you didn't hire me, based on whatever discrimination they're thinking is. In your interviewing and process, or your recruiting process, you identify specific questions you need to ask legally, those will be retained as well. Yeah. All right. I want to move to the portals and give you a visual. We talked about clocking in, clocking out. If you will go to the last page, this is the dashboard.
Before you get there,
Yes, sir.
just make sure that everybody knows that, you all have all W-2 forms
Yeah,
at the end of the year.
yeah, that's a good point, Ron. We handle all reporting. You don't, there's not any reporting you have to do, there'll be no payments. We are, working on an interface with the state to upload, the retirement program data. So there's nothing that you'll have to do other than upload, files.
And touching base on the W-2 situation, we do print paper copies and issue those out, but they're also available on the portal. So an employee can go in and say, oh, I lost it. They can go in and get their own W-2.
And they can change their withholding status on the system as well.
Absolutely.
they can, you can set those rules. And there are various rules that we would recommend you, so for example, limit what they can change. So for example, bank account. So next thing you know, we're getting a kickback from the bank that says the bank account number is wrong, or they entered the routing numbers, it counted. There are certain rules that we would highly suggest that you would use to control based on, you know, pushing it to HR to do that entry. But they can, we can open up as much of the rules as you want. Yeah. On this portal, I mean, yes, this is the employee portal. There's a lot of data. You can customize this to let the employees see as much or as little as they want. This can be a manager portal, this can be an administrator portal, and you can load in the information as you see fit. But if you look up in that corner, top right corner, that's the clock. So it doesn't matter if they're on a phone, a PC, whatever type of device they're on, they're gonna get access and clock in, clock out, right there. So there's no guessing, no guesswork. When they clocked in, they were here, and when they clocked out, they were here. Okay? There's other information that you can, say you have announcements you wanna make to all employees, you simply post it to announcements. So, and when you post an announcement, they'll get an email notification there's something out there, okay? So if it's something you want them to go read and sign, you can make that happen too, but normally it's just general information. So inclement weather, we're gonna be closed, right, for example. But you can do that with just a simple post rather than picking up the phone and calling 50 employees.
Let me ask about automated reporting. Do you have any automated reporting that can go to managers?
Automated reporting, we can customize. Kim, I'll let you address that.
This is, the platform you're looking at right now is like in a recruiter standpoint employee looking at. It could be HR person, you can specify your needs as to what you want to see on your dashboard, absolutely. Now, the employee will just have a basic timesheet. I mean, the time clocking in and out, their announcements, and their pay stubs normally. You know, we can set up the accrual too, just very basics for the, you know, minimal. But then based on everyone's individual needs, we can set whatever it is you want in the dashboard.
One of the biggest advantages, I think, for an employee, they get the direct deposit, but they want to be able to see their stuff. So you don't have to deliver to them, they just go here, fill it out, they see it, they're satisfied or not. Okay? So again, we can put a lot of information in here. One of the things in the bottom right corner, left corner, you have some information around.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
accrual.
So we're talking about the paid time off. This tracks it, so the employee actually sees it and they know what they have. Okay?
Does that show up on their W-2 as well, or not W-2, but their pay stub?
Pay
It
stub.
does.
Yes.
It does.
Yeah.
We can put it on there, we can not put it on there, it's completely how would you like, but yes, it does show the pay stub.
Any other questions on the portals? And I'll finish up with my last part of the use case. And this goes to your question about performance evaluation. You can establish whatever rules in that performance evaluation you see fit by policy. So if you require, whatever period of time you require evaluations to be done, in whatever format you want them done, whatever approval process you want to put in there, we can develop that workflow for you so that it pings one to another process until it finalizes, probably with HR, right, approving everything. But the nice part about this is that as managers, you can see the performance evaluation and then manage your compensation plan from that. So you don't have to arbitrarily make compensation decisions at a global level. You may want to make them at an individual level.
So, Larry, couple things. So one is, don't see the 401K on here, so I assume it's in one of the top areas.
If that's
Have it
big,
dropped
we
down.
can put that on there, we can.
Okay, so on the, performance management piece, will it generate a report, if you will, of, say, at the end of the annual review period, it will say 100% of the reviews were complete, 80% were complete, or?
Yes, it will give you a
That data.
status where you're at with whatever process.
Okay,
It will, it'll keep you updated as, okay, you've had 3 completed today, you've got 400, or, 40 pending in some kind of form process, for
Okay.
example. Mhm.
Okay. That is what I planned to present to you. If you have any other questions, we can get into the weeds on this, or we can kind of leave that with you to digest. I'll just end by saying, this is a very powerful system. So what we've talked about today, that's the ants deep. We can go a mile deep on this thing. There's a lot of features and functions. We have to consider the cost benefit of doing all that. So unless we can demonstrate we're helping you save money or improving efficiencies, there's no reason to do it. But just the fact that data is passing and doesn't have to be rekeyed or put in a file cabinet, right, and it's doing it in an automated, rule-based format.
Does anybody have any questions?
Who
So-
else is using this system around here?
I'm sorry?
Who else is using this system around here?
Iredell County.
Okay, that's
Yep.
right.
Yeah, and we have 125 companies here in the area using it, like right now.
I'm with a small company that uses it.
Kronos, it is a very powerful, Kronos developed the payroll processing piece of this. Ultimate software merged with Kronos recently to create Ultimate Kronos. Ultimate was a workflow software company, so they teamed together to make that even more powerful than what it was. Kronos is by far one of the best, most powerful software processing platforms in the industry.
So we've got a fairly large HR department, but I'm gonna ask Steve, do you see this as a benefit?
I'm very interested in the time management aspect of it, of the tracking, the clocking in, clocking out would be a big benefit. The HR aspect of it, I see as a big positive. Like Larry rightly pointed out, is that it's cost benefit. We need, it's one aspect we haven't really discussed, so waiting on that end of it to really make more of a decision.
So there are various tiers, cost levels, and various tiers of how deep or how shallow,
Yes,
so to
sir.
speak,
Yeah.
we want to get into it.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Very modularized, so, and what so full disclosure, we want to make sure that we have all those integration points covered before we come back to you with a hard and fast proposal. We have a couple of integration points with upstream reporting that Steve and I and Kim have worked on, and we want to check that box, yes, that we can do that before we move forward. And we should have that pretty soon, and with a proposal.
And to me, just to explain to council, just in my short time here, and just as the mayor said, this system is already tried and true with a lot of bigger companies, and as our town grows, it's something that we need to tighten up in-house, and without being public with things that's in-house, we need to make sure, as Larry has already said, just by the mere fact that you can take some information that once it's in the computer one time, and then it's not laid out on a table for people to see that's walking by. It's not in paper copied forms that other people can see. It's not in a file cabinet here. It's not laid out there. That in itself is significantly important to me. And just as we have already started talking about some HR pieces, that you are accountable for those things. We are in a modern time to where you're gonna have to be accountable to what happened to that application and why was this there. And the fact that you can go and get it and retrieve it if it's needed, that's important, accountability wise. And there's some more pieces that we could go in depth if we needed to be, that it's important. We have different departments that are here and there. Accountability as far as clocking in and clocking out, and being flexible in how that's done, that's important. No offense meant to any employee in this town, but we all have different abilities of when we are clocking in and when we are clocking out. And this system allows you to do that differently, but respectfully, that we all are accountable. It allows us as managers to then be able to be accountable for our employees when they're taking vacation and when they're not, without having to keep up with a paper method. And quite frankly, this day and time, that's a little bit archaic. So if somebody wants to send a message that I'm taking vacation, or I'm gonna take, this time off, it goes into a system that other people can see. We're still small enough to where we can't allow multiple employees off at the same time. So if it's in a system to where we see that people are off, okay, now we know that people are off. So just like Larry pointed out, if certain managers have access and we see that employees are off, then they know that, okay, we've got too many people off that time, I won't request off. And like he also said, if time's approved off, that employee may change their mind and they don't need the time off, but at least it's approved there. So until they actually take off, then there's definitely pieces there that are worthwhile, but us doing that frees up. Also, just in our time that as Steve gets busy with his jobs, and once he retires this year, whoever takes his place, they can focus more on what a finance person is supposed to do instead of the HR aspects of the job that Steve has been doing. So it frees up several things there that, to me, this win-wins for us going forward.
This is a conversation that several of us have had since 2016.
Yes, sir.
And that was the thing caught my ear, I should say, straight on, when Larry started talking that we are geared to Troutman's level. We're getting into a contracted HR department function, as opposed to having one hour in-house full-time. We're contracting it out, and we're starting as Troutman needs in piecemeal, if you will, and I mean that constructively, based on what Troutman's needs are, and obviously that'll grow as town grows. But I like it for that purpose, in that we're getting into something that, as you say, as time goes on, we're needing it more and more, for liability purposes and just good management, personnel management. And I think that's what's being presented here, and I'm glad to see that we are taking that first step. Even if it's contracting outside, that we're doing what we need to do to move forward and prepare for that one day when all this will probably come in-house, when Troutman is 15, 20 years from now large enough to support an in-house personnel department.
The liability factor of our employees' information and the potential employees' information, to me, is the part about this. The fact that Kronos is tried and true through major, large corporations, and that we can get this piece through contracted services, to me, I quite frankly, I didn't think we would be able to afford it. If Larry comes back with crazy numbers, we still might not be able to afford it, but I'm gonna press upon him that he get there where we can afford it, and then hopefully we can do business.
You hear that, sir?
I do. What that means is I need to take my trip to Barbados out of that.
Or go ahead and take it now and charge it to the county.
There is a little beach down at Carowinds called Barbados Beach, and he can go right there.
We got you covered.
Thank you.
Well, I do want to make one comment, Paul, and that is that this is an HR information system that helps HR departments manage the human capital. Right? And so it doesn't necessarily get fully to our question around needing full, capable HR support.
Correct.
Over time as we grow
And that's why I was carefully trying to say
Yeah,
meter,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
first step,
Yeah.
start,
Yeah.
I understand, you're exactly, yes, sir,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, again, it's a great tool in order to help manage that process. Not,
Thank you
not,
very
not that I know anything about HR, I'm just.
We stay out of the HR department.
Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, you pass it.
Steve? And they said hurry, they're hungry.
Can I ask you a quick question while Steve is coming?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the only company that you, look at?
It is the only one we have so far, yes. They were the only local.
Not that I saw anything wrong, I was
No,
just
no,
asking if we could look at other companies.
In my asking counterpart states for Iredell County and Mooresville, they all do in-house, but in referring to their staff members, these were the only company that they were aware of that did anything within Iredell County. I didn't want to delve out into some neighboring counties that had something, I wanted somebody local. We have some contracted services that are here, that are 2 and 3 counties away that have been a little problematic, so I wanted somebody that was local.
Gotcha.
And Linda, to that point, we have looked at somebody in the past, that was outside the county, but they were basically saying that they could service us, but they were outside the county.
Okay.
But that's been a few years ago.
Yeah.
A couple of managers ago.
Thank you, Steve, that may take up your time.
No, that's fine. I think we're already well into Jonathan's time, so, we'll keep this very brief. I was asked to talk a little bit about our facility needs, and, it sounds like maybe there are already some plans in place, so, but as most of you know, and we do have some newer people on the board, and I'll give you a history lesson on that. You all know that we are getting very seriously pressed for space. In fiscal year 2006 and 07, Central Iowa Council of Governments undertook a space analysis, which showed the then current and future requirements that staff would need to provide the necessary services for our citizens. In 2009, we had an architect, John Fuller, provide some concept drawings for expansion of this town hall, which would accommodate our administrative staff needs, increase police department needs, and also some vacant space that we could rent out and to provide cash flow until we needed it ourselves for internal use. Since that time, we've talked about this several times, with various different avenues proposed, from the proposed expansion of Mr. Floor provided. We talked about leasing the Bank of America building, we talked about leasing the old Galaxy building. We bought a building on Wagner Street, there's some discussion about using it internally or for other needs or other purposes. And then there's been other ideas kicked around. And unless there's something going on I'm not fully aware of, we're not really any closer than we were in 2006. So we have serious storage issues and staffing needs now, and we don't have any place to put any. So it really comes down to making a decision between building or buying a facility or renting or leasing some space. And we know the Bank of America building and Galaxy buildings are both off the market, and if you look around town, you're probably not gonna find a lot of available square footage. Some listings that I've seen in Statesville and Mooresville that Jonathan helped come up with. Lease space runs anywhere from $6.50 a square foot for really undesirable space, anywhere up to $29.50 per square foot per year for rent. And if you're you just average those two numbers and say you're gonna lease 5,000 square feet, that'd be $90,000 annually in just lease payments. And anything we would look at would probably need extensive renovations to meet
our needs, or to bring it up to code and accessibility requirements. That would mean using cash on hand that would only really benefit the owner when you would stop leasing the building. One temporary Band-Aid, again, that Jonathan suggested, was to move some mobile units onto the site here, and we have actually talked about that in the past when Mr. Troutman was on board, moving some mobile units on site, and there are some that don't even require plumbing, and those cost anywhere from $450 to $650 a month, that we put in place and then removed when they were no longer needed. That could get us a few offices to alleviate the space crunch while we're looking at a permanent solution. But in my opinion, the only reasonable course is to build either on the current site or other property that we would come up with. You're able to design it specifically to what you need, and it's yours, and then it doesn't revert back to somebody else in the lease side. I checked around the interest rates that we would be able to get through our financial institutions. Are probably going to be below 3% a year. They prefer somewhere in a 10-year range. They would not guarantee anything past 10 years, but you could finance for 10 years or for 15 years with the first 10 being guaranteed and then be renegotiated after that. But on our recent street projects and so forth, we've done 10 years and it's worked out pretty well for us. And then you'd have a paid for building and no rent that you're paying. Few numbers I'd like to throw out just to let you know that I really feel like this is viable, affordable for us. In the past 4 years, our valuation has increased 21%. In the same 4-year time, our available fund balance has increased 182%. We've gone from having $935,000 of available fund balance to $2,640,000. So our budget has been growing, our savings have been growing, so we have current loans that are being paid down, and so, we have available funding to provide the capital for loan payments, so I say lease payments. Again, as I said, you're looking at below 3% loans. And our debt margin, that's not a term you hear every day, but there is a state statutory requirement that you can't have more than 8% of your valuation tied up in debt. You don't want to get anywhere near that 8%, but you could technically go that higher. Ours is currently less than 1%. It's 0.77% of your valuation. So, we've got plenty of room that our budget will support additional payments. You heard Benji talk about the homes that are coming. We've got about 2,000 in some form of process, procedure, approval procedure, either already approved or coming very soon for approval, like Whitehall Village and Westmoreland Village have been mentioned. But 2,000 future homes is going to put a strain that it takes people to service those homes. And we're getting new inquiries just about every day on it. We're also getting increased interest in commercial and large warehousing facilities, and so we need to make sure that we have got the staffing and the space available to service all that. That's really all I had, other than if you've got questions about current debt or
Well, so first of all, when was this building built?
this building was built in 1990.
And have we done any significant upgrades to this building?
We have added the 4 offices at the back end of the hall when David Salute was here. We re-roofed it, but other than that, it's pretty much as it was built, if I'm not mistaken. I was on the board then.
When did they do the 4 offices?
I was not, that was, that was that, David was town manager, that was not on, when he was town
That
manager.
was around 2010, 08 or 9,
Okay.
10, somewhere in that area. We had the 4 offices. We also talked about, or he talked about enclosing the drive-through on where our window is now, but, you know, just adding one office at this.
It was 2008 that the offices were added. Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, and, you know, I keep hearing this, and my understanding is, for several reasons, is to find separate quarters for our police department. For several reasons, not just the space, but also some other reasons as well. So, if we could find space for our police department, other space, outside of town hall, would that be of tremendous help, or would we still need to expand town
It would
hall
be
in addition?
temporary. I think it would be temporary. It would pick up basically 3 offices. We get the patrol office in front, we get, Corey's office just beyond it, and then the one back here in the kitchen. So you get a little bit of storage space and 3 offices.
It wouldn't, if the police department moved out today and we had the staff that we needed, and we would discuss it later, but we can do it now. If we moved the police department out today and we had all the staff that was needed right now, this town hall's still not big enough. Even for you all's meetings, to have normal meetings, this room is not big enough. So it's not big enough today to meet our normal day-to-day business today.
And I think you go, you know, post-COVID, kind of to your point, start adding all these additional developments and so forth. I think this room gets overused. Jonathan's bringing in, you know, developers and trying to lay things out and see things, and
We have no
it's-
meeting space.
yeah, no formal other meeting space other than this one conference room, per se. Otherwise, it's in somebody's office and everybody's trying to manage that. So I think to Ron's question, this space just is not adequate enough feature-wise for us to have a town hall that, you know, will service, I don't know, so many more people. Kim?
Our storage and our secured storage is mostly, I mean, we have to run, especially when you get it in the vaults, I'm putting minifoots on top of minifoots, I mean, it's just.
That stuff has to be, you know, fireproof, protected, and it's just, that even is not considered.
Does that include the
Space.
evidence storage here, or
That's a separate.
is that a separate?
The police department's, their own words, evidence has been mismanaged for so many years. It is, at a critical point right now, and they are trying to get on top of it and get it handled, but we don't have a time frame as to when that will be appropriate just to get evidence caught up to speed the way it should be. But evidence requirements and the way that they handle evidence and the backlog of cases is getting worse. It is not getting better. So even though that they're trying to get rid of evidence that has been mismanaged for so many years, it is still getting further in the hole. So they're not getting daylight to it, even though they are trying to handle it. So our evidence room is a disaster, but they are trying to handle it. So I'm not trying to bash our current people that's handling it now. That's a problem that they inherited, and they are aware of it, and they're trying to handle it, but there's just, you can just shovel so fast.
Yeah, right.
But yes, we need to quadruple the size of our evidence room just to handle appropriately. We do not have, as the entire staff can tell you, we come in here some days and it almost makes me want to go and get blood tested because of what we smell. And that's not appropriate for town staff. I mean, it's really not. That room is not appropriately vented, and it really concerns me for staff's well-being, as to how bad it is here. And I asked them, can we get some airtight containers for evidence, but then they don't have room to put the airtight containers in there to put the evidence in.
So no mandatory drug test today.
No, sir.
All right.
Well, this is just
And
an
we're having brownies for lunch.
This is just an option I'm gonna throw out there. It's been in the back of my head since I saw this on a local TV, 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, and I don't recall the town where it was, but it's local to us. They're moving their town facilities to a strip mall. And they're fixing up their strip mall. So I got to thinking, I don't know how much is available at the fairgrounds strip mall, but I thought, hey, some of those places are empty, and I don't know how feasible that is, but I just wanted to throw that out there as an option.
Well, later today, you all will get to make a motion for some good news to help us out with some spacing, I think.
That's why I prefaced what I said on the previous remark this morning, when you talked about
So,
every meeting after meeting.
yeah, so Steve, last question, for me is, I know we were setting aside a small amount for,
Facilities.
yeah, in our capital. How much is in there today?
Facilities has, 130,000, and I think 70 to go in this year, so basically 200,000.
I do have one more question, but it doesn't have anything to do per se with what you said today. Going back to your report from Friday, you had departments with percentages from last year and maybe 2019, or what's happened so far this year. Would you explain what those percentages are?
Just what they've spent to date this year and compared to the same point of last year
Okay,
through, I guess, end of January last year.
right.
Something like that.
I thought that's what it was, but I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
Any more for Steve? Jonathan is up next. You all are scheduled for lunch at 11:30, and it was gonna go until 1. Adam has employees on the way to pick up our lunch. Jonathan, you think you can do about a 20 or 25 minute deal?
I would be happy to do my best.
Awesome. Is that all right with you all if he goes ahead and proceeds?
Sure.
Okay. And it's a little bit chillier today than we had hoped. We was going to try to do lunch at the pavilion so that we could be open air and everybody be great due to the COVID. But you all are welcome, as he gets ready to do his thing, you all are welcome to stay here if you would prefer due to the temperature. Or you all are welcome to go to the pavilion, but it's gonna be grilled chicken with various dressings and banana pudding, or we got hot dogs and what was that salad? Waldorf salad, whichever you prefer, or you can have both if you're real hungry, but that's what the lunch is coming, but.
Then you won't need dinner, right?
That's right. But either place you would prefer to eat is fine. We got plenty of room here for distancing, it just depends on your comfort level, and, but you are up, Jonathan.
Thank you, Ron, and it's a pleasure being here today. I wanted to, before I start with my remarks, I just wanted to provide a little anecdotal information, and it has to do with what our conversation with Steve just concluded with. During our mid-morning break, I just happened to go back into my office, and my office I actually share, as some of you know, with our code compliance person. He was having to hold a compliance hearing in the office, and I think there were about 5 people in a tiny little office, because of the space restrictions here. So just anecdotally, it's interesting, we're talking about space, and once again, we experienced.
For the validation.
I think that was Jonathan's way of saying, I need a bigger office. No, we got it. I think we got it.
We're all in this together, and
Yeah.
and I understand that. So what I attempted to do here, and I think part of what I had wanted to go over this morning, was touched on by Steve, and before that was touched on by Benji. And I think it's pretty obvious to all of us, but I don't want to state the obvious, but I will anyway. Looking at the kind of growth that we are seeing out the window here, or driving around town, is pretty impressive, and it's pretty frightening at the same time. Whether you look at kind of the low end, which is Steve's numbers, 2,000 approved dwelling units, town approved, ready to go, or Benji was at kind of the upper end, 3,000. It really depends on, let's take a shot at a midpoint there. What that really does, and I did kind of the back of the napkin evaluation of this, population-wise, by the end of the decade, the town of Troutman may be home to 3 times as many people as are living here today. I find that pretty frightening and overwhelming, and I'm assuming you do too. So a lot of that has to do with how you plan for this growth and this change, and we narrow down a little bit and talk about the planning function, the narrower planning function within the town. And I like to think of it in sort of 2 different buckets. We've got the land development approval piece. I provide staff to the Planning and Zoning Board and the Board of Adjustment Design Review Board, and on planning and land development matters, I also provide support to you guys as well, town board. We conduct reviews of rezoning applications, subdivision plans, concept plans, site plans, design review for commercial and industrial buildings. That's a lot on the plate. But in addition to that, and I think what I did in my little handout in your packet is I tried to bullet some of the non-land development review and approval types of longer-term planning issues and topics that I've observed since my arrival here in August are paramount to the success of the town moving forward. In addition to just trying to keep up with responding from a customer service perspective of the calls and the inquiries and the applications and so on and so forth. We also have the strategic plan, which the town adopted, as you know, about 2 years ago. And we want to make sure that that maintains its currency and relevancy and pertinency. And when I say that, I want to drill down a little bit and look at some of the implementation recommendations that were contained within that document that really goes beyond the land use plan, which I think all of us look at all the time. It's hanging in here, it's hanging in my office, it's on our website. But they also talked about some other nuances and sort of byproducts of the strategic plan. And I listed a few of these that are, frankly, I think gone a little bit dormant since, at least since my time here. I'm talking about, what's happening with our downtown. What's happening with regard to taking a closer look at the US 21 corridor. Our corridors coming into and out of our town, and are we treating them appropriately? What about our
internal street connections, and I'm not talking about the major roadways, I'm really talking about the secondary roadways, and are we devoting a sufficient amount of attention to how to preserve those and improve those, or where they don't exist and they need to create those. There was also mention of some specific areas that perhaps requires some additional planning work, small area plans like the exit 42 area, the downtown area again, the State Park Gateway area over on the west side of town. Given another example that is not specifically called out in the strategic plan, but I think it's received a certain amount of attention, at least since I've been here, and that is the issue of the fairgrounds and what role the fairgrounds have been playing in the past within the town, within the county, within the larger region. And is that a facility or a resource that has some greater potential for greater utilization? And what does that mean to the, the land uses around the fairground itself? What does it mean to the roadway network? And what does it mean to other town services and functions that pertain to that? Sally mentioned the strip mall across from the fairground property there. What kind of implications does the future of the fairground have to properties like that, and are we appropriately responding to that to make sure that that will be successful in the future? I also have a few suggestions on what I call kind of pedal to the metal transportation planning and implementation items. I discovered when I got here there were a lot of transportation issues and topics and projects that are at varying stages, and they really require some additional attention. And quite frankly, the kind of attention that I should word this carefully, the kind of attention I'm capable and willing to pay, but the kind of attention that I just don't have the time to do. I know the mayor is our representative on the CRTPO, so I don't have to talk about the significance and the importance of looking at our transportation network regionally. We also have some of the recommendations within the Troutman alternative study that the board took a look at and endorsed the Main Street alternative in that a couple weeks ago. There are second tier recommendations in there that really deserve and require additional attention. We also have a transportation plan that is a dozen years old, and a pedestrian plan that's even older than that. Our pedestrian plan doesn't even include our entire planning area. It includes the extraterritorial jurisdiction and nothing any further than that. So there's some real limitations on that. When I look at development proposals and I open that pedestrian plan and there's something on the edge of town, it doesn't pertain. So I don't have any policy context within which to review that. But that's something that is, I think it is repairable and achievable and fixable, and it's something that got to give some thought to in the coming year. And finally, how do we pay for all of this? I think it's important for us all to look at how to most effectively and successfully provide funding for the various transportation projects that we know the town is needing, and we know the town can justify as part of this planning process, and there are funds out there if we're diligent and we're patient to pursue it. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
So a couple things, Jonathan. Number one is, so I know, I'm assuming census data hasn't come back just yet. Do we anticipate when that will be? And coming to that point is, what is our, number one, population growth rate? And just, I mean, do we have some calculation of kind of what our growth rates, you know, is in terms of just overall growth in the town of Troutman, say over the last 5, 10 years, and what are we projecting? I heard you say, you know, probably 3 times where we're at today, but kind of give us some concrete, what does that really mean?
That can be answered, Mayor, on a number of different levels and in a number of different ways. And, you know, I've done population projections for different communities for a few decades now. And I will tell you, the only thing that is certain is that whenever you project a population, you know that it's not gonna be accurate when you say, we're gonna be at, you know, X number by 2030, unless you're extremely lucky. You're gonna be off by a little to a lot. The State Demographer does estimates on population for every city and county and town within the state of North Carolina. And the U.S. Census Bureau does their American Community Survey, which is estimates every 2 years, in between the census years. So I think the latest that the American Community Survey has a number for is 2018, which, you know, in this environment, 2018, it might as well be, you know, 1918, right? But I can pull those numbers together for you. It might be applicable or relevant to do it like a straight line extrapolation. I could certainly do that. The issue, the availability of local information, my understanding is, and it seems to keep changing, but as of about a week ago, I was hearing that it was going to be late summer before the actual local data is going to be available.
I had heard September, sometime around September.
Yeah.
Yeah, to the point to where they're having to possibly delay, you know, certain municipality elections
Yeah.
that are based on precinct.
Well, I know there's a bill
District
introduced for that purpose.
Excuse me?
There's a bill in Raleigh to do just that, to
Right. Yes, sir.
delay municipal elections, so.
Well, now,
That's all tied in together.
I understand the Census Bureau at times gives out preliminary figures ahead of official figures.
Right.
Have you seen anything from Census Bureau on that for Troutman?
Well, that would have been the American Community Survey, and what they would have done is they take a look at various economic factors. I think they look at economic activity, and they look at things that we don't have access to, such as where employees submit their W-2, their tax returns, and locationally, and they use that kind of data to come up with these estimates, and that's what they really are, is estimates. And the most recent of those would be, like I said, would be 2018, but it's still just an estimate.
Is that where you got your 3 times now, which would be around, what, 11, 12,000?
What I did with that was I took a look at the number of what I will call pipeline projects that haven't been built out, and projects that have been approved, or some of the projects that are coming in that I will be bringing to you in the form of rezonings in the next couple of months. I took a look at some county data, some county level data, because they also do, I probably should have mentioned this, they also do population estimates by town and by ETJ as well. You're able to derive your average household size, the average number of people per household. And if you have that, and if you have the number of dwelling units, and you have a baseline population, where are we right now, you can, like I said, back of the napkin, do some rough math and come up with some preliminary rough numbers that are probably gonna be off, but they're not gonna be, 100% off. And it's based on some kind of logic. It's based on development activity, what you've got already, and your household size. So those are the 3 big factors. like I said, I could pull some stuff together and, again, it's gonna be rough and preliminary, but if, you know, if the board's interested in something, I can put a little worksheet together and, you know, put that out there.
Well, I know, I'm sorry, I was getting ready to say, I know at one time, and this may go back to when Erica was with us, I heard the term 30,000 thrown out by, what, 2030 or something, or 2040? The term 30,000, which I thought was really, you know, optimistic, but again, I think the point being, the town is, you know, is busting loose and will continue to bust loose at the seams in terms of growth over the next 20 to 30 years, to say the least.
I've seen actually an exercise, and one of Benji's maps in here sort of reminded me of an exercise I seen years ago. It's the map that shows the larger undeveloped tracts of land. What he was trying to do was come up with a long-term, you know, how much sewer and water capacity would we need. And you can get there by saying what they refer to as build-out, you know, assuming that every community has a sufficient amount of land, and when that land is done, it's built out, right? And the number of dwelling units being constructed takes a nosedive, I'm being overly dramatic. And then the population numbers stabilize because there's no place else to grow. And I think some of those exercises are more towards, you know, where are we gonna be in 2050? Well, I know where I'm gonna be in 2050. It's not here. But you can use those exercises using vacant and developable land and the current zoning of the land and a whole series of other assumptions to come up with a number that's frighteningly high.
Yes, yes. That's true. When I heard that number, I was, even though they were speaking obviously, you know, not next year or whatever, it really caught my attention, and as you can tell, it stuck with me for some time.
And you know what, that number may be accurate, but, I mean, the good news is, most of us won't be around to see it.
It's true, it's true.
Well, I don't know where they're all going to stay, but okay. So, question on here, you have the Troutman pedestrian plan, that's also the bike plan as well. That was done, updated in '08.
Right, you know, there's
Or is it separate?
there's a transportation plan and there's a separate pedestrian plan.
Right. But I'm just, the pedestrian plan, does that include bikes as well?
They're separate.
They're separate, okay.
Now, you know, as you know, Mayor, as over time transportation planning has gravitated to where you don't have a roadway plan over here, a pedestrian or bicycle plan over here. They're becoming more integral with one another.
Yeah. From a timing perspective, what do you see as the timing to try to update some of this, particularly around the pedestrian? Because I know we talk about sidewalks and that sort of thing, but several years ago, we spent a lot of time on sidewalk and bike pedestrian or movement within the town. I don't think we talked, there's not been a whole lot of movement, to your point, on transportation, which is why I think we haven't talked a whole lot about sidewalks and that sort of thing, but, you know, we continue to talk about Talley Street and others that we've gotta do. Is it time to update that section of our transportation plan at this point? I mean, it's, you know, more than 12 years old, so.
Yeah, I think it's both of the above. And then you don't deal with a transportation plan over here and a pedestrian plan over here and a bicycle plan over, they're all integrated. I mean, you know, the issue of people are now saying that they're now referring to the new lexicon is the use of the term multi-use path, and I think that the alternative study actually used that term. Most recently, I've heard it numerous times, but they're talking about, you know, bicycles and pedestrians using the same pathway, much the same way a greenway is used up here, rather than trying to separate them. You know, well, the pedestrians go over here and the bicycles should stay over here. You know, they have more similarities than differences.
And sometimes they're integrated into the transportation plan, allow the bikes to be used on the road.
Very much so.
Right, yeah.
In general, are our developments, are they progressing now? I know they slowed down at the heights of the pandemic last year, 2020, but are you seeing a pickup now with developments that have been approved? Are you seeing a pickup in developing, in building, and turning of dirt, if you will? Getting the necessary paperwork to complete, to start turning dirt? I mean, are you seeing an improvement or still a sort of a level stagnation?
It's a little too early to tell that. I do know that at the very front end, where you're talking about people making inquiries or asking questions, that more often than not result in a formal submittal for some kind of town approval. That seems to be picking up. You know, I know it's still pretty cold outside and we're still, you know, wearing masks and stuff like that. Oh, here it is, okay. What's a little frightening to me is when we can put the masks down and when it starts getting warm out, you know, I think it's gonna get even busier around here. I just, my gut is telling me that.
If I can say something, sorry, but, really Falls Cove and Sutter's Mill in particular, they never slowed down.
Yeah.
They didn't slow down at all, they kept going wide open.
Or even
And
Sanders
if you
Ridge.
was- Yeah, Sanders Ridge
Yeah.
has been
Even who?
steady.
Sanders Ridge, they've been steady.
But
The one behind
you've seen
the
what they're doing there
charter school.
behind the charter school,
that's Withers Creek.
Withers Creek.
Yeah, that thing is.
And then
that's
the one
great.
on Tally's Nuts.
Yeah.
Colonial
Yeah.
Crossing, those things are really.
Yeah, they've cleared land on Tally Street.
Yeah.
And the next phase of Falls Cove, they're
Yeah.
doing clearing and.
It's already, it's going up autumn leaf. So, I mean, if you
I don't
drive
think
around the
anything's
town,
slowed
it's,
down, really.
I mean,
As a matter
you,
of fact, I think.
it was a point where people were coming in,
Because of
asking
COVID.
for development opportunities and, you know, we approved the development and, you know, 6 months later, those things are coming, they're online. I mean, so, again, you can see, I mean, there are houses being built. So to that point, I mean, you know, if you look at Falls Cove alone, I mean, if you ride in that Falls Cove community, the number of houses that are in there is, I mean, from a year ago, it's crazy, okay? And so then you add on some of these other developments, and there's no waiting. I mean, those times are over.
A good indicator of where we're at. In 2015, I was adding water to West Vermillion Pump Station to keep the pumps turning the wet.
Yeah, I remember that, sure, yeah, several.
Okay, I mean,
yeah.
the wet well was going septic, and I was having to run water in it because we're so under capacity for that station.
Yep.
And now we're talking
Now,
about upgrading it.
we are at capacity, and that's 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I mean, that's a lot. That's a huge station that we're now at capacity with.
Yesterday, the mayor and I was on EDC Zoom meeting, and last year, they were averaging, for the total year, they were averaging basically 6 to 7 calls per month for business projects. This year, there's 17. So it hasn't slowed down.
That's-
It has increased exponentially.
Yeah.
Over 100%.
Well, and to what Jonathan just said, if it's doing that now with the pandemic still with us officially,
Yeah.
what's gonna happen in the next 6 months when the vaccines, you know, and the herd immunity have set in and people have put the mask down, weather's warm, you know, is it gonna be like, you know, somebody's gonna have to hold the door shut because of the people coming in? Which leads me, and I don't know, you may wanna cut me off, Duck, and put this another time, which leads me to the question, you know, assistance, and I know you're working on it, but assistance for when that onslaught does happen, even though I know they could probably use help now, but even more so in 6 months or so, when that onslaught we're anticipating hits the door. You know, we obviously, I know what's coming up, but that's just a thought I guess I'm putting into, and you probably already thought about it, I know, and Jonathan too, but a thought process that we've got to tackle by budget time. Again, I know you made changes, but someplace we're gonna have to we're gonna have to plan long-term for those things. Additional personnel as opposed to me moving some people around, some additions back, in that department, and I know find space too, there, as well as find space. And these things that are not 5 or 10 years out, these are things that are within the next 12 months.
Jonathan, we created a job description and it's, if not this coming week, it will be the week after we are proceeding with advertising for that slot. So it is coming. And he's the guy with the experience to say this is what that slot needs to be. But it absolutely is coming.
Yeah. And we've gotta find space.
Well, he said his life will work for the
Take turns sitting there. Something else that probably bears mention here too, and I don't wanna give, I wanna give credit or blame depending on which way you. There seems to be also a significant amount of what I will call infill development, smaller subdivisions that are maybe off of all of our radar screens because they haven't required rezoning, so they haven't made the headlines or whatever. You know, your smaller scale developers and builders that are just out there building 1 or 2 homes at a time. And I seem to be seeing those wherever I go in town. And I don't want to say that translates into hundreds or even dozens, but it's a factor that if we don't decide to pay attention to, it could sneak up on us because there's a lot of people who are really beginning to look at, you know, not the green pastures out on the edge of town, but what development opportunities are available, you know, right in town or right close to town that are there for the, you know, utilities may already be in because it's on an existing roadway and within the town limits, and that's another factor that I wouldn't be surprised it wouldn't continue and ramp up some more as well.
You're talking a small town builder that when you say that, you're talking about, you say 2 or 3 homes at a time, that you're talking about inside town?
Yeah, or closer in.
Yeah, it is. Well, small town builders that are kind of flying under the radar as opposed to Colonial Crossing and, you know, some of these other places that you're talking about.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. I needed to get out to Falls Cove last week, and you go on Olive Leaf, and there's 3 or 4 homes. So it's not part of the subdivision, but they're just, you know, smaller scale builders are just taking advantage of buying up individual vacant lots and developing them. Seem to be doing a pretty good job.
And I think to that point, even on existing neighborhoods that still had lots open, they are infilling those lots.
Right.
So again, they're not a big builder, they're not gonna get, you know, any splash, to Jonathan's point, for building into an existing community, but they're filling in those lots where, you know, it might have been, you know, 85% filled, but there was a lot in there. Those smaller builders are able to go in there and start building houses.
Adam and I went to Inglewood and they're still building in Inglewood, believe it or not.
Isn't that something?
Morrison Farm, Stillwater. We're doing water
Across the
taps in
street.
there every week.
Across the street.
Where are they building in Inglewood? Up that, still up that hill?
Yeah.
All the way, oh my gosh,
Yeah, they're
wow.
putting, it's on those.
And that thing was built in the mid-70s.
I know.
It's still building.
My in-laws have a house, they
Yeah,
built one of
yeah.
the first houses in Inglewood.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were still building
Oh,
up
yeah.
there. Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah, John McCormick, I think, bought pretty much every lot that was available, and he's just building them.
Who's that?
John McCormick.
Oh, really? Okay.
And he started a few years ago, but, you know, now the demand is there, so he can play a little catch up, so.
So I have a quick question. We've talked a lot about houses and things like that. But as far as like, I see the sign that says, when we come into the town, it says shopping. And I know that people don't want Walmart in this town. I've seen that numerous times. But I literally can't shop for my children. I talk about my children a lot, but I can't shop for them in this town. And we're getting all these houses and things like that. Have companies, smaller companies, tried to come to the town, or have we thought about that, or?
My only thing is, I would say, when we had a functioning, Troutman Business Council, at one point, we were looking at trying to go out and attract, retailers who would come in and potentially, smaller retailers, quite honestly. The larger folks tend to, they have their own market study,
Right.
folks who come in and see if they can move in, and of course Walmart was looking at exit 42 at one point, had contracts and all that kind of good stuff, but all that passed, and so I think there is still, particularly on that exit 42, maybe larger, opportunities for some retailers to come in that area, but that lane is going quickly, right? So, the folks that we were kind of looking at were, oh gosh, I can't think of the name, but they're in Asheville. Oh gosh, what is their name? Again, smaller retailers, but kind of meets the character of the town, if
Right,
you will.
right.
But it wasn't kind of, it wouldn't be a large Walmart or facility like that, but they at least could come in and provide apparel, camping, those sorts of things to be able to move into the town. So there was some movement in that direction. We just never got any takers, right? And so, I think at some point, I think you're right, it is, the larger folks have kind of our EDC, they have their own functional areas that they look at, but how do we attract, maybe even smaller retailers looking at our downtown? That's where we were trying to, if you improve the look of the downtown, sometimes you attract those smaller type businesses that could come in, and meet, meet the need. Again, to a certain extent, Mooresville, has met a lot of our community needs, based on where they put kind of their large, big box kind of folks. And I think part of what we heard when we've done some of our studies is our folks don't want that larger, big box here. They do prefer to, allow that to be on like 150 or whatever. But we still want to have some ability to your point, shop for children's clothes or various apparel, and we just hadn't been able, at least at this point, to attract it. But I think it is something that needs to be on our radar.
And to piggyback on some of what you're saying, Mayor, Emily and I have talked a couple times, and part of some of your Rotary friends, Jeff Smith in particular, meets with a group of business owners, and I have been invited, just haven't had the opportunity yet of meeting with their group of businesses, and I believe it's on Thursday mornings, is that right, Emily? That they meet, and he's welcomed me, and I intend on going. We would like to meet with our Troutman Business Group and rebrand Troutman Business Council here to where it's actually Troutman businesses here, and meet with those. There are some businesses that potentially, and we'll discuss later today when we talk about the building that the town owns, with where we're at with that. There's some interest there with a business that will be a local guy who would like to consider leasing it if the town will be open to that. At the opposite end of that building that you all own, there's some interest in what those people want to do with that later in the spring or summer also. There's interest in business that used to be Fifth Third Bank with a chain food type business that may be coming, that will be talking to Jonathan this coming week, and trying to get some permitting. They're gonna have to rechange that from a bank to a food type business, and it was a food business, as most of you all remember, but they've got to go back and make sure they're okay for that. But as we have some of those type businesses to come back to our downtown area, and people are more comfortable with our charm of what we have there, I think that, and meeting with Jeff and his group of businesses, and as we get an opportunity, as Emily and I have had numerous hours of discussion, as you too, Mayor, I think that will help us go in and recruit in the future. Once that buzz is there, that hopefully we can get some of those type things. One of the things Emily had mentioned, is like a general mass type, of a store to where they have some of those things like what you're talking about.
Yeah, we tried to call Mass General to see if they would, because they got apparel, they've got other products in there that kind of meets our community, but.
Sure, something like that where we have the lake right here and our, with our mantra, enjoy, Lake Norman naturally. I mean, something like that would be great, to where we have the camping, our outdoor activities, something like that would be perfect. But again, we are trying to get there, Felina, and I think the buzz is there with, and I think it was Eddie, a year or two ago that said something about we had too many vacant buildings, and we are fast getting those took care of. May have been George also, but we are fast getting those took care of and getting them looking nicer. And the ones up on Barium Lane is definitely looking a whole lot better and is being utilized. So hopefully we can get there to recruit.
Now, Felina, that's ironically, that was one of my things when I ran it back in 13 we ran, and that was one of my things was coming back on was I would love to see to where, as you're talking about, a lot of small shops to where I don't have to run to Mooresville to pick up basic items. I can stay here in Troutman, you know, and I only go to Statesville or Charlotte or Winston-Salem or Greensboro for, you know, a big ticket item, a special, very special night at a white linen, and I even like to see a white linen restaurant. Yeah, I like to see that come here, as opposed to having to go somewhere else for that. But you're right, and that's been a disappointment on our part. Don't misunderstand me. I love to see the large businesses come, like on Murdoch Road. They go a long way in paying the bills, helping pay the bills and keep property taxes down. At the same time, I want something for the convenience of our population, where they don't have to, again, go out of town just for basic items.
Right.
And you know, I think you're raising a good point, Mr. Hinkle, and it reminded me of, I think I would be remiss in giving people the impression that there is no interest in, I get calls all the time from various individuals who want to bring their business somewhere into town. It isn't necessarily the kinds of businesses that we're talking, you know, it's the Burger Kings and the, you know, the chain restaurants and the, you know, Exit 42. That type, but there is developmental interest from the business community, the larger business community, in what we have to offer, the development opportunities and so on and so forth. I don't think we're getting, I've yet to hear from what Mass General Store, I'd be delighted if I did, but, yeah, on the other hand, there is some interest out there percolating. Nothing specific, nothing particular, but people are asking those questions. I'm getting those calls all the time. I know the manager as well, is as well.
And it has to be supported by the residents though too, Jonathan. If we bring amenities in, like small town stuff, we have to support these businesses. I mean, the community has to. I mean, I'm not, you really can't get a burger and a beer here in this town, okay? But we have to, if someone came in and put a restaurant, pub, bar, the residents of Troutman have to support that. It's one thing to say, hey, we would love all these things, but, I mean, before Dollar General went in, there was a lot of, this, that. You gotta support it if you're gonna put it in there.
Yeah, and of course, you get out to Exit 42, that's your highway oriented.
Right.
The Burger Kings or the Arby's are gonna do well there because of
Right.
the
mean, we need to get Jonathan's bar here, which is just not a bar, it's a restaurant, where you can get a turkey sandwich, you can get a beer, you can get a, you know, but the community needs to embrace that.
We used to have that.
That was right beside Pellegrino.
Right next to
Right, where the
Pellegrino's.
Bavarian kitchen is,
But-
till it caught on fire.
How well was it embraced? I mean, how well was it embraced? I don't think very
It
well.
was busy,
Well, it went out of business though.
actually, because they had a fire.
And if y'all don't have anything else for Jonathan, our food is outside.
They had good food.
All right, y'all want here or y'all wanna go to the pavilion?
I've gotta run and let the dogs out, so.
All right.
enjoy.
I'll take you up on a pavilion if you got
Baumgartner with the police department. I have, stepped in today for, you guys care if I pull this down?
Please do.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate that. That makes it much better anyway, I won't fall out on you now. I'm Officer Baumgartner from Troutman Police Department. I've been with Troutman since about 2014 in one capacity or the other, whether it be part-time or full-time. Worked everything from K-9 to out at the school some to road. And I'm filling in today for a chief since she was exposed to someone with COVID. I'll try not to bore you too bad, but if you got questions, just let me know, okay? The first thing that I'm going to talk about are the rapid growth in town with all the subdivisions. In 2019, the U.S. Census Bureau had us at 2685 as far as in-town families. Using a slightly lower number of the national standard of individuals per household, we'll use 4 instead of 4.5. Troutman's population, once, as you can read all the subdivisions from Barium Season down to Weathers Creek, once they're completed, it would increase by about 11,500. Okay, that's quite a large increase, especially for what's known as a small town. One of the things that we're looking at is how to stay, I guess, close with the citizens of the community. As a police department in today's time, you know, that's a struggle. I mean, there's so many stories, so many things that we're fighting against right now that, you know, if we can stay close with the community before it gets larger, then I think that base will help us down the road. One of the ideas that we came up with as far as doing this is designate an officer who will be essentially a community liaison, who will go out into the community with the different HOAs and different communities and actually meet with them. Whenever they have their HOA meeting, go out, sit down, let them put a face with the name. You know, one of the things that we can offer is different, I guess, ideas to help prevent crime, such as, you know, if they have issues with lighting or if they've seen cars in neighborhoods and such that shouldn't be there. It gives us a more open communication with each community or with each subdivision. If this program goes well, what we would like to see happen is the police department actually go in to the very new communities, the ones that's just now opening up, and set up basically a program similar to this from the start. And that way it will offer not only the officer's face and presence in that new community, but it'll reassure the new community members that they're not overlooked and they're not going to be lost in the mix as far as Troutman grows. The police department, and this is one of the ideas that I came up with, was to designate a business officer, where that way you have an officer just for businesses that can go out to 2 to 3 businesses a week and actually sit down and talk with the business owners. Hey, what's going on? How's things going in this area? Have you seen anything that you guys need help with? The more open communication we have between the communities or the community members and the actual business owners, it's going to help us as far as keeping problems out of Troutman. You know, a lot of the problems that we see now are basically, I call them drive-through problems. It's stuff usually going to another town, not really coming to Troutman. And if we can offer that officer presence and keep those problems out of Troutman, that would be great. Obviously though, you know, the more the community grows, it's going to be tough as far as on a shift to designate an officer for this, because as of now,
as most of you know, we got 2 officers per shift. So if you tie one up with, you know, visiting businesses, then you only have 1 officer on the road. That can come into a officer safety issue. Not only that, if something does happen, if, say, the officer visiting with businesses is on the north end of town, if something happens on the south end of town and you only have 1 officer there, it makes it more difficult to handle the situation. I believe that as Troutman grows, and we see growth in our department, you will be able to designate more time to those officers, to let them get out in the community, and let them focus on the community issues. One of the other ideas is also, when we meet with the community members, let them know about the success of the flock cameras. I mean, you know, I've had, I'd say in the last 2 weeks, I probably had 2 or 3 community members pull up to me and ask me what these things were hanging around. And, you know, I explained to them what it was and what it done and everything, and they were great with it. They liked that. I think getting that out to the community members, that not only do you have officers riding around, but you also have these cameras up that will let us know if something's coming through that's stolen, like a stolen tag. A lot of times when you get a stolen tag, the vehicle's also stolen. The more that gets out, the more that spreads, hopefully the less of those issues that will come to Troutman, because they will know we have that system here. I'm not sure if you've seen it or not. I think it was just a couple days ago that Mooresville PD had a hit on theirs and they ended up in a chase from it. Like, these things are very beneficial, and I believe for a small community like this, they are very beneficial. Another one of the programs that we'd like to implement, well, I think re-implement, I think this was actually here at one time, was the Citizens Academy. And, you know, it's one of those things where we would have to gauge interest in the community, but if we had enough interest in the community, then we could have a Citizens Academy, maybe 1 night a week for an hour, hour and a half, and make it a 2-month program to where they could actually come in, learn, you know, what we do, see what we do, learn some of the ins and outs, obviously, that we can teach the public. Also, a kids police academy. And with this, we had talked about partnering with the fire department, EMS, and just basically bringing the kids in during the summer, maybe like an hour an evening or something, and you know, letting them introduce themselves to their heroes, as they call them sometimes, at the playground. You know, the kids, it wasn't about a month and a half ago that we went to the elementary school, us and the fire department rode through, and those kids thought that was the coolest thing ever. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big kid, so that kind of made me grin a little bit whenever I seen those kids getting not happy about us being there. So I think, you know, establishing that relationship with them at a young age will help out in this community. Obviously with COVID, coffee with a cop is it's hit and miss right now. One of the alternatives that we came up with was actually having a picnic with the police. And what we would do with that is have an officer, you know, it could be the same designated days that we would have had coffee with a cop, but pick up Bojangles and go to the park and you know, sit down there and let the community members that want to join come sit at the tables. There's enough social distancing there that you can interact and not be worried about COVID. I think that will show that the police department is really trying to reach out to the community and be a part of it, and not, you know, trying to distance themselves from the community. Operation Blue Santa, that's another. I've taken part in something similar to this in other communities, and it's a blast. You have an officer or a town member dress up in a blue Santa outfit. You take officers and you go out and you actually deliver gifts to the community where, you know, families may be struggling. If they may not have all the things some of the other kids have. So, what we would do was just basically do like a toy drive or, you know, donations, whatever it may be. And then on either the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas Eve, go out and knock on the door, and obviously the parents would know that we were coming, but, you know, let the kid answer the door and see Santa, bring in the toys and talk to them. And that also, with the officers there, that lets the family and the kids interact with the officers, not just in a I'm in trouble type situation. The Blue Elves project, I think it's pretty similar. So what we would do is, again, it's all about helping people and not always doing it in a arrest someone or take someone out situation. The police department also could host RAD. RAD is Rape Aggression Defense, and it's an actual class that you go through, and I mean, it's offered for not only females, but kids, for grown men, for elderly people, and it actually gives them a little bit of self-defense training in case something does happen. You know, we always hope that something will never happen, but we have to prepare like it will. National Night Out, and, you know, again, that one's kind of dependent on COVID. We, as a department, I can speak for at least some of the officers, you know, we enjoyed it. The last National Night Out we had, you know, we had a blast picking with the people coming through and talking, and I think they got to meet JP at that time, our K-9 that was there. And I think, again, it's a great way to be in the community without being seen in just a bad light. And lastly, I think that, you know, we are a department that works hard and does what we can with what we have. I mean, you know, I don't think anybody will deny that. Most citizens that you go up to will tell you that they've had positive interactions with the police department. Right now, we have a core group here that is very adamant about making Troutman a better place. You know, it's getting hard as a department and as a town, as a municipality, to keep good officers. I think where Troutman benefits over other places is, right now you have guys that are here because they want to be here. They're not here for the money. They're not here for whatever. They want to make Troutman better. They want to interact with the people of the town. They want to go out in the community. I feel like that, you know, these are just a few ideas, and I'm sure if we sat down with some of you guys, we could come up with more. I mean, like, it's an endless opportunity to build, and as much as the population is going to grow over the next few years, I mean, as of right now, just in the subdivisions that have been contracted or built already, not counting the ones that haven't been planned or built, the population is going to increase 2,500 people. That's going to be almost double where we're at now. So, I mean, we're going to have to start building a base and doing something as far as growing soon. Otherwise, the community is going to outgrow the departments. I appreciate you guys' time today. If you guys got any questions, I'll answer them the best I can. If I can't answer them, I'll find you an answer. Yes, sir.
I got a question, Officer Baumgartner. You spoke about the business owners with an officer going out and meeting the business owners.
Yes, sir. We're going into the businesses, yes.
Right. And you stated that there's only 2 officers on patrol at the same time. So it would be hard maybe to take that said officer and just utilize him for business owners.
I agree.
Wouldn't that be a chief's responsibility to go out into the community and introduce herself and have a rapport with the business owners?
It would be the chief and the officers. It's not just the chief's job to interact with the community. It's not just the chief's job to interact with businesses.
Do we currently have anything where the chief is,
Yeah, the
out in
chief
the
actually goes out and interacts with the business owners, and I've actually seen it myself personally. We have a great chief right now, and, you know, that's hands down, no doubt about it. She's done a great job since being here. This is to combat us being outgrown, because as we grow, if we double in population, that's just on the houses that's already been built, or the ones that's already been contracted to be built. That's not even counting the rest of the subdivision. We're gonna double in size in the next year and a half.
well, once the community doubles in size, of course, the Troutman Police Department's numbers are gonna go up with staff. You're not
Say that,
gonna,
of course, but
you're not gonna utilize the same amount of staff that you have now if we increase 2,500 people in the community.
yeah, we're actually short right now. We're short one position that hasn't been filled, and we're also short a K-9 position that the K-9.
But there's only one authorized canine unit right now in this
No, I
town.
know, but the other K-9 position is in the budget.
It's on a contingency, whether or not the council wants to give that.
Point being is it's there. Any questions?
You were talking about the Citizens Academy, maybe just, you mentioned it, but I didn't hear, it. How many people per class? Citizens per class?
Honestly, that's gonna depend on COVID restrictions. I mean, you know, obviously, we're gonna have to stay in compliance, so feasibly, if possible, I would like to do it during the warmer months. That way, if need be, we could be outside. I mean, because that would ease up the, you know, being too close, you know, to be around each other. I love our park. Our park is set up nicely to have events like that. I mean, you could go underneath that overhang, and even, you know, I wouldn't want to be out there if it was pouring rain, but even if it was raining a little bit, if you get under there, you still have room to kind of spread out and still interact with each other.
Right.
Yeah.
But you still didn't tell me how many people per class.
It's gonna depend on where we're at. Like, if we're allowed to be inside and there's no more restrictions, I'd say we could probably do 20 people per class, and do it in a way that would actually, you could interact with them more individually, because they're gonna have questions. They've not seen this kind of stuff.
I think when we did it a few years ago, and I might be stating this wrong, but I think we had 10 to 12 people, is that correct? Per class, and the only reason that we quit having it is because the interest wasn't there, the citizens to come in. So how would you promote it to get more citizens interested?
Well, I think not only would you promote it out in the community, like us officers taking it to the community, you have a whole new group of people that's been moving in over the last few years. In the last 2 weeks, I'd say I've probably met 4 families that have moved in from Kentucky, New York. I want to say 2 families were from Virginia or West Virginia, I can't remember. But you have a whole new group of people. And I've even heard some say, and in some of the situations we dealt with, this is not how they do it back home. You know, and here's the thing. They may not, but they're in Troutman now. I feel that this is a way that we can come to them without being in a confrontational aspect with each other, and explain to them, look, you know, this is North Carolina law. This is how we have to do it here. Not saying that they didn't do that back home, but this is how we have to operate here.
Right.
I think before we started that program, we would have to gauge an interest, and by that, we could have a sign up. You know, come by town hall if you're interested, sign up for said class on said date, you know, whatever. And that would kind of give us an idea of how many to look for. The reason I use the number 20, we tried at one point when I was working in Statesville to do I think it was 25 or 30 in the class. And there was so many questions, and there was 2 officers, and it was just like, we spent most of that hour just trying to, you know, put fires out and answer questions. I think with 2 officers there, as long as you stay about 20 or under, then you'll be fine as far as getting questions answered and still being able to interact with the person.
Okay. Another question, you mentioned, the flock cameras and everything, and you said Statesville, Mooresville with their flock cameras. Does Mooresville have flock cameras now?
I'm not sure if they're actually flocked, that program. I know, I actually read the story on, it's online this morning or yesterday, where they had a hit from the camera that come back as a stolen tag. Then when they approached the guy at, I believe it was at Walgreens, they approached the car on foot at Walgreens. The guy ran, they ended up getting in a chase with him. The car was stolen, the tag was stolen, he had heroin in the vehicle. I mean, it's one of those things where when you find one violation, usually it keeps growing thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to say I appreciate, the Troutman Police Department. When I
Thank
came
you,
back
dear.
in, yeah, wait to hear the story. But anyway,
Hey, I'm just happy you appreciate it.
my sons have had good, of course, my sons are African American, boys, but they've had good interactions with the police department, and I'm glad that they're starting out like that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the programs that you have here in place and talking about going out to the community, because that does make a difference. But one thing I will say, I remember when I came back here in 2012, I was speeding in Troutman, and I know that you don't speed in Troutman. And Officer Airmore stopped me, and I was so mad at him because I was coming through a school zone speeding and trying to get my son to school on time. And he gave me a $400 ticket, and I never let him live that down. But
What were you doing? $400?
If it was $400,
You were doing more
wouldn't
than
just
speed.
Yeah, if it's $400, you wouldn't just speed.
What did
I
you
didn't have
say?
drugs or anything
What
like
did
that.
you say to Wayne?
I stayed on him about that. But anyway, Officer Elmore and I, we're best buds now. You know, that created a relationship because every time I saw him, even when at Food Line, wherever I saw him, I talked about that for him. I stopped talking about it now. But anyway.
Well, obviously not. Obviously not.
Bring it back up.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring it back up.
But anyway, it created a good relationship. He even has a good relationship with my kids. He's at Troutman Middle. My son's at Troutman Middle too. So anyway, that started that relationship of me getting that ticket. But anyway, I appreciate the staff and everybody here. So thank you for
I
this
mean,
program.
I think I can speak on behalf of the police department, say we appreciate that. I mean, obviously, by your interactions, you've seen, you know, people who are not in law enforcement sometimes overlook it. But I can tell you, as being someone that's been in law enforcement since 2006, and I know there's guys that's been in longer than me, you're not gonna find a core group of officers like we have here that are willing to do the things they do here for the community. I mean, it's rare to find that many officers in one police department, especially a small police department. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where you know, we talk a lot about having issues, especially with some of the kids that are in the group homes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've had interactions with them where nobody needed to be arrested, nobody needed to be charged, sometimes it's the communication. Sometimes they don't feel heard. Sometimes that's all they need, and then you can de-escalate the situation. I have seen officers on both shifts and day and night shift here do just that. Interact with those kids, you know, not necessarily take it to an aggressive level, but instead back it down. I mean, you know, because I work for a county, and you know, sometimes our backup might have been 20 or 30 minutes away. You learn to de-escalate things pretty quick when you're by yourself. So, but I will say this core group of officers here and the chief is like, I love working here.
Great. Thank you.
Officer Garner, human trafficking is a big deal, and even especially here in Iredell County, you know, we read continuous reports. Okay. young girl in North Carolina just ended up in, I think Arizona or somewhere. What are we doing, or is that a program or something that we can talk about to both the youth through the SRO program, but also the parents, citizens in the town?
And, yeah, I know our resource officers are very approachable, especially for the parents and stuff. They are a key to interacting with the kids. As she was saying about Elmore, Officer Elmore, you know, we give him a hard time, but, you know, when he's down there with those kids, he's able to get them to interact. When we're out and maybe it's a off day, they will approach him and speak to him on his days that he's just out and about. I think that our SROs are letting them know about, you know, look, you need to be careful. Like, this isn't, you know, we don't live in Mayberry. We live in Troutman, which is nice, but it's not Mayberry, so you gotta be careful. With that said, there's actually a training on, I believe it's it's either the Justice Academy website or the Virginia, I'm a member of the Virginia Police website, and it has different training that come up. But either way, one of those actually has a block of training on just that, what to look for when you're interacting, like if we have a truck stop. So, I mean, that would be the perfect place to kind of look for those cues and stuff. So I believe that our SROs are handling it on that end. I would like to see us have more training for it on the patrol.
I thought I saw on some of the reports that the SROs do some type of trainings in the schools. That might be a good time for them to do that type of officially doing that type of training at the school.
And you know, that the thing with that is we would like to, if we're gonna do that, then I would like to actually sit down and, I'm a general instructor too for the state. I would like to sit down with them and come up with an actual, you know, plan for the class instead of just kind of winging it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think that people would be surprised if they actually talk to a lot of those teenage kids and actually ask them what have they heard about trafficking, what have they seen, I think that a lot of people will be surprised on how many of them are actually aware of it. It's just a lot of times in those teenage years and even some in the early 20s, they just disregard what they know or what they see and just want to do what they want to do, and then it ends up getting them in trouble. So I agree. I think it would be great to have that class. I would just like to see it set up as an actual class.
Absolutely.
You know, as far as awareness, speaking obviously about teenagers, it still amazes me to this day when I hear, and unfortunately it's you know, young girls, 14, 15, 16 years old, that fall victim to older men, sexual predators, if you will, online. You know, the latest being, Pennsylvania? A guy was from Pennsylvania and came down and a 14-year-old, and they finally caught him in Arkansas or somewhere, you know, and that sort of thing. You know, and that's just one example, and you know, some program to make, especially the young ladies and you know, that age range, middle and high school, that seem to be most vulnerable to these predators, these monsters, if you will. You know, that you know, I still don't understand how they fall for this stuff to the point to where someone they've never even seen, just maybe communicated on digitally, and they're willing to get in the car and leave their home with these people and end up in a bad situation.
Well, and you know, looking at it, I guess from where I'm at now, I agree with you, and you don't understand it. But at the same time, if you actually research a lot of these situations, a lot of these kids are kind of for lack of a better term, kind of the outcast, or you know, they don't get along with most of the other kids, or they have a tendency of not showing up for school. What gets them in trouble is their want, and, well, their need for attention and for someone to actually care. And that's what these people do. They actually, you know, they'll say whatever they need to say to make them believe that they care. Well, in their head, well, they care more than mom and dad, or they care more than my teachers, so why wouldn't I wanna go with them? Now, we know the intentions and what happens, but they, at that young, you know, and I can remember, it's been a day or two, but I can remember being in school, you know, I didn't see past the weekend. You know, and they're the same way, they can't see past what's in front of them. They don't see that, wait a minute, why is somebody from Virginia messaging me? Or they're not saying, well, this dude lied to me and told me he was a 14-year-old boy. He's got a full beard, like, you know, I mean, and they don't process that the same way. So, as she was saying, I think it would be great to have that class to teach them, because at the very least, you're gonna lower the number that may fall for them.
Yes.
Last question, I
Okay.
guess for me, well, maybe I'll try to roll it up into two.
Okay.
So we've got a fairly aging population in Troutman.
Yeah.
And I've heard of, some of the aging parents with dementia and those sorts of things. Are we doing any reach out or, communication around how to work with families that might have, somebody in the home? I was told recently, a mother who got walking in the community.
Yeah.
No coat on, it was cold, and, somebody had to, actually notice who she was and make a phone call. That's the good thing, I think, about our small community, is it feels like a neighborhood where people kind of know each other. And so, but again, how do we communicate, either through some of these, homeowners association, groups that we might speak to and others, but to me, this is and will be a growing issue in our community.
And, I agree, and we have actually, on day shift, we've actually ran into a situation similar to what you're talking about. And as officers, it's tough to really know what's going on instantly, but, once you kind of delve into the situation, which I think we do a great job of on patrol, we don't have a lot of, really, I can't even remember since I've been here, like the knee-jerk reaction to, oh, well, she's out walking around, she's gotta be suspicious. Most of the time, it's, hey, what's going on? And usually if you engage them, you can kind of tell that something's wrong. But as far as you're saying, is at the, any kind of community watch meetings or whatever, it would be up to whoever their caregiver or their official caregiver is, as far as telling us, because it's HIPAA. So, I think it's a great idea, because if they call and say, hey, Susie's took off and we already know that Susie has dementia, then we know we gotta get there now, because she may end up wandering off in the woods and not even remembering where she's at. So, I think that's a great idea, but that would also kind of entail whether or not the community members wanted on board with that. There's actually several apps that community watches can use, and whether it be taking pictures of a suspicious vehicle in the neighborhood, or whether it be reporting something going on in the neighborhood, once they, I guess, upload it or put it on the board, then the other community watch members can see it. What I would like to see is that our officer is on board with the community watch members and on that app as well, because if we see that and we're working, obviously we can get there now. If that officer's off that day and he sees that, he can let someone know that is working, hey, they got this going on, you might want to keep an eye on that. And I think that example that you just used would be a great one, because the quicker you can find them, or quicker you can get there, the closer they are to home. Once they've had time to wander, I mean, it's really hard to tell which way they wandered and why, and, because there's no rhyme or reason to their actions. So,
Yeah, again, you know, my thing is, maybe that's just something to at least bring up or even promote in our newsletter or
Yeah.
something. That, yeah, again, if somebody asks somebody in the home, they're willing to communicate it, maybe
yeah,
there's a, for the lack of a better way, a list that you all can have to say, okay, this home has somebody who might wonder, who has dementia, or, you know, who might just have mental issues that particularly on the patrol side, they can kind of keep an eye out when they're in that area. If they don't, you know, yeah, in some cases arbitrarily just approach that person,
yeah.
you know, in a way that all of a sudden now they're, you know, they're on the run, if you will, also.
Yeah, and I agree with you in that, and I'll take it one step further and say, you know, I think it'd be good that if that was possible to do, then at least one officer on each rotation and shift go out and introduce themselves to the family and put eyes on that person.
Yeah.
That way they know, okay, if 184 calls in and says this has happened, then you know exactly, oh, I remember meeting them, you know, she's this tall, this, you know. So I agree with that, and I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah. So part of my last question was really on this issue of, and thinking about this senior population, but phone scams are, you know, kind of a big deal. I don't know how many phone calls you guys get on that, but, again, just promoting either through some kind of communication by the town, you know, what to do when you get these, you know, phone calls from Nigeria or, you know, England or wherever, that says, hey, you know, send me, you know, $2,000 kind of deal.
But, and, you know, a lot of that, a lot of the Nigeria, you know, the overseas phone numbers, we're not seeing them as much anymore. Now, they're either cloning other numbers. I've actually gotten a call before from my cell phone, and I was like, you know, it's one of those things when you look at it, you like double take, like, wait a minute, I'm not calling me right now. So, you know, that's where it's tough, and like you said, a lot of the senior members, and I've done reports on it, they will fall for, okay, the most recent one I heard is, you know, I work for the Social Security office, and we have warrants out for your arrest for this, this, and this. If you can prove that it wasn't you, then that's fine, but right now, we need $600 in Apple gift cards, and it's like, wait, and you know, for us, like we was talking about earlier, for us, we know law enforcement is not gonna request gift cards. Like, we're not gonna say, oh, look, I'm not gonna arrest you if you buy me some Apple stuff. No, but, there again, getting that out to them, I think, a lot of the older population now, and I mean, it surprised me, but you're seeing more and more on Facebook, and really interacting on Facebook. I mean, so, I think that would be one avenue that we could use as far as getting the message out, our Facebook page. Also mentioning it in the newsletter, hey, you know, be mindful. If you don't know who these people are, don't. And then definitely put out there that law enforcement's not gonna ask you for gift cards. They're not gonna do that, so, yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
That's why I say that, the community involvement with the HOAs and meeting in the communities, because I was looking at the distance from all these communities.
Yes, sir.
There were two on the shift, if you have any issues, come on to the shift. You're not getting through all these communities every shift.
Not every single day.
And so, that would get you into the community, talk about some of those issues. I just think probably getting involved in those communities, especially when we're spread out, probably one of the most important things I've seen on that list.
Yeah, and, you know, I'll tell you, usually, when I'm working, I try to hit as many of them as I can in the morning before, typically in the afternoon, that's when traffic picks up through here, and it's inevitable. Somebody's gonna bump somebody, somebody's gonna run into something, it's gonna happen. So, yeah, I try to rotate around, and I'm pretty sure the other guys do, try to rotate communities, but you're right, I mean, it's next to impossible to hit every single one, every single day.
Would
you have something, Paul?
No, no, it's okay.
Officer Nathan Linden shared on our YouTube page, Mooresville does have flock cameras. He also stated that Statesville PD and Iredell County also have grants to get them.
And see, I think that right there is awesome, because it's gonna, after the word gets out that if you hit this little corridor and you've got a stolen tag or you've got a stolen car, you're gonna have 3 or 4 different agencies looking for you. That's gonna help as far as deterring crime coming through Troutman. So I think that's a great thing. Anybody else got any questions? All right, well, I appreciate y'all not being too rough on me. I'm glad they fed you before I come in. Y'all have a good one.
You too, thanks.
I've also gotten a few messages from Gary that the person standing at the podium, you can't hear them as well because they're not near a microphone. So I'm going to sit near this one, or stand. We're having problems with our podium mics as well. We're gonna
Go ahead and sit there.
order some new ones, but I'm not asking for any money today or any big decisions to be made. We're just gonna talk through a development update, kind of what's next in my department, what's left in development for our park, and just some random notes and thoughts and some discussions. But we'll start with a ball field update, and I'll let Doug give us a fencing update since he's I've kind of passed that project on to him, so he can start us off with that.
Emily, as you all know, sent out the agreement back in August with it, and without going through the whole history, as we have discussed that several times with you all, the latest is I have met with our local Lowe's folks, and as I have told you all, and Emily can confirm, our local people with Lowe's we have had no issues with at all. Our local Lowe's manager and the local I guess manager for this project, Harold, we've had great communications with, and that's not the issue. Once it went out, once the agreement was made, it went beyond them and went to a regional type deal, and then it went to a contractor that they went out of area with, and that's where I guess the communications broke down. But because of the winter, the weather, the ice, the snows, the low temperatures, working with your hands, after a couple months of not progress, Emily started getting dates that it'll be done by this, and then they were not done. That of course caused a couple of you all to get phone calls. Once that information went out through media that it was supposed to be done by this date and time, and then people didn't see it, they were disappointed. You all got those disappointed phone calls. That came back to Emily, that came back to me, and then we of course called Lowe's, and now everybody's involved. But the long and the short is, it is almost complete. They was down yesterday doing some more work, tidying up the loose ends, and we're at the punch list. If that will be the terminology, as you all know, when houses are complete, they come back through and say, okay, we're done, but please go back through and tell us the final details that we have missed. So that's the stage we're at now. They say they are done, but they know that it's not completely to our satisfaction, so we're at the punch list. And met with Harold, the local guy, and he agrees that he also found some stuff that he's not satisfied with, and we're getting those correct. Weather permitting, we hope within the next week or so that the punch list will be done. Emily and I went down and made sure that our notes are compared, and we're on the same sheet of music, and Harold and I, we're all on the same. So hopefully that will be done soon. Right now, we have seen a few children out there already enjoying it, so we're excited for the project, and we're tickled with what Lowe's is trying to deliver us, all said and done, and we're looking forward to it being complete. Any questions on it? I just want to say, when we had Patrick McHenry here visiting with us last Wednesday, not this week, but last week, several council members got to be out there, and they got to see firsthand that it was almost complete. Sally, Felina did not, and the mayor, but the rest got to see it in person, and they got to meet the contractor, so they got to see firsthand what I'm talking about. Anybody have any questions about the fencing?
Has TYA started practicing there?
So that's scheduled to start next week. It's supposed to rain again, a whole lot next week. So as soon as the rain lets up, they're supposed to start next week. We've got quotes for the concrete for the dugouts, $5 a square foot for that. So that came to about $6,000 for all 4 dugouts for the concrete for that. What else do we have?
The roof to
The
go
roof
in
for
the
the dugouts.
dugouts?
And then we've had 4 dugout sponsors. All 4 dugouts have been sponsored.
We got the dugout roofing was about $2,200 per dugout
Yep.
to cover those with aluminum. We looked at doing the wooden style, but that's a whole lot of maintenance. Not initially, but usually, depending on who you talk to, 4 to 6 years. The shingles, the rotten woods, it's got to be replaced after that.
Paxton's gonna fix the grass around where it's all been rutted up from the fence guys out there. But it'll all come together in the next month and a half or so.
You said that's $6,000, that's not per dugout, that's for all of them?
Total,
right?
yeah,
Total, okay.
total.
And the 2,200, that is per dugout for the
Okay,
roofing.
For the roofing, okay.
Yes,
Yes, aluminum's not cheap.
no. And we also, a building needs to go out there to house equipment and various, like screens and things to service the fields. And a lean-to for that.
The only question, I think we talked a little bit about that, that drain area,
Yes,
and I hadn't been out there since, but is that drain area protected enough so that when people are out there, they don't end up stepping off into that drain or?
yes, Paxton and I and Emily have talked generically. It is protected. We may wind up putting some more mulch around it just so that it is clearly defined, so that people, we know how we walk and talk and chew bubble gum, but we're not looking necessarily. But we may wind up doing something just so aesthetically they see that it's a little bit different, but yes.
Didn't address the, I know I asked you, Duck, last week, but I asked again, the parking lot, hopes to turn, or to pave that March, early April.
Yeah, so we got an email since we've been sitting in here today for a pre-construction meeting for this Thursday, so we'll know more then on when they're wanting to get started. So we'll get back with you with that information. So that's where we are with ball fields. Sponsorships are coming along. The Parks and Recreation Committee adopted a sponsorship package. So we've been selling those off since we've done so, and Jan Comer's doing her thing, so we're thankful for her. She's peddling sponsorships left and right. We've been designing the signs since we've been selling them, so that's fun to see that start to come to fruition. So that's exciting. In your packets that we've put together, you'll see the first page there is just some history, and some of this was in your packets from last year, but I thought maybe Felina and this is of course not the exact same thing that was there, but there's just some history from how we came up with our master plan, what phase 1, phase 2, and what phase 3 include, how we decided what was a priority, and then of course in the bottom part of that, where we plan to go from here with the development of the ball fields. Then the next page, each of the phases listed out, what's left in each phase, and then we need to decide where we go. Of course, we know the restrooms and concession stand would be our next priority because, of course, we gotta have somewhere to go potty. So I've got Porta Johns coming in on Monday so that they'll have something for practices. But if you want to talk to the design build, whatever you call it.
Yes, ma'am. And if you all would allow us, and we need your permission to go forward, and without giving you a real lengthy history, but I do need to take a little bit of time. It's kind of a refresher, I think, to George and Eddie, Paul, Sally, T. Ross, you all, I'm sorry, Mayor, not trying to be informal to your title, but Felina, it's mainly to bring you up to speed to the history. Going back to our two major projects that we have had here, to explain the difference in the two projects. Going back to our pavilion years ago, council at the time decided to go out and hire an architect, and somebody can correct me, Steve would be the bean counter, as to what the costs of those were back then, but it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 that we paid to go to the architect fees and to go out and have an architect to design and come up with a couple different renderings of what we wanted the pavilion to look like. And then they came up, and then we had a committee of folks and council members designed to go with that committee and come out and come back with a couple different options of what we would like that to possibly look like. And then once they come back with that, then we went out and then put it out for bid, thinking, okay, this is what the community liked, this is what everybody's wish list was, but our budget, mind you, was in the ballpark of $250,000, if my memory serves me correct, including what the architect fees were. So it's like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Problem is, once we paid for the architect who didn't care what our budget was, and the community members who come in and didn't care what our budget was, and then we went and come back with that, the bid come back to be high threes, 400 and some $1,000, I think what it was. So then we had to come back, and then we regrouped and said, okay, what can we do, and let's readjust this, and then we need to start carving off things that we need to do. So the original designs that everybody fell in love with really got changed, and how can we manipulate this, and then we started looking at how can we get things donated, and how can we shape this project down, because we really need to be in this budget of $250,000. And then they come back, and as, by the way, our architect fee is still gonna be $25,000. And we was told that it would be, but it really wasn't the same, because they had to do more work. So what we all as council had decided to be got changed, and it came back, and then we found a little more money somewhere, and then but the whole project got changed, and it changed about 6 months, a year on the time frame, and people's feelings got hurt, and people got mad, and some people wanted to fight out here in the parking lot. I mean, it got bad. It got bad because people thought everybody didn't want pavilions, and we didn't want this one, and we didn't want that one, and it was not the case at all. We all wanted a pavilion, and we wanted a real nice looking pavilion, but people's feelings really got hurt because of how much money was supposed to be spent and how we went about it. And the real, at the end of the day, when you tell an architect, design me something pretty, they want to design it, but they really don't care what your budget is, because they don't know. Let's just face the fact. But then when we went and built the liquor store, we had kind of already learned our lesson.
Was it that bad? Was it really that bad?
Am I lying, y'all? Was it not that bad?
Just a wee bit.
I
Just
can
a
never
wee
really
bit.
tell.
That was the history. Look at them. They was ready to cut each other out in the parking lot. I mean, it was bad. So then when we went to do the liquor store, it's like, look, we're not doing that mistake again. So how can we keep this from being people gonna fight and cut each other out in the parking lot? So let's do this real simple. Let's keep this from happening. We got this much money, and how can we do this without everybody getting mad? So we found the statutes that said you're allowed to do what is called a design build method. Perfectly legal, plus this way you don't go out and hire an architect to waste a lot of time. But here's our general budget. And then you put out what your criteria is, and then you go out to these reputable companies and say, this is our ballpark, and this is the general theme or idea of what we would like to have. You businesses come in if you want to earn our business, and you design it and tell us that you're going to be able to do it within our budget. So that's what the ABC board did. They are through the town, but they're not the town. But they can't exist unless the town allows them to be, so to speak. So that's what they did, and then all these companies come in, and it went out to, I wanna say about 8 or 9 different reputable companies, and only 5 actually showed up and tried to earn business. But of the ones that did, ironically, was one of the same ones that said, hey, we can build your pavilion down there for X amount of dollars. But once we did all these architect things and sent this loan contract out, they said, we're not doing it. But when we did the design build thing, they said, sure, we can do it, and we'll do it for this dollars. And the ABC board said, okay, we'll do it that way. But we didn't have to pay any architect fees because that was part of their bid proposal when they come to the town. So that's the difference between what people normally do and governments normally do, this other method of hiring an architect, then going out and doing it that way. That is the normal process. But we learned from our history of, let's do the design build phase and put it out there for bid and let them come to us with projects. Then there was input and say, well, let's go with this option. And it was the most frugal. And that was also the quickest turnaround time-wise for the town, or for the ABC board, to do it that way.
So to bring it full circle, with you all's permission, we'd like to go seek some numbers for the concession stand and restroom at the park so that we can bring those numbers back to you and just see what we're looking at. And I can also take those numbers to sponsors and know what kind of sponsorships I'm seeking, because I wouldn't even know what kinds of dollars we're looking for in sponsorship dollars. So if you're good with it, then I'd like to start that process.
And speaking with Emily, Leighton Getzinger, of course, as you all know, was the ABC board chairman that took that ball and carried it forward, and he has absolutely said he would volunteer to help us any way he could. And I would love to, if you all approve this, ask Leighton to come in and we've got hard numbers.
Yeah, and it's in your packet as well. So the preliminary costs from the engineer were $326,584. But there's a couple random things in here that I don't know, like it says replace existing toilets. Can't replace what isn't there yet, so I don't know what that is. So there's just some randomness in here, but so that's just food for thought.
So to build the new concession stand at that end of the field, that is the ballpark numbers that our engineers have told us. So typically, they estimate high. We hope, and they do that on purpose. They don't want to give us a number, and then once we plan that, and then it winds up being short. But we would like to, with your permission, as we have done the last few years, is come in and say, hey, this is the next phase. And if you all agree, we would like to, one, get Leighton involved and say, hey, this is the ballpark numbers of where we're at to go to the next phase. And get him to sit down with Emily and say, these are the criteria. Let's start trying to put something together in a design build and put it out there and see if we can get something done in this price range. Of course, we want to come lower, but once these options comes back, then that allows Emily the opportunity of hopefully we can go out and get a major sponsor to come in and says, yes, I will sponsor, but especially if they can see what it's going to look like, then that allows them to sign on to be a major sponsor of the facility. But if you all think that you would allow us to have it in next year's budget to proceed, then that's a win-win for the park and the project.
So these numbers are 2020 numbers. Do we think that they're going to be higher?
They could be a little different. They're probably pretty close to probably what Todd would tell us.
I will absolutely confirm with him, because as we all know, construction cost has went up about 20% just in the last 6 months.
And so how many, how many stalls in the restroom will there be?
10 in the ladies and 1 in the men's.
That wasn't nice.
Just an open concrete floor. I got you, Paul.
A
Those
trough, a
are
trough.
details we can figure out as we go. I don't know for sure. We probably need more than what we have in the
That's why I was
pavilion
asking.
now, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That was gonna be one of my questions. As far as the building that we currently have, the all 4 block walls, is the one down at the lower end at the ball field is gonna be a larger enclosed area with less, covered area and picnic tables?
I think what he told me he had here was just a basic restroom with a draw-up window, and there was a storage, closet room in the back behind the pull-up windows. So it's just a basic, no pavilion area for,
Okay.
no sitting area.
Okay.
So it's just a basic facility. So-
And just to add a little bit to our manager's colorful description, it was brought to the Park and Rec Committee to do design build also, but our town manager at the time did not like that idea.
Right, right.
Throughout a bunch of, my recollection is throughout a bunch of obstacles that we would have to jump over to be able to do design build.
So my other question is, this price, seems like it's close to what we paid for the pavilion. And are we saying it's smaller?
I think you are correct, all said and done, the pavilion, because the way it was staggered, I actually think the pavilion was a little bit higher than this when it was all said and done, even though that's not what we thought as council back then was actually paid. I am concerned about that, Mayor, to tell you the truth. I would like to confirm with Benji. I do agree with what Emily said, this being 2 ball fields up there. I think the actual, I don't know what we need to call them, but the stall areas need to be a little bit bigger, because of 2 fields being used. I do agree with that. So and like Emily said, I'm not certain what that translates to, how many toilets or stalls or whatever the proper language I need to use is there, but I do think there needs to be more receptacles, if that's the word I should use, for people to use. And also for the concession area, because of it being the ball fields, we have talked to the youth groups in the recreation advisory board. I do know that they intend on using that more. I don't know, well, they will. They'll use it more on the weekends if the opportunity's there, which would be a benefit. So depending on how it's designed, it absolutely can be more benefit for room-wise. Like Emily has said, throughout the park, I don't know that we need the sitting area to be as big there, but we do need and will need more picnic shelters throughout the park. So that could be some savings as far as what the overall cost of that structure could be. Don't you think that's a
Yeah.
fair statement in
It is,
saying?
and that's something else I have on the discussion for today. We consistently get feedback from the community, and Steve can answer for this too, because he's heard it over the years, and you probably have too, and of course you all have too, that the community wants more sitting areas in the park. They want more picnic shelters. They want other places to gather instead of just that one place. You know, it's awkward, and speaking to the concessions, it's awkward for there to be a baby shower going on in a rentable space here, and I've got wet children coming off the splash pad, and then somebody's trying to sell concessions here. So we haven't been able to sell concessions because the splash pad is here, and then this area is rented. So do you want somebody running for your birthday party to go buy concessions? Not really. So we haven't done concessions there, but if we had somewhere else that was selling concessions, and somewhere else that people could go sit and just eat a picnic lunch, then we could spread out some of the different activities. So we had talked about on your master plan, there is,
And while she's looking for that, just as we cleaned up the entrance to the park, I actually had a couple people, while it was warm this week, just mention they would just like a picnic table at the corner of the park. So Adam's guys, as they was cleaning up the park, we made sure we may have a picnic table, just a picnic table, no roof, just going in here at the corner of the park. Just to Emily's point, just people wanna sit in the area away. But there absolutely is a request for those things.
And I think it's, I like the idea of additional seating. I think that is extremely important, for people to be able to spread out and enjoy kind of the overall park. I think it's also going to be important, particularly if you set out during a ball game, to actually have somewhere that is covered.
Yeah.
And so and again, I don't know if it's the satellite picnic areas with some coverage.
Yes, sir.
But just, you know, for folks to think about, you know, from a future perspective, I mean, I've seen the, you know, just satellite picnic areas with, you know, small covered, you know, over that picnic area, but if you have, you know, older folks who come out there at the ball game, and they wanna get out of the sun,
yeah,
I mean, they're gonna have to walk all the way back to the pavilion in order to, you know,
yeah,
get out of that sun.
that's right.
To aggravate my mother, who is no longer with us, bless her soul, but there is value in what is happening in some parks throughout North Carolina. Emily and I talked about this briefly, and I say to aggravate my mother. The proper terminology is gazebos, but my mother used to pronounce them gazebos. If you could have a little gazebo, just especially around those ball fields, that's something that I honestly think people would actually rent, so that they could have their own little private space, and that Emily would be able to rent throughout, for little private areas of 8 to 12 people. It's theirs, and they're separate from everybody else. That is a vision for down the road, not immediately, but to what you were saying, Mayor, that gives people their own private space covered, they're away from everybody else, but hopefully that goes on our wish list.
Number 20, you can see on your master plan, is horseshoe pits. And we had talked about that. This isn't exactly to 100%. 20 probably actually be a little closer up toward the volleyball courts, and closer towards the ball fields a little bit more, but maybe replacing that with another picnic shelter, so that whatever you bought at number 22, the concession stand, you could have somewhere to sit down and eat it. So, on the notes page that's included in here, I talked about maybe hosting a public engagement, public input meeting, and maybe just seeing officially if that's what the community wants. Maybe revising our master plan a little bit, or maybe there's room there for both of those amenities, the horseshoe pits and the picnic shelter, turning things around a little bit and fitting them both in there. While we're having that public input meeting, talk to them about, with these design build options, ask them which one they prefer. Do you have a preference here? Which one of these are most appealing to you? Also, looking down the road, and Adam and I have talked about this a lot. You know, we built the park out starting 10 years ago, but was there a maintenance plan really put in place? Was there a staffing plan really put in place? Not really. And, you know, it's a great park, and we've built it out into this point, and we've had the county's support up until now, and Public Works has been great support, maintenance-wise and facilities-wise, but really just, I think the name of the game right now is catching up with what we've built, and that means with the equipment we have, and with, you know, building up our equipment and building up our staff and having an appropriate and sustainable staffing model. And that's, instead of just continuing to bite off more than we can chew, just catching up and catching our breath. So Paxton and I are working on that, and we're trying to, with the new field's gonna come online this year, and last year we only had the splash pad open 1 month before it's time to close it. Maybe 3 weeks we had it open. But, you know, with them becoming increasingly busy with water and sewer responsibilities, and we don't have the county's help this year, and we've appreciated their help over the years. But it's time for us to handle our own responsibilities, so that's kind of where we are, and those are our focuses for this year, and figuring out what's sustainable and what's, you know, what holes are left that we need to figure out, but also looking forward, and being planful. I've thought about some pocket park options with the, property across from the library. So having a public input meeting, and so asking some input from the public for that property across from the library, getting some, feedback for that master plan, possible revision there, and then the, design build. So I think maybe I can clump all that together with one public input meeting, and then before too long, we need to have another, master plan put together, so. But I don't wanna get too far down the road before we can master what we've got here, because like we've said, you know, we can bite off more than we can chew and then have a mess, so don't wanna do that, but.
When was that master plan last updated?
2011, but we made an amendment in 2018, and that was after a public input, so we did another pulse check in 2018, but it was originally drafted in 2011.
Do you have a legend for what all these numbers mean on the map?
I do. It got chopped off at the bottom, and I was gonna put you a larger sheet of paper in here, and I didn't, so, but I do, and I'll send that out.
That's gonna be one of my questions, thank you.
Is there a specific number you were interested in knowing?
What's number one?
Let me put it back to you.
That's up toward the entrance.
That's the island. It's, you see the white line drawing toward the island?
Yeah.
It's just the flower beds there that ESC maintains,
Yes, that's the,
the signage and the flower beds.
yes.
When you first come in.
So like 4B,
Sir?
4B, number 4B, out in that corner.
I don't see a 4B.
It's up in the top.
Yeah, top left.
Left-hand corner.
Probably the entrance to the
Oh, I
nature
see
trail.
that.
The nature
Yeah,
trail
that's the
that we
entrance to the nature trail. Yeah,
Okay.
off of, Cheryl's Court Road.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I'll send that out.
Now, who worked up these, numbers,
Todd,
preliminary cost?
Todd Potteet with
Okay.
West Consultants.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to pulse check with you on was events. The governor, you all know, he talked on Wednesday, not much change, a few things changed, but nothing for the, mass gatherings outdoors. Do we feel comfortable going forward with accepting parade applications and going forward with, just, small gatherings of continuing to maintain with what we're at? Does anybody have any reservations? Strong, I mean, we're of course staying within the governor's orders. Anybody have anything that's on their heart they wanna share that's just, you trust our judgment and how we've been handling things?
I mean, I don't have personally an issue as long as we're staying within that.
We
order.
are, yeah.
One of the things I would like to point out to you all, Emily and I have discussed, to make sure that we're staying in our purview of what we feel like is safe for us. For example, like 5K events that have come to town, it's not that we don't wanna have them, we would love to have them. We want to be proactive for things like that. But if we went to have a 5K event, for example, down here, and even if they said, look, I'm just gonna have 25 people. Well, if it takes 10 people to put the event on for volunteers and those type things, and they had 25 people, but if it's an awesome day like it was yesterday, well, if there's more than that many people in the park, even though it's a public park, we've not closed it down, there's 100 people there, but if they had their event, and it's an event that we allow them to have, now they're over that public limit. Does that make sense what I'm saying? And then we are allowing them to do that in the park. So we have combined to say, well, you know, it's just not a good time to do that right now because that's us sanctioning or allowing an event to happen. And while we would love for them to have it, we even thought about, well, okay, if it's certain events, we could say, okay, split it up and do it 3 or 4 times. But again, if the general public shows up in the park, that's them doing so at their own risk. We didn't say, have the event here and we're okay with you having an event. So if people's doing things at their own, that's them doing things at their own. We didn't tell them to not do that. Even like, well, I don't know another example, that's the best way.
My reason for asking is this is the hot time of year when, this is just the time of the year when everybody's asking to host a large gathering, and they're asking us to sponsor or endorse their events, and so I just wanted to make sure that I was in compliance with what you would have me to do in not doing so, because it's not within the governor's orders for us to endorse or sponsor large events right now, but if you want us to open the floodgates, we can, because just about every weekend I could be doing a large event down here, so that's how busy it would be right now, so.
I tend to agree with what Doug said, that, if people do things on their own, then that's their decision, and the consequences are upon them. As long as we stay within the governor's instructions,
Yeah.
I'm fine, because then we've done what we're supposed to do. But if someone comes in and says, we want the town to sponsor or endorse or allow us, sign a permit allowing us to
Right.
gather, that's outside of the governor's orders, then I would have a big problem with that, because then that shows us being a part and parcel to the situation that should not happen.
Right.
So, my thing would be, as long as it, and I think Mayor said this a while ago, as long as it's within the governor's orders, I'm fine with it. If it's not, and people go ahead and do it anyhow, then that's on them individually and not the town.
Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Regarding the parade, we lose nothing by accepting applications. There's no harm, no foul in that. We haven't, by July 3rd, things could be completely different. So we've put it in the newsletter that we're accepting applications to the parade, and by July 2nd, if we're no better off then than what we are now, then we're not going to have a parade. But if, if we accept applications and we're in a better place and we can make that work and we can figure out the logistics of that, then game on. But if we don't accept applications, then we don't have a parade either way. So we'll do like last year, and we'll just be planful and keep an eye on it as we go. But I just want to make sure we're on the same page with events and those things, just so if you were hearing from, the public, I'm trying to have a race in Troutman and they won't let me, you understand that we're trying to be compliant with the governor. So that's what that is.
Emily, got, and I probably have a few neighbors that want to shoot me for even bringing this up.
Okay.
The lights.
The light.
The lighting system and for night activities, especially at the ball fields.
They want lights?
I'm just asking, we had mentioned that a long time ago. The question was asked, and I'm just asking, is that in anywhere in the near future, long distance, out, not even up for discussion at this time?
I don't have the money for it. So
Okay.
It's gonna be a while till I do.
Okay.
Tell them we're trying to get toilets first.
Okay, I understand, and I'm just asking, again, I'm
No,
not
wait
endorsing,
for it.
I'm just asking, that's been asked indirectly through Rose, come to me, so.
It says daylight hours, it closes at.
Right, we
dusk,
can't-
Right,
so
right,
Yeah.
but I mean,
why do you need lights?
during the summer, you're gonna want some night activities at the ball field, at the very least, growing up in Statesville, I saw that a lot, the softball fields and so forth, baseball fields, night activities. So I didn't know if we were, even want to discuss that at this time or not, but if I'm hearing you correctly, no, and that's fine.
Well, not right now. Just tell them just to wait to worry.
That's fine,
Yep.
that's fine.
Emily,
yes, sir.
If I say I'm gonna
on
sponsor
your
the
notes,
right?
I think you
I don't know
covered
what's that
about
now.
everything that's not complete, but I didn't see basketball.
Yes, and I heard Felina, that is near and dear to her heart. And so I did want to talk to you all about the priorities of what we have left. So our horseshoe pits,
We have had people call, about 100 phone calls wanting horseshoe pits. I'm just telling y'all, we gotta get that done next month.
I've never heard anybody ever say they wanted horseshoe pits, actually.
I was trying to be funny. And
Well,
everybody-
actually, they used to have tournament and stuff States, what, Lakewood Park,
Oh,
I
yeah,
bet they
Lakewood.
still do.
Yeah, yeah.
I've
Yeah,
never-
sure do.
I
Horseshoe
know they do, but
tournaments.
I was trying to be funny, and everybody looked at me like, are y'all serious?
You're trying to
Well,
figure
the
out
looks I
whether
got
they
from lights, I know how you feel.
And they have tournaments.
Oh, I said, they have horses too. You go with this year. Oh, okay.
Oh, Lord.
No, that's a big thing here.
Oh, shoot, oh, yeah, Lord, yeah, yeah, yeah.
So what we have left is what doesn't have the complete beside it, so I guess we would need to prioritize what's here. The amphitheater, we had talked about holding off on that because of the renovations at the fairgrounds. The walking track around the soccer field, you have numbers in your book here of what the engineer had provided. I met with Justin from Custom Concrete, on Wednesday, and the numbers that you have here, for the 5-foot wide walking trail around the soccer field for concrete, the engineer gave us $79,144, and Justin quoted us at $32,625. So that's what it would actually cost us. So there's an actual number for that. Basketball courts, and that would be the last number, that'd be the last item I would actually need to get a real number for. So, and then we can go from there prioritizing, but I do get a request for basketball courts very, very often. When are the basketball courts coming?
So let me back up again. He said on the quote for the, trail for the soccer field was how much?
$32,625.
And that's a
5-foot wide concrete. And that includes 1 through 4. You put the grass back and dress it back up and everything.
And what's the width of our current trail? Here?
Down the asphalt,
Yeah,
8.5. I have it right here.
Yes.
8.5, I'm pretty sure is what it is. So, but Justin did recommend a 5-foot. He said 4 is too tight to get beside, 2 people beside each other walking. So.
Okay, now this, and again, we're talking asphalt walkway.
Concrete.
Okay, what am I seeing here then? Or am I looking wrong? Okay, I see the top, okay. All right.
So that's just a matter of us after we get the restrooms or at the will of the council, whatever we go forward with next.
And based off of the activity that's down there, at you all's pleasure, with the prices of everything right now, we're kind of in one of those anomalies that concrete is one of the lowest prices it's been in a while. It is going to go up exponentially price-wise, and concrete for most jobs is actually a little bit cheaper than asphalt. So just food for thought.
That is unusual, concrete, at that level.
Yep.
Very unusual.
Well, you see the difference in what we actually got quoted.
Right. Yeah.
This particular vendor has done us well on the jobs that he has done.
Just a question, I don't really know the answer, maybe someone does. What is the maintenance on a rock dust walking trail around the soccer field?
A nightmare.
Okay.
I mean,
If you all, you recall on one of the rec advisory committees, it was discussed, by Iredell County, when they was talking about theirs. It washes real bad, kids wanna use it and kick it out, and especially it being around the soccer fields. I'm not a soccer player or a fan, but for those that are, I would really hate to imagine what it's gonna do to our grass on the soccer field if we get kids out there with shovels and dump trucks that starts throwing it out to the soccer areas, because that Bermuda is very temperamental for those that have to take care of it. But to have it around the soccer field and play area, and then the Bermuda running through it, and it will run through it in a flat heartbeat as compared to fescue and the other grasses.
Oh, yeah, it'll run through the concrete and asphalt too.
It will, but the good thing about it going through the concrete is, the weed killers will get it a little bit better there than it will if it was rock dust.
Right. Just trying to think of, you know, a temporary
Well, and
solution.
citizens have asked for that, or is that why you're asking? Because that's what they've asked for. They've asked for a crush and run trail to walk on because it's easier on their knees.
Well,
And so-
no, this is, rock dust is a lot less than crush and run. Crush and run, you still got gravel, big gravel.
Yeah,
in
big
it.
gravel, yeah.
It's
Rock
like
dust
Anderson
is-
Park in
The rock
Statesville.
dust is almost
That's what-
like a sand.
Rock
Yeah,
dust is
right.
what's out here on this trail around the
It's like a
fitness
heavy sand.
equipment.
Okay, Kenny Overcash has stopped me a couple times and a couple of the women that walk in the morning, and they keep saying, can you get a crush and run trail down here, because it's better on our knees.
Right.
They
Well,
probably
crush and
mean
run,
rock dust.
yeah, they
Okay.
probably
Yeah.
do,
Yeah.
cause they don't understand
Yeah,
crush and
no.
run has gravel and
Still got the
dust
big-
in it. Oh, yeah, it
Yeah.
still has a grip.
It's
big
like
gravel.
driveways, they'll put
Yeah.
crush and run base down, and then a 57 over
Yeah,
top
they
of it.
call, like on your thing where it's ABC, it's really
Yeah.
crush and run.
I agree with Duck on rock dust. You know, you can do like Rotary did up there and put up the, what was it, the 4x4s, you know, side, but
Yeah.
again, you still got a little bit of a mess, and I don't think we'd want to do that up there as far as putting up that siding, and it's just gonna be a mess in my opinion, especially if you got a good hard rain. I know concrete, it's at a good price, but it's still expensive, and, you know, for $32,000 and do it right and look classy, I would rather see it do that than, no offense, Sally, I don't mean any
No, I
disrespect
was
to you.
just, I was
Just the
thinking
concrete
of
looks-
something that could be done now as a temporary fix
Yeah.
to appease the people
Yeah.
to have a trail there.
And we built those concrete stub outs, you know, where we built up to them and kind of forked off, and we didn't, from when we thought we would
Mhm.
continue in concrete, so we kind of started.
My
it.
thing is, at 32,000, is that not something we can, I know we don't have it necessarily budgeted for, but maybe that's something we need to budget for quicker.
There's your guy, there's your guy down there.
Perspective.
You wanna start tomorrow? Take a vote.
I mean, really, I mean, 'cause this is less than half of what we were quoted, and if the price is gonna go up, we probably should be considering that now.
I agree with you,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Mayor.
I mean, it's the first sign of warm weather, your construction is gonna boom. I mean, you've got so much pent-up demand, the rates are still so low that, I understand that's why it's right now, it's held back, and, I've got footing poured in my backyard that is just sitting there as footing right now for an addition. Just simply to take advantage of that, you know, it's gonna be probably another month or two, but I agree, go ahead and take advantage. I don't know, you know, I'm not that familiar with how low they can pour it,
You don't want it where it's gonna be freezing
freezing,
overnight.
right, yeah. So, you know, in light of that, I would agree with you ASAP.
But there's ways of fixing it too. Put some hay
He
over
said he could get to it in June, was when he said he'd be able to do that. Of course, this price would hold true till then.
I was gonna ask
Well-
that, will the price hold
Yeah.
until then?
Yeah, if the price will hold, then so be it, but, we're just trying to help him, but, and they're obviously a service to the walking public too, but, if he can't do it to June and he's still willing to hold 32 and pay more for the product, then that's up to him, I guess.
And I'll get that in writing, but that's the
Right, I
price that he
definitely-
quoted, yeah.
And he may know that it's not gonna go up exponentially before June, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? He
yeah.
may know that,
And he's the one that does all
His
of our
product.
concrete.
yeah, he's great.
He
They
is
do
great.
awesome work, I mean,
He's been great to us in everything he's done, so.
he
So
does a good
Steve,
relationship with
I
him.
think Steve said he's gonna have the budget amendment, at the next meeting, so we can consider it then.
I mean, if that's what I'm hearing you want, which I think it is.
Well, unless people have, I'm hearing you're good. I mean, people may change their mind between now and the next meeting, but I'll try to go ahead and close it.
All right,
You can always vote it down.
we'll have it ready.
Well, you know, my feeling is if he can do it, you know, something happens, he can do it sooner, we can go ahead and do the budget amendment and he can jump on it. You know, if he's got, somebody cancels and he can get to it sooner, that's fine.
Okay. All right, and I think that's about all I have, unless there's any questions.
We also got a caveat.
And I I've got sponsorship packets for everybody. I had them in your notebooks, but they were really thick, so we pulled them out, and I didn't know if you wanted them, but if you do want them, I've got one for everybody. So if you'd like to sponsor a bench with your name and face on it, face, I've got one for you, so you can take it on your way out if you like. So that's all from me. Yeah. Oh, Christmas decorations.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, and this is my own,
Eddie's been asking for months.
this is my own opinion, but I just wanted to talk to the rest of the council, and we can consider it at our March meeting. But I got numerous calls, okay? More calls about how great our town looks for Christmas. Older citizens, younger citizens, I mean, honest to God, and Emily and Paxton did such a great job.
And Public Works, they climbed up and hung the
And
wreaths.
Public Works too, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yep.
But I asked Paxton and I asked Emily if it could be done, and Emily did her diligent work and got the information. I was just wondering, I like the deer, but Paxton also told me that there's snowmen. I'm not a snowman or a deer guy, but both of them look great.
Thank you, Paxton.
Thanks, Paxton.
And instead of
They had deer with arrows in them.
we had deer up here and we had deer here kinda. Again, Emily and Paxton and Adam can put them where they want, but I thought maybe some deer by the depot.
Oh, yeah, that was
I
at
thought
my
about maybe some deer down by the fairgrounds. And I think, don't hold me to it, but I counted, I think there was 12 additional light poles that we could enhance with more lights, going towards the YMCA.
The only thing.
And
Go
there was
ahead,
one
I'm
other,
sorry.
I spoke to Paxton also. We could also enhance our Christmas tree that's beautiful and lovely here with one more ring to make it bigger. With, Paxton
Yeah,
said
you can buy different
not that
rings.
much. And then Emily also told me that, I'm not saying we buy today, but if we buy soon, March, maybe April, the prices are lower because we're buying sooner.
Yes.
So,
My
That's
take
just
on that
my-
is keep Paxton away from Eddie.
I was gonna say, put a rain on him.
so, I'm a Griswold type guy, I love the holidays, but also the community. I mean, not just to me, but they reached out and were just, people that came here and took pictures in front of the deer, the tree, I mean.
We had models coming from Mooresville and, North Mecklenburg to get their.
Olin Mills.
Yeah,
Olin Mills.
and Old Mills brought people up to make money for their winter and Christmas pictures too.
Okay, but we got bad news, Eddie.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so we've got 4 lights from Food Line to Murdoch Road. Well, from, Dixie's right here, there's 4 lights that go in, there's 12 lights, you're exactly right, that's what you said, okay. So, but there's no outlets on any of those, there's no electrical outlets on any of those, so all of our garland, we can't do that same garland on it as the way it stands right now. So Duke would have to come, Adam called and figured all this out. Duke would have to come drop another line between Dixie's and
Basically,
Old
that,
Mountain,
that,
and then.
Oh, Murdoch.
Well,
I mean,
Murdoch,
Murdoch.
yep, then they'd have to cross the street and drop another line that way, going north.
Okay,
So they'd have to drop 2 lines and then they'd have to trench from the line
Then
to
our
each
electrician would
pole.
have to come in.
Okay, so it may be cost prohibitive, but maybe we could, again, maybe we could look into some deer up on the depot or snowman or whatever Paxton and you guys were talking about.
Well,
If
there
we
was
can't-
a Christmas tree there. I thought that was nice at the depot.
No, it looked beautiful, but I'm just saying, it went over so well.
Oh.
I just,
I do wish we could do something that
I
way.
wanna go to Lowe's and buy like 10 more boxes of ornaments and my tree's over decorated already.
Well, considering that Eddie did not come to my house to do my decorations, I think he should be on the committee to help decorate. But my question is, again, I like his point, because again, I think, I also heard really good news about how we were decorated. Is there an option to do, again, you're talking about winter months, but can you do solar on those on the wreaths?
Yeah, the problem is sometimes it's not the same color light,
Yeah,
you know?
It's not as bright.
It's not as
Yeah.
bright, yeah.
Yeah,
not
it's
as
just
bright, yeah.
different, it's a different one.
Yeah.
But, maybe we can figure out if Terry, what that how much that would be for Terry to come do some of that?
Yeah, I don't know how much, Duke, when they decide to come out and look, which it could be next Christmas, I don't know. But we'll get a price from them, but Terry, we should be able to get a price pretty quick. He would kinda know what, from where Duke would stop and he takes over, he should be able to give us a price on his side of things.
You almost need to schedule Duke now.
Yeah, yeah.
How much further
So you
could we go down with power? How many more would we gain of the 12?
So there's no poles between Dixie's and Food Line, so that spot's just street lights, parking lot lights. All right, then it picks back up at the wooden fence and goes from Food Line to Murdoch. All right, so in there, I don't know how much, if we could come, how much of that right beside the Greenway's ours? We just have one swipe, right?
We're at,
Right.
oh, at the
And
fairgrounds?
So if we
Yeah.
can't get it on our swipe of,
No.
we'd have to get an easement.
Move it.
They're across from public.
No, so, but could we get to what we got now, could we get to Murdoch? With our.
We don't have power on those poles.
Oh, so none of the 12 have power.
No, so
No.
if they can put their box on property that's ours, we wouldn't have to get an easement. But if they can't fit their box on our property, we have to figure that part out too.
Now, we have power at, well, we have land there in front of, our friend's warehouse, but I don't know how much, but like they're saying, we'd have to send
Right.
Trent's to go across to Old Mountain Road. She signed over some of her property, but we'll just have to have Duke Power whenever they come to look to see.
Now,
But there's only 2 or 3 poles there on that side before you get cross over Murdoch
Murdoch.
Road, yeah.
now how far south you talking about going, just to Murdoch Road or down to Berium Springs, post office?
Once you leave Food Line Shopping Center area, we've got 2 or 3 poles there before you get to Murdoch Road.
Right,
Once you cross Murdoch Road, there's a couple poles, but then the rest of the poles down there, to me, are out of sight. You're asking for vandalism,
right,
trouble.
Right, yeah.
right.
But then you go up, across Old Mountain Road, we don't have poles over there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we
The
got
states
four
will-
over there.
Well, but, yeah, four over there.
And Statesville takes over there about where Berium Loop tees into 21, Statesville takes over,
Yes,
my
but what
understanding.
I'm saying, once we leave the fairgrounds,
Right,
the poles that's through there,
yeah, I understand.
cause there's basically 3 poles between Murdoch Road in front of the fairgrounds, basically, wouldn't y'all say?
Yeah.
3 or 4 poles?
I think there's 4 at the fence. I think there's 4 there and 3 in front of the fairgrounds. I may be wrong. Give or
There's
take a
4
couple.
from Food Line to Murdoch and 2 in front of the fairgrounds, so there's 6.
And then on Old Mountain Road, yeah.
Right, maybe we'll just do the 6, because I like your idea with possibly too dark vandalism.
Now, and honestly, like, people would come down through the Greenway and they'd be walking and just to be spiteful, they'd unplug a
Oh, yeah.
garland just to,
Right.
We have-
just so when the lights would come on,
Mm-hmm.
there'd be half of them that wouldn't. And so we'd be leaving work and I'd, I'm like, why are half the lights not coming on? Somebody did it just to be funny.
Or I can get a call to go sit the deer back up.
Cause somebody went deer tipping instead of cow tipping. Or somebody stuck something in the deer's
Hot dogs,
Rectum.
rectum.
hot dogs.
So that was a lot of fun. And
Nearly
so
killed them.
those,
Don't put that in the paper, it'll give them ideas.
those deer on that end might be hard to, it might be
Right,
hard
no.
to keep up with that, yeah. But we'll
I'd
add
just like to see yourself and Paxton maybe investigate a little bit more and then come to council and say, hey, we can do a little bit more with this.
You got
Because
it.
it was great.
Yeah, we'll find
It
some
it
way
made
to
the
add
town
some.
look just wonderful, and not to keep going over and over.
It is like that.
So my comment in December about how good the deer looked, and you looked at me when I said it.
You know why I was looking at you
Yeah,
now.
I got you.
We know when you was looking at the deer.
At least they didn't put them up on you.
I know it's an inside joke there, but I ain't gonna ask.
Ask Councilmember
What do you
Williams
mean?
about it. And it's reality, it's not a joke, it's reality.
Okay.
But that's
Wink,
all I
wink.
have.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll find some options and maybe there's some.
One of my teenagers called me and said somebody done shot the deer. I said, what are you talking about? They sent me a picture where they was laid down.
And maybe there's some battery operated stuff. I don't know, maybe there's something.
Could you look into that extra ring that Paxton was telling me about too?
Yep, you can add
Somebody take the
3
battery.
feet at a time on them.
Yeah, that's pretty, I mean, that, we couldn't, no hot dogs on the
Yep,
tree.
that's right, no hot dogs. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yep. Unless I forgot something.
Anybody else have any more questions on Parks and Rec and reindeer, hot dogs? If you will, switch over to the Wagner Street building. Paxton has done a lot of work there. Emily did great in putting these pictures together to kind of show you all some updates, so we didn't have to go do a physical tour. And then I'll give you a minute to look at those, just to show you some different pictures as Paxton has removed stuff. Adam has provided some of his equipment, so that some of that can be removed. The only thing that I'm sorry I did not get a picture in there, and it's on me, and removing the materials, what we discovered is once Paxton got the ceiling tile and the grid work removed, the previous owners of the building, and there's no way anybody could have known this until that ceiling tile and grid work was removed, but they basically went in, as people used to do, the upstairs unit started sagging, and they basically piecemealed together a floor joist or truss, and it's not a proper repair. So regardless of what choice we decide to do with the building going forward, that's gonna have to be fixed to engineered standards, and done the right way, and that's not anything that Paxton should be doing. We're gonna need that done by a licensed contractor, and in my opinion, we were gonna need to buy a steel I-beam piece from Macomb Steel or somebody like that to go in and do it the right way. But as you all can see from these pictures, over time, the place was deteriorated and misused from the way that it was done, and looking at it, trying to decide and give you all the option of, hey, do you want to keep it residential, or do you want to use it commercial? And the more we got into it, once I was there with Paxton and Emily was with us a couple days, it become clearly apparent to me, for time's sakes, and with Paxton's abilities, it just made sense to remove a lot of those materials, and you all see why in looking at the materials there. It made no sense whatsoever to try to save those walls. It would have cost a lot more time, money, and effort to save those than it would be to repair them. And taking them down, and we hope to have you some completed pictures in the near future with all of those debris removed, so that it's there. Anytime you rent commercial properties, if you decide to go the commercial route, it is quite common that you give people a blank canvas and say, here you go. You come in and you make it what you want to make it. That gives us more opportunity once we come in and replace the I-beam part up that needs to be done for the upstairs unit, that once that's done, excuse me, once that's done, that's great. We do have one prospective tenant that I have already met out there that would like to put a bakery in this building. And he don't need the building until August. So it gives us time that we need to expedite on our end to get these walls down and this roof down. One of these pictures here, Emily prepared, talks about the water upstairs, for whatever reason, the lines were commingled. The water lines, for the two units were commingled, and before we can remove the, bathroom fixtures downstairs, we're gonna have to have at least a half hour, and Paxton is gonna need Adams guys to help him, and we'll have to cut the water lines in two, and then do what they need to do to get the bathroom fixtures removed from downstairs. And that's just one example of what's done. Terry Watson doing the electrical fixtures, there was a couple lines that were commingled upstairs. He got those capped off. Obviously, once you go in and start to do this, regardless if it's gonna be residential or commercial, it's got to be rewired and brought up to modern code and standards. Again, that's nothing to do with you all's investment with the building. It has to do with the age of the building that was purchased. It don't matter who purchased this building, it would need to be brought up to code and standard for modern use. And that's just as simple as that. I do think the prospective tenant that is wanting to rent the building would be a good tenant with what he's wanting to do. It simply boils down to, once Paxton gets through removing this debris so that we can see what we have in there, we contact a person to let us know what it's gonna cost to get the I-beam replaced, so that we can make sure that the structural integrity is good for the upstairs unit. And then we have the county inspectors to come down and look at it to make sure that we are good there, and we will need a permit for that done, that work, and whoever we hire to do the job, of course, will get the permit. And then make sure that they inspect it for what their prospective tenant would want to use that for, if I have you all's permission to proceed that way. Then we would simply negotiate with him as to what you all think an appropriate lease would be, to go forward with that type of lease. As weather is permitting, as Emily has already told you all, the mural will be completed on the side of the building once they have certain degree temperatures. Was it 3 days?
Yeah, 2 or 3 60-degree days in a row, but they had a couple other projects they had to do, which is why I couldn't do it this week.
So once that gets done, the mural will be completed on the side. Gil had give us an exterior painting quote. Personally, I appreciate his quote, but I don't think that should be our place to do that. Depending on what our tenant wants to do that leases the building going forward, that's something we can negotiate with him, and going forward, that will be on him to do, is he wants to lease his building. I do think we are getting quotes from 2 reputable glass companies to come in and do the glass placement on the exterior glass of the building, that we go ahead and make sure that that looks good, to make sure the exterior of the building is good. But all that said, I think we are still going to come in under the original estimate of mid to upper teens of getting the building ready to be leased, commercial or residential. But when I say getting them ready, that means getting them ready to proceed forward, so that we can go with that next phase. That's not that they are ready to be used for residential. That's for them to be ready to be made to go to that next step. Now, on the commercial side, again, it's a blank canvas for the gentleman that wants to lease it to come in and then make it his. He would have to finish the interior. He has a history of doing this previously, so he knows what that entails. I stand for any questions that you all may have. Yes?
When you were talking about the exterior painting from Rod Gill, it for the whole building?
Yes.
Okay. What about the upstairs tenant? Gone, staying?
It's just for the front of the building.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just for the front facade of the building, and I'm sorry if that wasn't clear for you.
Okay. All right. was he gonna, was it gonna be like a whitewash or just paint or?
Which is a full paint job, I'm not sure.
That was
Okay.
gonna be a paint job to kind of make it, historical looking.
Okay,
Because what we are wanting to accomplish with the mural on the side is to make it blend downtown to where we're wanting it to, we're not trying to, we want it to clean up downtown, but we're not wanting to make a pink building.
right,
So we wanted to make it aesthetically appealing to the downtown area, but yet not have it looking like the pink elephant.
okay. So would the guy, I guess it's still the original guy when we bought the building living upstairs, would he be staying?
At this point, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But that's something that we need to decide and do an official long-term lease instead of the way we currently have it.
Okay. And then on your front page, you have, I guess this white area, in the inset, where the front door is, and you have hardy plank.
Yes,
That's gonna be something, you know, I know hardy's a concrete thing, plank.
it is.
But do you, and I'm not sure, I could ask Kat this, but I'm not sure how long it stays painted, how long the paint stays on it.
About 10 years.
Okay.
Get our head put on
Right.
down there.
Well, then, I think it was the Redwood development, they're coming in with something called Everlast.
Right.
The heavy duty vinyl.
Right, a heavy duty vinyl that's not typical vinyl, but it looks a lot more like hardy plank. Would that be a better fit than the hardy plank?
Well, the issue with vinyl is it shrinks and swells with the weather, and typically vinyl is not as durable as hardy plank. Now, hardy plank does require painting, but vinyl tends to be a cheaper material.
But this
What I
is,
would say is, you might wanna check with that developer, because what he brought us was something in between like your typical vinyl looking stuff. This was a very strong material that, was, he called it a composite, more of a composite.
I've got samples next door, I can show you.
Yeah,
That would last.
it's a better quality than just typical vinyl.
It's a composite.
Yeah, it already has the wood grain in it and everything, just
Right.
like the hardy.
It looked
Is that what we had at a meeting a couple months
Yes.
ago?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Redwood Apartments down here, and the gentleman that presented it, because I DRB meeting when
Oh, I remember
Pat
that.
Moss
It's
discussed.
good stuff.
Yeah, yes, good stuff, and he said this was based on them using it in previous complexes that they've got all over the country. Great results, and, as far as the durability, you know, it's not like regular plastic, it stood up to all the elements, you know, they've got places all up, north, down, south, you know, all kinds of different weather conditions. And he said it held up very well, and obviously cost economical, not cheap, but cost economical over hardy plank.
Okay, and what's it called again?
Everlast.
And there's
My
color
in-laws
options?
actually used it on
There are
a
colors.
section of their porch.
Oh, Brantley, Mary Ann?
Yeah.
Who-
so
who
it's-
that?
I went to
in-laws-
school with them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, they used a cedar shake look, so it's not like a
Oh, I know.
satin. But
That's like my daughter
I
when she
used,
did hers. That's the hardy.
I
but
use
it's
hardy on my house,
shake.
and it's, I like it.
Yeah, hardy's good, I mean, it's good, but you gotta paint it, you know.
Right.
That's hardy board.
And this is what, Redwood duty.
Super with us.
And it's cheaper than hardy. And you can get it already colored and you don't have to paint
Right,
it.
right. And it's lifetime, I mean, it's
Right.
not 10 years from now, it's lifetime.
So,
So they said.
are you done asking
I
questions?
am.
You said it's lifetime?
Isn't that what he said, lifetime?
I don't
Redwood?
remember, it was like
Mr.
that.
Mayor, did you have
Excuse
any
me?
more questions? Or?
You don't remember, okay.
Okay, thank you,
Doug,
sir.
I think I remember his lifetime, but a long time, I'll put it that way.
I always say, who's lifetime?
Absolutely good with
A
that.
long time, I'll put it that way. Certainly not every 10 years that you would have to do with Hardy Plank or thereabouts.
Limited lifetime warranty, it says so right there.
Okay.
Yep,
Got a question.
absolutely, absolutely.
The residential, the resident that's on the top floor, with the business going in there, would that be a problem with the existing tenant?
I don't know the answer. That's one of those things we would have to,
Okay, no, that's.
no, that's one of those things we would honestly have to talk, but, the realtor we have that manages that for us, we would have to talk with them, and again, in talking with the county, we want that answer with them also, because in certain situations, they allow certain businesses downstairs and then residential upstairs. The business he's wanting to have, as I told you all, is a bakery. They may be okay with the residents be upstairs, and they may not.
Right.
So we wanna make sure that the food service is okay with that, but if they're not, then that may change to where we won't be allowed to have him. And that's why right now, it's my understanding, he's on a month-to-month lease. And if they say, no, they're not okay with the residential, then that allows us to know that then we've gotta not only change what we're doing, but again, two things can happen from that. If they won't allow it to remain residential, okay, then we change that to offices? And if we can, great, then we go up there to rehab that to be offices. If that's not the case, then that allows us to know, then we either got to change the asking price on what we're gonna allow this tenant that wants to use this for a bakery, cause then we've got to rent the whole building, or then we've got to change what we're wanting to use upstairs and downstairs for to get our net return.
Now, I've heard this said in the past,
Sure.
because we haven't really been upstairs.
I
I
have
don't think
not
you
been.
have.
Yeah.
Is it structurally sound?
Oh, yeah, much better than
Okay,
below.
well, that answers my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, it needs updating, but it's,
Right.
the guy downstairs pretty much.
Better taken care of upstairs than
Thank you.
downstairs.
Yeah,
And more pleasant looking
yeah,
upstairs.
yeah.
Just the thing with a bakery, I mean, most of them.
You're
I'm not saying- they get there early in the morning and start baking. I mean, so, does this guy want ovens and everything, you know?
I can tell
slamming
you,
at
this
4 o'clock in the
staff,
morning?
this staff is lobbying hard for this baker to get there.
Okay, cool.
They enjoy his baked goods. They're really lobbying hard.
And again, that would be a great asset, to the community, something we don't have necessarily. I did send you a note on somebody else who showed some interest, another commercial type. Not
Awesome.
commercial, but another business. But, again, I think it's important for us to know exactly between those two types of tenants that we would have, if it's doable to have different types of tenants.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I
Now,
agree.
I was gonna ask that, and I'm glad all this, because, in terms of economy of scale, if we're looking to make that a complete commercial building, eventually, economy of scale, can we do it all at the same time and save some money?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Economy of scale, and if we're looking to make that building commercial, at some future date, both upstairs and downstairs, economy of scale, could we go ahead and do both at the same time as far as bringing them up to code for commercial utilization? Obviously the downstairs would be a bakery, upstairs would be a shell for a future business, whatever that may be, office or what have you. Again, out of economy of scale, just have it all done at the same time as opposed to now and the other one, whatever.
Absolutely.
In regards to ADA compliance, what could it be used for, just a individual personal office or something?
That's what we would have to find out from the county, but I honestly can't answer that in the dark. I can't answer that in the dark,
You
but
know, Adam,
What's that, I'm sorry?
with it being just an upstairs office with no ADA accessibility, what could it be used for upstairs? Maybe just a personal office?
Yeah, I mean,
maybe office.
In,
No public access.
No, you couldn't have
in
public.
Statesville, there's upstairs offices all day, but I don't know if they're allowing them to grandfather in, or, I don't know the
Yeah, I don't
answer to
know.
that. So
This
we
was-
would have to ask.
This is not dissimilar to our corporate office up in Kannapolis, and it's new construction. It's probably 3 years old now. But there's retail on the ground floor. Second floor is where our corporate office is, and there are no elevators in that building. So I think it's because it's a private office,
Right.
and it's not a public space such as a bakery or a clothing store or a retail store would be. That may be the distinction. Quite frankly, I was a little surprised that we were able to get by without an elevator in that building.
So if it's just personal use, you think that's what the difference is?
Yeah.
Maybe?
I'm not the expert, I'm just making the observation that it's being done up in Kannapolis.
I can check with, county inspector and find out.
That's,
That may be the
honestly,
answer to Paul's question.
honestly,
Yeah.
we need to do that.
Yeah, again, you know, why not? I mean, if that's our long-range plan, why not go ahead and do it now? You know, you got the contractors there, go ahead and do it for both floors. One obviously will be fitted out, by by whomever for a bakery, and the top will be left to shelf for whomever to do, you know, comes in with the private office, if that's what's required, to do what he or she wants.
So the other piece is kind of going back to Sally's question on the frontage here. Do we have kind of a plan of what that will look like? Will it look like it is now? Will we leave those same, you know, windows to fill? Any thoughts about that?
At this point, we did not design anything in-house yet to determine. We wanted to have the interior done first. When we started, we still had the mindset that we wanted to give you all the idea of going, whether it was going to be commercial or residential. Once, I'm sorry?
Well, that's what we would have done if it were up to us, but it's not up to us. Not necessarily those colors, but the picture of the exterior of on the front page of your, pictures here. So if we were looking at the front right around the door, this was just a suggestion that Paxton and I had made to, Duck when we were looking at the pricing of what, when Paxton was trying to figure out, to give him a ballpark price of what the hardy plank or whatever would cost. He had suggested over top of the windows, doing a hardy plank up there and a hardy plank on the bottom where that vertical vinyl is, and then a hardy plank around the doors where that vertical vinyl is. Of course, replacing the windows, replacing the door, putting a storm door across the front. And then personally, and this is, of course, all of this is just my opinion and it's for what it's worth, I wouldn't paint the brick. I would just pressure wash it and get it cleaned up real nice. I would not paint that brick, but I think someone had mentioned painting the brick at one time, and I don't remember who that was, but I think that's nice brick, and I think we've repaired what was broken, and I think I would salvage that brick if we could. I would not paint that because you're opening a can of worms that you're gonna have to maintain, and then
Right.
it chips, and then it looks nasty,
And I think what Pat did, fixing, the mortar joints and everything, it's a nice looking job.
yeah, and it's structurally sound.
Yeah.
I think you could put some shutters on those windows up top. We've seen a rendering of that came from,
Yeah.
UNCG,
Yeah,
I think,
I was
or,
gonna say, yeah, that prior rendering.
it was beautiful,
and
and
I
it was
think
the
they
same
changed-
brick.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they used the same brick. I think they did a little bit awnings or something, I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah.
Shutters, so I mean, look
Pressure
at,
wash it, yeah.
look at that, maybe that still maintains the same feel of our downtown.
Yeah.
Without,
Review board
you
will
know,
have something to say
changing it
about it.
totally.
We had recommended changing the light fixture there, and then taking stone pavers and going over the steps there to even those out because there's chips in them that make them unsafe. And then
Yes.
doing something,
So before you go there,
okay,
that drop off at the end there, I would assume at some point we need to maybe put that in our budget too, cause that, I don't think that's safe at all.
Oh, to the road, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, now, also, and I don't know if this would fall under us or if it would fall under the tenant, but because the back door is where the ADA is, that's his kitchen, that's his workspace. So you don't want the public coming through your workspace, so we would need to add the ADA onto the front, or would that be him? I don't know. So if we're putting a ramp on the front, that may change some of that structure there in the front as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can put that so close to the road on the front.
We would have to have questions from the county. My thing is, with the way this building is laid out, we are allowed to use the parking lot entrance over, if we're looking at the building to the left, that's allowed to be ADA that comes there, but then I'm not sure about these front steps.
Or would it be
That's
a
the part.
landing straight out and then you take a ramp straight off to the side, but then that covers the door, it covers 147.
That's the part we've got to find out from them as to how they will allow us to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that steps right into the road like that is even.
Yeah.
Again, it was probably okay when we had a horse and buggy going down through there.
That's right.
But right now, that's not.
Yeah.
Mayor, not that far back, in 1960s, I remember coming down here from Statesville on dates and seeing the things that were being built. Living in Statesville, I said, wow.
But there should actually be a crosswalk there, because the public
Yeah.
parking lot's across, so there
That's
should be a
right, yeah.
crosswalk and a flag system there.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, something out in the middle of the road that signifies that it's a public cross area.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, and so shutters and maybe trying to do something across the front right there with some planters, where those, grates are. So that was our recommendation, and none of that's, cost intrusive, I don't think. I think that could be done very nicely. So that's what we had recommended, and like I say, all that's worth nothing, cause it was just my opinion. So I don't think I would paint, and I think I'd just do, and I like that Everlast stuff you all just recommended. I think we could do that very nicely, tastefully, and it not cost very much. Paxton worked up some numbers, and Adam can work with them on them and see if they're pretty accurate, but 20,000 was the most that he thought that any of this would cost, so. And Adam had most of the tools that he would need. There wasn't much that he was gonna have to go by. And his guys have been great to help him and get stuff loaded off to the dump and stuff, so.
I sent a message to, my personal building inspector that's, asked, a private office, I sent a picture of the building and also said, private office upstairs, could you have one up there without being ADA compliant? And how would you put a ramp here, is what I asked too.
Good. Any other questions?
Well, is he also gonna look at what the mayor's concern was? And I agree about the drop off to the street. Is he
Well,
looking at that too?
He probably don't know how much a drop off that is because it doesn't show it in the picture. I took a picture of this picture.
Okay.
That one, I think they'll have to come and see in person, but I really think that'll be the parking lot to the left there. There's no way, there's absolutely no way we can fix that. Now, we can fix from the driveway, which is not our property, to the right, if you're looking at the building, or from the street parking lot to the left. But I agree with Emily, we almost will have to mark that street with a crosswalk area. But then, my concern would be, are we making issues with ADA compliance with the steps? But again, we also could paint for ADA compliance on the other side. But the property owners to that building to the left, that parking lot's not compliant either. Because it's got some issues with that we need to address in the near future too.
Which parking lot are you talking about? The same side of the street or across the street?
Pawn shop parking lot. It's got some.
Pawn shop parking lot, okay,
It's
yeah.
got some holes in it, some untagged vehicles, repairs going on in the parking lot.
And I'm just gonna go on a guess here, just from dealing with engineers on sidewalks and stuff. The height, the elevation difference from the road to top of the steps, you're gonna have, especially you're probably gonna have a railing there.
That's what I'm guessing they're gonna have
You're
us to
not
do,
gonna
is
have to.
come back and put handrails up in front of the store.
'Cause otherwise, you'd have to take the road grade up to that to meet that, or I mean, they're not gonna do that clearly. You're gonna have to.
Sure, they make a
Railing
little.
is easier than.
But yeah, I mean,
I think it would be a
I'm,
good betting.
yeah, oh yeah, they always do stuff like that. So I think you're gonna have like a commercial railing in there for fall protection. That's what they'll look at it as.
Yeah, I agree with Adam. I think they're gonna have us to install handrails in front of that now.
And then the
And even
concrete on
coming,
that.
even the steps coming down, I think they would want handrails on those steps now.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Or remove the steps.
I'm thinking they're gonna have us remove the steps because it's so close to the road. I mean, it's on top of the road.
I feel like they will. And
Well,
also that
but
end.
they've been there forever, so I don't know that they can tell us to remove them.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe grandfather's not, I don't know. But if you notice on that end down there, the concrete's broken.
Yep.
It's cracked. All that, for them doing this, could probably, that's gonna have to be redone.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be a project, for sure.
But we are changing the use, but again, it was a food service before it changed, so maybe
That building one,
that part of it was.
no, that part wasn't the percolator.
That part, you absolutely sit down in it when you went in there.
No, that was Troutman Sheet Metal, Lathan Oswalt owned
I
that.
know what it was, but there
The
at the end.
percolator was next door in the old
I
post office.
understand that, but when you come in there at the end, that's where they had you to sit down and overflow.
I do remember them doing that, so when I was a kid, we'd go in that little side room. Wasn't it a barbecue place for a while? Randy? Wasn't,
No, it wasn't Randy's.
There's no, they added a wall in there. that
Yep,
makes it
and they
confusing.
took that
Randy's grandpa.
out. They sure did. I remember that little kids, because they opened it up and it was like a bigger restaurant there.
Yep.
I never went into percolator to eat. I always got mine to go.
It's like it was a barbecue place when they did that.
I will say so, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I
remember,
remember
yeah,
barbecue.
yeah.
It wasn't there for real.
Just remember Miss Elliott's
Yeah,
percolator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't- thank
But
you.
you're young.
It's not good.
It wasn't a fish can.
What are they talking about?
Did you hear the Yankee? He said, I'm surprised it wasn't a fish camp.
And we sold hush puppies there too.
Quite honestly, Mr. Now, my husband for years has said this is what Troutman needs is a good fish camp.
He said that once Debbie walked out the room.
And then we still
Oh, wait.
All right, Mr. Yankee.
I will tell you, the first time I walked into the tally house, I asked for a Bud Light, and the lady said, "You don't have that."
No, that's not what they said. They said, he's not from around
Yeah,
here.
that's
That's what they said.
The real estate person that was selling us the house, that's where she took us.
Oh, we got straight, Debbie's back, straighten up, straighten up.
I figured, let me get a Bud Light out of this deal, at least if I'm buying a house.
All right, y'all. Have you,
What did we decide with that?
on what?
The building.
We're rebuilding it. We're rebuilding it top to bottom.
You're doing a great job, guys. Keep up the good work.
We
We gotta find out the answer to our question.
Yeah.
A little bit beyond our time, so we need to.
We are moving on to the next part. If you all will look at your, book that is there. We've got Angela behind me, I think, still. And, Emily and Angela. Angela's been handling the website for a while. If you all have looked at our website lately, you probably got as aggravated and frustrated as I did. When I got here and started asking questions, basically I was told, we can't do that and you can't do that and it's cost a lot of money. When I said, why can't we do that? In a nutshell, to explain what I mean by all that jargon is our website is lots of years old with our contract agreement with the .gov people. And we paid for a fixed deal with them, and it's, I believe, $1,200 a year. Is that right, Angela?
I think 18 now.
$1,800 a year is what we pay them to do our website hosting and it's fixed, which means our website design, if you all try to pull it up on your smartphone, is it's not good. It won't, your smartphone, it's garbage. It won't allow you to, it won't adjust to the size of your phone, and we've got pictures on there that are 7 or 8 years old. It won't allow Angela to change them. It won't allow me to change them. It won't allow Emily to change them. It won't allow nobody else to change them. You have to go to that company to change them. What to get them to change them, $125 per hour and a 2-hour minimum is the deal. And
We've got a picture of Lily as a baby on the front page.
I know, I was thinking that, yeah, yeah.
and then we got a picture of a cow on there, and right now, we're not even allowed to have a cow in the city limits. I mean, who would have thought that? I don't understand why we have a picture of a cow on our webpage, but we do. And there's a couple more things that if you want to go through there and critique, that really is, all jokes aside, that is not good for us on our webpage, and it's not good on our web design. And after I had a couple meltdown moments in trying to get it repaired, and based off of some of you all's comments to me and trying to relay that to staff, it's like, well, all kinds of excuses and all kinds of, well, this is the way it was. And again, for $1,800 a year, it's just like, I don't understand. Well, Angela and Emily, in going back and trying to figure out what can we do, this book here explains a lot of that. And instead of soaking up you all's time, the email that was sent to us basically says, look, I can explain all of this to you, but if you go to page 12 in that handout, standard to the green checks is what it starts to tell us, but that right hand column there, you see $3,400 to $8,700. That's the proposed what it costs us. You see right there in the second column down at the bottom, standard and the unlimited storage for $750 a year is recommended, as client is 91% of its 6 gigabyte capacity. That means right now, based off of all the stuff that's on our current website, we're 91% of our capacity. I have asked Angela for over the last month to get as much stuff off of our website as can be. We've had documents stored on there for 8 and 9 years that really can't explain why it's there. Nor could she, other than somebody told her to put it there, and nobody ever really told her to take it down. So we're going through to clean some of that up. Don't know how much of that is going to clean up our storage capacity. I have no clue. But at this point, for $750 a year, it's obvious in us having discussions that we may need more storage capacity when it's all said and done. I don't know if that's something, honestly, that we can add later or not, but we may need to. Now, looking at the email where this gentleman, when the three of us was on a conference call trying to determine what's good and what's not, they obviously have made tremendous leaps and bounds progress on what we can and can't do if we will stay in business with them. But instead of explaining all the nuances to that, some of you all are more IT savvy than I am, Felina, being you're an IT person. Some of you all may not be, but if you'll turn to page 20, this fellow says this is for the people that gets the crux of what we're going to offer to do for you. All the green marks is what they are going to do for us. Now, if we will go and stay with them and do business, all those things in the green check marks is what they offer to do with us now.
For the same price?
No, ma'am. Nowhere near it. and they want us to do at least a 3-year contract, which guarantees us a 3-year renewal at that same price. And again, some of this, as Felina reads through the book, as she is an IT guru, and again, I'm not trying to sell staff short by no means, because Emily and Angela both has worked tremendously at this, and trying to get some of theirs, and I'm getting ready to turn it over to them. But again, IT is in Felina's wheelhouse, as that's what she does for a full-time job all the time. But Angela, is there anything you would like to add to them before I turn it over to council?
No, the only thing that I would suggest when we're looking at this, that they've got 4 different stages of types of things. I suggest we stay away from the budget, just because it's exactly what we've got. Only thing it's gonna do is make it ADA. Everything is fixed, you'll have one picture, in the upper 3 ones, you can change the pictures yourself on what you do, you can change at any time that you want. That budget will be sort of still locked in the way we are. We'll choose a picture, and that picture will stay there forever until we do our next upgrade. And the way they've got this is the 3 years. During that time, you've got where you can make more upgrades during that, and you get revisions during that time, and such that's included within that. And of course, there's always the training for anything that changes within it. But I think we probably need to be, I would just suggest that we stay away from the budget one, because it's not gonna change anything by everything that I've read within the proposal. It doesn't give us the added features that we would like to see, the accessibility to be able to show our town a little bit by being able to change some of the pictures that we can't do now.
That's what one of my questions was gonna be, so you would have more
More
capabilities
Yeah.
to
Right now,
change
there's-
and delete and rearrange and everything.
Yeah, because what initially, when I contacted them, was to be able to get the seal off and get the new logo on there, and that's when they told me, well, that's gonna be the minimum of 2 hours at $125, just to be able to change that, and to update the pictures. So and they talk like it's a lengthy process. It could take up to 3 months to get a new site activated, time we get it started.
Well, and when we asked why that was, what will take so long, they said, well, that's because the towns run so slow. And we said, well, we're ready to go, and, you know, we have what we need, we're ready to go. And he said, well, generally, we're waiting 3 and 4 months because we're waiting on the towns. And we said, well, we're ready, so, you know, as soon as they're ready to go, we'll be ready to go. But I agree with Angela on being able to showcase our town, because there are more than one picture that we would like to show about Troutman. So, and like she said, you know, you're locked in on that budget option, but, and the value of the 3-year thing, he explained to us, was every 3 years you would get a new template. You would get freshened up and caught up with, you know, the newer technology and the up-to-date, you know, templates that we obviously didn't do this time, which is why we're in the situation we're in.
And you're locked into the price of that additional.
For those 3 years, yeah.
Well, actually, for the total of 6, if you option to go on for the next 3 years, your price will not go up in that next section either. There will be no pricing change for up to 6 years.
One of the things that I would like to get clarification from them on, and they may have said, you two can answer, and I may have missed it because I was late getting to that meeting that day. I was at the ball fields with Harold, if I recall correctly. I see it in this book. It talks about an SMS text message charge of 0.0075 cents per message. We also are looking, not to confuse this issue, but we are also looking, and we're not prepared to talk about it today, but we're going to talk about our voice calls that go out, just like we had about a month ago where it was supposed to snow, and I put one out, but it didn't snow. But we're looking to it was good, but it didn't snow much. but we're looking to upgrade that as a town service. A couple of you all let me know that people let you all know, and or you got the call yourself. We're looking at better ways of communicating with our citizens. Well, this plan here, if the citizens will give us their cell phone numbers, it appears here, if I understand this correctly, that if we pay them a fee, we're gonna be able to do text messaging also. That might be something that is a win for us. I don't know that we need to do it initially. I want more information from them. But if we're able to do that, then that would be a win that we also can win there as well. But I agree with Angela and Emily. One picture to me is not enough. Us getting the training with them and being able to add and swap pictures as we see fit is absolutely a plus. No offense, but us having a picture, how old was that one? 7 years old, Paul?
Well, yeah, she's 13 now, going on 14, so yeah. No, oh no, she wasn't 7 years old. I ain't 4, 5, maybe 6, 5
We went
maybe.
with this site when Miss Bailey was here, and that's been probably about 7 years ago.
Okay.
So, but
That put about 5 or 6 years old. Huh?
But somewhere in that neighborhood, I mean, we've got to be more responsive than that. And while going from $1,800, if we went with the value system, it's gonna go from 1,800 to about 4,500. On one hand, that don't sound like much. On the other hand, it does sound like a lot. But for what we're going to get in return, I think it's absolutely going to be worth what we spend. But we wanted to make you all aware of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and so forth. I wanted Angela, as she's been the one up until I got here, she's been the one that had solely been handling it. Now it's Angela and Emily that's handling it, so wanted to explain to you all what we're doing, why it hadn't been done since I've been here already, and what options we're looking at, and open it up to you all for questions.
Ron, is there another company, or is this the company that all municipalities kind of use?
Different municipalities and county governments kind of do different things, and talking to different ones, part of our concern is if we go to a different one, then we use our, like right now we're Troutman.gov, and if we do, then we lose that, then we have to rebuild everything from scratch. So part of that is we didn't want to have to rebuild and re-go everything completely. So there is value in staying with this company and not having to redo everything completely all over. But no, sir, there are other options that other people use in the .coms and the other avenues.
I'd struggle with a company that doesn't give you an upgrade until you ask.
It's my understanding they have actually reached out previously to different folks, and they were not responded to.
Got it.
More than numerous times, I'll just say that.
So y'all recommend the value, well, not the grant, with the 1,200 added to it, if you're looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
And the value would give us, I guess all I see is the 2 revisions and the film strip, you don't need those.
I'm sorry, say that again,
I would
please.
think progressive would justify better than the value, just because that allows, for example, on the front page, you could have the film, you could have multiple pages, but then if you went over to say Parks and Rec and she wanted to have showcasing events that were coming up, she could also do multiple pictures that were on a scroll. If you want to have Kim email this to y'all, and if you actually open up this document, I think it's page, I apologize, it's the page that has all the listing of some of the examples. You can actually click on those links and see those pages and see what they kind of look like when I'm talking about the changing of pictures and the different types of the views. I apologize for this page.
18.
18. Yeah, if you can have Kim to send it to you, you can open those and see what the difference is in the value. And you'll see it, because I've looked at all of them. You can see the differences in the pages. I would, like I said, I don't know that we necessarily need the one on the end, but I think we need where we can have those pictures changed within only, not just on one page. I think you need more, a little bit more structure, and also the slide going across with the icons instead of everything locked in one place. It kind of helps if people see it moving, they're not searching as hard because it's coming across constantly all the time, and they'll see it. You see that on a lot of pages now. The county's page does that too. If you also want to look at our county, there's also has that.
We'll be looking at the progressive is ADA compliant as well?
Yes, they are all ADA compliant.
They're all ADA.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the one thing, even the budget would be ADA compliant, we just wouldn't have the flexibility that you get from anything else above it. And it'd be basically, only thing that would change for us is it becomes ADA compliant. It would still be locked in like you would see now.
From a security perspective, how secure is that website, Mr. Holston?
We have not had any issues security-wise currently with them, in all the times we had them. The company we were with prior to them is when we were hacked and it was taken over. That's the reason we actually went to Gov office. Is when we
Right, because we were just I don't remember what it was, the company, but it was a
.org.
.org.
Yeah, and that one, it was very, very bad when it got taken over. It was bad.
So is that in the agreement anywhere, or?
It's in here, it talks about their security and how their security levels are. I don't know a whole lot about how all that works, but I've read this over twice, and a lot of it's jargon that I don't understand, but somebody that knows about security would probably know better. Our IT could probably explain it better.
So from your reading all of this and reading it twice, you're suggesting a progressive?
That would be my suggestion, just because it gives you that more, what most people are commonly seeing now. I mean, we could get by with the value and be fine, but I think it would enhance it more to be at least the progressive.
So there's one comment on here that it is e-pay integration. Is that an add-on, or is that?
That I wasn't really certain about. I was gonna have to email him on that. But we actually, currently, with our water billing, we have a link, it's a GovHub sort of thing.
Right.
That I'm actually in a focus group now about getting that upgraded. That will also, it's supposed to be a little bit better for us and a little bit more secure than what we currently have, even though we hadn't had any issues security-wise with it. And it also is gonna have a mass notification system with it. When we do the upgrade, it's not gonna change anything, it's just they're changing softwares, they're changing it over.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that if there's a way that either that other system that we're using for e-pay and or this add-on for e-pay would make sense to have it all in our one website.
Well, it is within our website now, the one that we've got, well, I guess it does take you to the GovHub. But I can investigate it more because it's not something that I didn't even know it until we got this Wednesday afternoon.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to get an idea of everything with it.
Here's the security stuff, Mayor. It is on that page 17,
Yeah.
secure socket leg.
Yeah, I was, Mr. Harris showed me that area.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, I was going to.
Yeah, I'm IT savvy.
I get the question on the convenience fee, and I don't know if that fee goes to us, it goes to the other company. And so, the question would be, I don't know if we make money on that convenience fee or not. Steve?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, do we make money on the convenience fee whenever somebody pays online?
We do.
Okay, fine.
A little bit. Some of it paid back to the convenience list, but we do make a little bit.
That is a very large complaint that we have from customers, is that convenience fee just existing.
Well, and that's why I was asking if this was integrated, you would have control over the full amount of what that fee looks like. Number one. Number two is you make it more minimal than, you know, I don't know what it is now, but,
$3.
It's
Yeah.
$3, yeah.
like when people, you know, $3 is $3 to some, you know,
Oh, it's a big difference for some people.
yeah.
Well, is this something that, our resident IT experts can look at and come back with a recommendation? Because while I know how to turn on a computer and all that, but, you guys are just one level pay grade ahead of me. So, you know, I'm kind of at, probably 3 or 4, but, anyhow, I would feel comfortable, somebody I trust, making recommendation, and, you know, for management too, and of course, the town manager and Emily, making recommendation to me to make sure we get the best deal, and when we do change, or whether it's we stay with the same company, or we change companies, which I don't think Angela wants to do, and also the manager, which I understand why, and I agree. But again, if we're changing for the better with Gov Office, and, something that from going here forth, we're gonna keep up, it's a little more user-friendly, as well as, current information as opposed to 5, 6, 7-year-old information still showing up. I agree, and so, I'm open for recommendations.
I don't think it's, again, under that progressive, it's a bad price. Again, you got your primary fee for the design and shaping of it, but, you know, if you're talking about over a 3-year period, and looks like they are managing, and again, they'll probably weigh in, but it looks like they're managing the security part of it, which to me is the most important.
Absolutely.
If all that's being managed by them, and it's not something on our side, again, for 1250, 12,550, again, I think it makes sense.
$12.50 per year, Mayor, I'm not,
No,
Over 3 years.
Over 3 years.
oh, 3 years, okay.
$12,550 over a 3-year period.
And we
Okay.
had 1,200.
Right.
So it'd be 43, 83, and a year.
Yeah, exactly.
I look forward to getting the actual copy from Kim, so we can look at some of these sites too. I probably know some of these people from these places. But yes, Paul, I can do that.
I would thank you for that. I'd feel much better about my decision if I, you know, had good counsel.
So maybe if, folks wanna weigh in between now and the next meeting, we can just give you the nod and maybe move forward on that. And is that something you need to do, is that up for renewal or
No,
no?
we just paid them in October, I wanna say they paid their last bill, but they're,
So are we on a 3-year agreement?
no,
Alright.
it's annual.
Okay. So is there some kind of deduction that they would, if we renewed now, for example?
No, sir, their proposal expires May 23rd.
Okay.
So we've got until May is what this proposal they've sent us is.
But my question is, if, I don't know what amount, if we've already paid them, let's say, $5,000 for this year, is that from January to December, or is that?
What we paid them was through October, and that, I don't know if their proposal that will subtract from what their annual is, it should.
Right.
And I will confirm
Okay.
that it will be deducted from whatever we go through that amount.
It may credit the next.
Yeah.
Right.
But also, just as a point of reference on the, page 21 in the handout, for some of you that's interested, and we will go back and review some of our notes, but page 21, some of the testimonials that they gave you all, and those were some of the websites that they actually told us to go and look at for reference. These cities that they listed, if you wanted to just Google those towns yourself, that's some of the websites that they told us to look at for reference.
Yeah, that's the one I wanna look at.
But page 21 is definitely some of those that they told us to go and see. Yeah. But those cities or towns are some of the ones we looked up in the office that day. 29 Palms, the fellow we was talking to is actually a military town, Marine Corps, just in case y'all didn't know. But that's one of the ones he said was his favorite sites that he had done. Anything else on that? Thank you, Angela.
Before we move on, and I forget, all the information that was just chugged at me from that phone call, there is a 2018 existing building codes book, and that he says in there, there's one thing that says if it's not feasible to make that ADA compliant, you don't have to.
Huh. There we go. It's not feasible.
Build away.
But then he goes on to say, but since it was considered residential, because you had an apartment in there, and you change it to a business, then that might throw that out. He's going to do a little bit more checking. But I wanted to tell you that before I forgot that.
Awesome.
But he said that's made it a lot easier for the building inspectors when they come in and look at an old building compared to something brand new, and people are wanting to do things to it.
Awesome. If you all will turn out of the book over to the next couple sheets of paper there. Emily was kind to come, I'm sorry? Oh. The couple sheets of paper, Emily was kind enough to get printed for you. As you all approved last council meeting to do trucks, and as we have talked a couple council meeting before last, and as you all have noticed, and just as we finished talking about the website, we are collectively working to try to get our branding. And if you all noticed the front of your book, the logo up here is something that you all approved years ago, which is our branding. It's the Town of Troutman logo with the paddle and the gold seal. That's what we are trying to make sure goes on all of our documents, just like it's at the front of your books here today. And having said all of that, we want to make sure that you all are approving what logo goes on the town vehicle. And in talking to Adam, not only will it go on the new vehicles once they arrive so that we're already there, we'll go with our local vendor that does these things, but we'll go back and get the other vehicles also monitored so that we're all on the same page. But you see these three here, that you see the three different colors. Turn that page over. Instead of it saying welcome to Troutman, and that's of course if that's what you all would like it to say, but even in our computer software in this building, Emily told me we don't have the ability in software programming here that once we paid for this stuff with the Buzz Bizzle, once he was here, that didn't exist. This did not exist in this building.
The right format isn't gotten deleted somewhere, or we didn't get the right color and the right thing.
Right. So I had to go to a vendor and have them to create this. we did have, and Emily had, these things here in the formats and emails, but as far as the special files and the computer programs to where we could have these things, Emily has done wonders in creating a lot of stuff and artwork. But we had a vendor to create this, based off of some logos that Emily had, and Buzz Bizzle had in a generic package of artwork. But going back to previous employees, and trying to get artwork created, Town of Troutman, this is what, based off of approval of years ago, and of course, like everything, it can be ever changing. But in trying to get you all's approval, if you all see this color down here, this is based off of the research Emily and I did, the one at the bottom. That was kind of the main color that was approved. That one?
That wasn't the main color.
That was not the main color?
There was a formal color palette, and I can't find all of that. It was deleted somewhere, but there were 3 or 4 colors that were approved. It was a light blue, a red, a khaki, and a navy that could go on 3 or 4 different colors, and I can't find all that. It's been misplaced, but here they are, and we've recreated it in vector and AI and PNG forms so that we can put it on documents and spread it and it not get distorted. And it can go on top of different colors, but the navy blue is what I understood to be
Yeah, that was the primary.
that's the primary, yeah.
Yeah.
But, we knew that it couldn't go on wild colors, it couldn't go on just any color, had to go within that color family. So,
But if you all approve, that's what we can put on the trucks that are coming, and that's up to you all.
So that,
But we didn't know if you wanted town of, or welcome to, or which town of you wanted, or which
That's,
welcome to you wanted.
For the public works vehicle, the police, if they, it should be town of.
yeah,
Welcome, maybe go like a Parks and Rec, like that trailer thing, so for something to stay stationary, but I think those ones that are service type things should be town.
I agree with that.
yeah, so. I wanna
Yep,
create
that's
more-
not to confuse, but that's the trailer wrap that we are proposing.
Right, can you create maybe a manual of just logo and options? This is what's good for shirts, this is what's good for vehicles, this is what's good for, town manuals or information that's within the town.
We are in the process, and it started about a month ago, to do not only just that, but simple things of letterheads, emails, the whole 9 yards. It's not just that, but Emily and I have started that process just a month ago, of doing just that.
So I found what, was sent out officially, and I'm just finding pieces of what Buzz has sent. And Brian Gruesbeck and I were working, and Steve had worked with, trying to get these pieces from Brian, from Buzz, and you all know that was a challenge. But we got, what the official letterhead was supposed to be the combination of the seal and the paddle. So Kim's been working on, and the girls at front, changing official letterhead and documentation, so we know that part. So, and then just the marketing piece of unofficial letterhead, or just unofficial documentation and marketing, we knew was the paddle, but I can't find, the color. I'm going off memory with that. So if you all have that somewhere in a packet somewhere?
I was gonna say, if you can give me a roundabout year,
Yeah, same here.
I
17?
can. Okay, I'll go back and look.
It should be 2017, the summer of or
'Cause
the fall of.
Yeah, I've torn my emails up and I can't find it.
So sometime after June.
Yeah.
It should be the summer of or the fall of 2017.
Yeah.
It could be the winter of February, Marches of 2018, but it should be late.
Okay, that gives me a starting point. And
But
I
I was starting,
want
as
to
you
know
say, with
why
the
I
summer
kept
of,
all of that.
17, you're right.
You have a reason.
Yeah.
I've got all the wayfinding stuff, I just can't find the branding stuff.
So I got the wayfinding stuff, but I don't have.
Yeah, that's all
I'll
we
see if I
have.
can't find, because I do remember certain colors, the shirts had to be only certain colors and everything. I do
Couldn't be
remember that.
duplicated on anything else.
Mhm.
You'll also see that what we've got here, some extend beyond the paddle and some don't. And I don't know what the difference was there or why there was a difference. So if you can find any of that, that would be helpful. I
Right.
know we've had a server crash and then we had some files that were,
That was the other thing that she brought out there was, look at the middle picture where
I did, I saw that, it
the,
went past it.
the blue one naturally went, the word naturally went beyond the paddle,
The-
but the paddle also is to the left of the T. That was supposed to be, the way that it went, when we originally approved the design on the committee. But then I for one, went to a printer and, I forget their name now, but I went to a printer and had a shirt made myself without going through the town or anybody else. And then that one that I had made looked more like the one down at the bottom. Except it did not have town of at the top. It just had like what's down at the bottom done. And of course, some people absolutely had a stroke about it at the time. So, oh no, that's not approved. But that's the way that printer said it needed to fit for the stitching and everything that was done. And of course, most printers will do whatever you're willing to pay them for. But the needles, the stitching, all of that, they will make them bigger, make them narrower, it just depends. But even like the shirt that you're wearing, that I can tell you from this distance has been stretched and made to fit. But most printers will tell you that won't work if you just send it to them.
because the small letters run together and the threading would just look sloppy, but.
Yep.
Anyway, we wanna get it right, so if you can find that in your emails, that would be very helpful. I can't find all the branding information, but we will make that manual. If y'all will tell us which logo you want on the trucks, if you have a preference.
Well, I think George was right when it came to the work trucks and everything at town of Troutman.
Okay, you want the navy blue one?
Yeah, I think any equipment, yeah,
Yeah.
probably should just say town of Troutman.
Are we talking about police cars too? Because I think we should incorporate that.
Yeah.
Hey, new police cars.
Yeah, police cars, any of
Now,
that.
would you like, in that type of font, I don't know if that messes with the approval, do you want like Public Works under it? Public Works DEPT or?
Like under the paddle.
Yeah, we've done it both ways, but our old truck, the 2007 had Public Works Department under it. All the other ones just had Town of Troutman and seal.
Right.
Mooresville has Public Works Department, Statesville has their electric department, but different towns do different things, so.
Right.
Whatever y'all want, is what I'll do. when we
I
do it.
mean, I just hadn't seen that, that's the first time I heard of that one.
Yeah.
But, I don't know,
No, I've seen Statesville's where they have maintenance.
Yeah.
no, I'm saying I haven't seen ours.
Yeah,
Oh,
ours-
no,
none of
no,
ours
no.
right now have it, our old truck had it.
Right, I just seen the seal and,
Yeah,
and,
right,
Yeah.
that's all I've seen is the seal.
Well, I'm a little confused. At the last meeting, or a meeting before then, I thought we had discussed about consistency. And we were going to go one way or the other on everything, except maybe the informal pieces of paper or something. But now what I'm hearing is that we're talking about maybe doing Parks and Rec, Welcome To, and then Police, Public Works, and I guess add the admin car, doing Town Up. So is that what I'm hearing now, or what
If I
am
may make a suggestion, at this point in time, I don't know that we have enough fleet of vehicles. Obviously, the police, they have blue lights, and I don't know that we need to put on there that they're the police. But the rest of ours, Parks and Rec and Public Works, I don't know that we need to differentiate what department they are. Just Town of Troutman, to me, is sufficient, and I don't mean to disrespect any department or any thing, just town of Troutman to me is sufficient with what they are. As our town grows, we may want to revisit that in the future, but at this point in time, I don't know that we need to differentiate that his people are public works and somebody else is not. Unless you all see different, then by all means.
You talking about the welcome to, right?
Huh?
Welcome to part as well, right?
Well, I was just simply saying, and I understand what he's saying, but what I was referring to was the welcome to versus the town of.
Oh, yes,
So
sir.
we were trying for consistency, I thought, in our last discussion, and now I'm hearing to where Parks and Rec will have welcome to,
Well,
and the others will have town of.
Is that what y'all mean?
that's just on a trailer.
Is that what you
Well,
mean?
that's what I heard George say.
Yeah.
And that's what, and that's, if that's what we wanna do, that's fine, but I'm a little confused because I thought we were trying for consistency, except maybe with something unofficial or very informal. But everything else would have the same logo and the same tagline or whatever.
Yeah,
But-
so you're right. I think that's what we talked about before. We didn't have this, and we were talking about, do we wanna go with the seal, or do we wanna go with the logo?
Okay,
In the last conversation. I think this conversation is more about, what I didn't see is there are multiple forms of the logo.
right.
So that's different than the logo or the seal. So I think what we said is the seal only needs to be on official documents that are town related, right? With, if you wanna put the logo on it, you can put the logo. But again, to me, when you start to look at these different versions of the logo, then you start to go, I don't know that it makes sense to have on a town vehicle, welcome to Troutman. I think it's fine, but it looks to me, like George was saying, it looks better to say on the public works vehicle that you see coming down the road, town of Troutman. It connects the two logos. Whereas from a marketing perspective, you start to see welcome to town of Troutman.
And if I may add, Mayor, also on this one, we're using wood grain siding to also add to the flair of what the trailer is. If it was just a logo that was on the side of the trailer, just the logo itself, then I would agree, even then, we would just say town of Troutman. But because we're adding the wood grain flair to try to draw attention to it, that's where we're adding a little bit different, because we're trying a marketing thing, not just a logo for the town. That's also a little bit different in this one versus what we're doing as far as consistency goes too. This is a little bit of a different marketing thing that we're trying to do on this versus it just being a different
And
thing.
this mirrors our exact mural that's going on the downtown building.
Yes.
This is exactly
Okay.
what's downtown. So those
Now, would
stars
that,
are-
is that what you put, if you got a car, I understand the trailer, but if you got a car for Park and Rec, would it have the same thing, welcome to Troutman, just as you have here?
That
No,
would be
sir.
that navy blue town of Troutman.
No, sir. If we got a car or a truck, it would be town of Troutman, just like
Now,
this.
Troutman, so we're just talking trailer here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Side of the building.
Huh?
Or side of the building.
So this is just another mural.
Okay,
Yeah.
so,
That's the mural.
But
Okay.
this is why I was saying, if we get a guide, that we all can see the guide, then we know what's on what.
okay.
You see what I'm saying? So if you get a official document, it's gonna have one thing. If you see the car, you can look at the guide and go, that's what, you know. But the theme, Troutman, enjoy Lake Norman naturally, should reflect on pretty much everything.
Right. Town of Troutman. You're saying town of as opposed to.
No. So the centerpiece, this part without welcome to or the town should always connect on anything that you see.
Just like this.
Just
This
like
doesn't have welcome
it
to
doesn't
or
or
town.
town truck, right.
All right.
So, I mean, we talked about putting something on the water tower.
Right.
Right, and so, to me, welcome to Troutman would make sense on the water tower,
Right.
right?
Okay.
But again, if I see, again, one of Adam's vehicles, town of Troutman would make sense, but it's also gonna have Troutman enjoy and the paddle,
Right.
which, again, I think people will connect.
Okay.
But a guidebook would be, I think would be helpful.
Yes.
All right.
And also, right, That's just like another billboard, it's just on tires
It's on
because it's
wheels.
been pulled,
It's
right.
a marketing billboard.
Yeah.
Right,
Mobile,
okay.
mobile billboard.
Yeah, that'd be like putting it on the water tower.
And also, I've had a couple council members to reach out to me since I've been here that didn't want to make an issue or be on official record by themselves. But part of what we're doing, just like the mayor said, just make a guidebook to make sure we're all on the same page. There has been things that have been done, and just like somebody like Councilman now asked about the police vehicles being branded with the paddle as they should be. Mooresville, for example, has their seal, their logo on their vehicles, but we've had vehicles branded here. I couldn't find it in our minutes, and I just wanted to make sure, ours started getting changed, and I just wanted to make sure that there's not been any official acts that you all are aware of, that's been asked or requested of you for those to be changed. Is that correct?
Haven't made any requests.
Council members that spoke to me couldn't remember of any, and I just wanted to clarify that because that's something that we're getting ready to, I will address, per a couple council members that had reached out to me, to make sure that we will visit that and make sure that it is, just like you said, that it's all.
All the same, going forward.
Yep.
One other question, and I don't know if this is, when I was on the committee, wishful thinking on my part, or whatever, but I'll be honest with you, back when we were discussing this in 2017, to start with, I just always felt like everything should be within, the two ends.
Yes,
The
sir.
bottom of the page, this one right here. I always liked that as far as Troutman being, within or not extending over. Kind of naturally is over, naturally is a little over. Here, everything is within the paddle.
Yes, sir.
And I always like that better. Now, whatever color, whatever else, but I'm saying take what we're talking about here, with I guess this is the navy blue, isn't that what we're talking about here?
Yep.
That
That
navy
next
blue.
page, see
It's the
if you
next
like that
page.
one.
Okay.
See how that looks, Paul?
Yeah, that is the design that I like, yes, that is the design that I always preferred, and I can't remember what we ended up with, but this is the one, like I say, I may be letting what I like get a hold of my memory, but, this is what I really preferred and
Yeah.
liked.
It's funny, we have so many different versions, and
Right.
like I said, once we can get the right information, once y'all can look through your emails and stuff, and maybe you can help us figure out why we got so many different variations and stuff.
Yeah.
There's different ends, we had a capital N, and then we ended up trading the N out on the end, I don't know if you remember that
Right,
part.
I do,
Yeah,
I
we
do.
got some random variations, but yeah, there's,
Can we get everybody to agree with what Paul just said on this variation today? Because we just got this one created,
I'm all there, yeah.
so that Emily can go ahead and store this one
I'm all there.
in her computer.
something done here.
If everybody likes this version, I have this one created this week, we can save that one, so that we can,
I think we're all there.
I think we're all over that.
good,
We're all over it.
good.
all right.
Awesome.
And then this trailer wrap on the next page, I had asked, it's been sitting out here, it's molded, it's stained, we've gotten that boat cleaner that, I don't remember the name of it, but we drove all the way to North Iredale to get it.
Uric acid, wasn't it?
Something fancy.
Something
Clean
similar to
pontoons
it.
with it, yeah.
Yeah, we scrubbed it and put a bunch of elbow grease into it, and it still didn't come clean. Hopeful that it would look a little bit better, but it didn't. So the next option was to wrap it, and so we tried to duplicate that, what our mural downtown's gonna be, and I was very pleased with what, these are the same folks that are doing our mural downtown. They do the Carolina Panthers stuff, they do, Mountain Dew stuff, and they're just right up I-40, so, they're gonna do our mural downtown, so they took that and just wrapped it around our trailer. Now, the logo that's there, last month, I went to the Parks and Rec Committee. Often when you write, and Sally wasn't able to be with us, but often when you write in grants, you need a, vision statement and a mission statement and a motto sometimes, but they kinda wanna know what the vision and the mission of your department is. So people, parks, and programs is kinda what we decided that the motto of our, committee or our department would be. And the vision is, we decided It is the vision of the Troutman Parks and Recreation Department to work in trust with and reflect the community we serve. We will collaborate with others, respect all opinions and concerns, and strive to maintain a shared sense of goals. And so that's where the people, parks, and programs kind of came from in that logo. And they agreed that they voted on that logo, so that circle there on the end. So if y'all are good with that, and we can take that off the end if you don't like that. But this is kind of the mobile trailer unit that we put the tiny town in and drive it around town and set it up at the schools and stuff like that. And we've got our equipment for events and things in it, so.
I assume you will adjust the naturally on the back of that.
It's within the penalty, Ross.
Is it? It
Yes.
looks like it's hanging
It's
off.
in there. I don't see a hang.
On your circle,
No.
it's
One
not?
on the circle.
Oh, you better
Oh, I gotta fix the
recognize
palette.
that
I gotta
circle.
fix the circle.
Yeah.
I'll fix it.
Thank
I'm all
you.
there.
Thank you, Adam.
I got you.
I know you got me.
All right, I got it. I thought you meant the white one. Okay, I'm on it.
Adam, you'll kiss up.
Ah, man, I say, you gotta do it when you can.
Adam knows the budget's in.
Adam gets a little extra.
That's right, take every opportunity.
Adam gets a little extra prize today.
$133,000 truck.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We've already beat town hall needs to death today.
Yep.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you gonna talk about the parking lot, or are you gonna save that for budget time?
We've got David Sherrill, when they come next week, he is going to, and Adam is going to work with me on getting that addressed. So everybody knows what we're talking about. If you all have drove through our parking lot, there's some very bad places, and if you're not paying attention when you're walking, you're gonna twist something or break something. And Paul asked us to get estimate so that we can see what having the parking lot at Town Hall resurfaced and brought up to safe conditions would be, especially over here at the corner and, well, there's places all over the parking lot. But over here, well, like I said, all over. It don't matter where you're at. There's several sinkholes and there's several pieces of broken pavement that's already coming up. But I may have it for you before next council meeting, but we will definitely have that coming.
Okay.
Again, thank you for doing stuff that's been in conversations before, so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And some of it, I'm sure staff thinks I'm a madman at times because it seems like they don't get one project finished before we move to another one, and they're asking about something, and I'll change topic on them in mid-sentence. But it's just so staff knows, Dave asked for it. We definitely have accomplished a lot, and I'm very appreciative of the staff and their patience as we have moved forward. Every one of them has been super in helping me. Emily, I have wore her nerves out. I don't know how she has any more left. Adam, I have called Adam in twice. I know he didn't know if he was getting fired or yelled at.
Never know.
But one time I said, Adam, this is not gonna be good. And he's, oh my God, what'd I do?
Tell them how Steve answers you now when you call him.
Steve, one day he walked by and said, Steve, and he's like, what? And I'm like, really? And he said, no, what?
I didn't do it, right? Be ready.
So they have gotten way too comfortable with me, I can say, but it definitely is.
I would say if there was a point in time during the honeymoon where you were trying to train them, sounds like they're training you now.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I've developed stress-related Tourette's syndrome, so I didn't know that was a real thing.
Kim, I just had a normal meeting in here one day, and Kim says, well, I'm just not talking to you, and I'm going,
He's got my hair falling out.
Duck, her husband loved to hear her say that, you know?
you know, I need to call Ted and
You
say,
call
hey,
Ted,
I got
tell
a
him that.
reason. He might pay me for
What
that.
do you, what you want you need to do?
I'm so ill. So why you come up so ill all of a sudden? Got a new boss.
But every one of them is getting it, and then my wife is like, I didn't know you would be a stranger with this new job. So, but it is all, living right here, and I see you less than I've ever saw you. But
Was she complaining?
yes. Actually, she is.
Everybody else wanted to ask.
You know, your response could be, you know where I'm at, come on up and join me.
You can ask staff. This morning she rode by and threw a box out and hit the gas. Am I kidding?
Good Lord.
Feel that. Fire squad.
Oh, was it your clothes?
It was my shoe shine, kid.
You were like.
Maybe she was late for someplace.
Oh, she was late. It was not a good conversation before I left. But as we were discussing, we've talked about town hall needs, and you all know those, and we had closed sessions that I want to bet for. Pay me. But in those closed sessions, you all had instructed me to proceed with offers, and those was countered, and as the mayor is aware, we countered back and they accepted on the Wagner Street. So I need you all, if you will, to make it formal that we proceed with those. At the 170 is and 160 Wagner Street. The one price is now $254, and the other price is $259. Was that correct? And will proceed in our due diligence period. Mike Todd is now a buyer's agent only. He is not a dual agent, just for the official record. Jason Ralston would be handling our closing on our behalf. I have already, assuming you all would make such motion, ask Surveyor Thomas Williams to handle the closing, a survey for us. And I've also asked Mike Todd, assuming you all would make a motion, to schedule all inspections needed on the town's behalf, and that is to be done in March. So I would need you all to make a motion to proceed with the purchase so that Steve can begin the process that he needs to do on our financing piece.
Well, can I then ask, where is this money coming from?
I just said financing piece.
Very good, okay. Unbalanced or?
Finance, yes.
So there's a request by staff manager to move forward with the purchase of that property and appropriate due diligence with inspections and so forth. Is there a motion?
Also move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, receive a second. Any question or comment? Other direction?
So, when we're getting this property here, what action we planning on doing?
I'm sorry, sir?
Or what are we planning on doing with it? We're gonna level the buildings, we're gonna, or what? Are we gonna try to use part of it?
Once the inspections are complete, the initial intent is to come back and tell you all structurally what they are. That is entirely up to you all. I think when we had the discussion, one council member said, hey, let's bring a bulldozer in and begin anew. based off of our, needs and assessments, I have not been in the properties. I would like to go and look at the properties and see. Based off of what we was told today, the square footage usage is somewhere else. We have, interest in additional properties that you all told me in closed session to look at. The one property has went up exponentially, 4 lots in particular, because they are wanting to start building very soon. There's investors involved in that piece, that's why it went up exponentially. On one hand, I say it's property that we still need and you all should consider still purchasing it because of location. On the other hand, that's a decision you all would need to make because it went up exponentially in the 280 range, just to tell you what it would take. Well, it might be as cheap as 250, but it went up to 250 to 280 is what the corporation would sell it for, not the individual that owned it. The new owners would want is. So again, that's for you all to debate when we have the next meeting and say, hey, you would or would not. To me, again, location, it's still worth that. But again, that's you all's choice to make on that piece. If long-term goals, location, it's still worth that with the piece that we've talked about. Also, to answer your question, then yes, I would say use those pieces temporarily and make them work, especially the one that we knew was going to be offices. Make it work temporarily, and then proceed forth with the additional property purchase to then make a new town hall. Then redo this. That would be my suggestion. But if y'all don't want to proceed with those purchases, if that price is just too high, then yes, my recommendation would be level it and then rebuild what you need for PD and PD only at that site, and then look at remodeling this to be town hall, but that's going to be an expensive endeavor. Or level that and look at making town hall over there and then making this town hall or PD. So still, you've got options what to do with it, but either that's going to be town hall or PD at some point in time. But
over here, just sake of the conversation, 4 lots. Are you including the 2 lots, just the 4 lots back here?
just those 4, I talked to the new owner. And when I say the new owner, I'm sorry? Yeah, that's okay, thank you. I talked to the new owner and he basically says he has a group of investors now. It's not his personal money, he didn't write a check. Because he had those group of investors, they have to get a return of their money, and if he went in next week and says, here you go, he's got to give them a certain return of investment, and he's gonna have to pay a penalty because he's giving them their return now instead of it being a return over the next year to a year and a half. So they're gonna get their return whether he gives it to them in a month or whether he gives it to them in a year. And because of that, he said his price would be in the 65, 70 range. That's what he said, per lot.
Okay. What about the 2 up here?
She's still at that same price that she said.
Okay.
She's not gonna come down.
So,
Now,
back to Councilman Harris's question. The other piece here would still be on the table. Am I correct? So if we vote to buy the place down on Wagner,
yeah,
the other option is still there.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, yes,
So it's
sir.
not like
I'm
we're
sorry, I didn't mean to
No, it's not
disrespect.
like
Yes,
we're
sir.
making a decision and we gotta give up the other one.
No, and again, just to remind you of discussion that was in closed session, because of our future growth,
Right.
those two parcels down there are very much
No,
needed.
I'm with you on that, but I just don't want.
Regardless of what we do
What-
with them, those
I'm
two
trying to
parcels
find
are
out
very
if,
much
if we
needed.
go for that, are we giving up the other?
No, sir.
Okay, good.
No, sir, not at all.
Yeah.
I like
And if I
that.
may follow up too, what Eddie and George, my thinking down there is, at least initially, is the two-story building that's already commercial, from Crescent, is use that for town purposes, whether it's PD or what have you, temporarily now, I'm saying temporarily now. The house, leave it as rental, so we're still collecting something on it, like we're doing on Wagner Street upstairs, we're still getting something for it, help with the debt, until we decide, again, if we're gonna raise it, do a PD, or we're gonna put town hall there and make this, whatever, the options you gave a while ago. But again, initially, would be, town offices, offices, the two-story white building, and the house next door, leave it as rental, for the time being, until we decide definitely, long-term. That answers your question, that's my thinking.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to know. We had mentioned about the other bulldozers and
Yeah.
Yeah, and that may be long-term, I'm just saying temporarily, that's what I'm looking at, long-term may be raising it and so forth.
And I don't disagree with you, but I also, in listening to our realtor who brought the idea to us to begin with, because I'm sure some people would out there say, well, why is so-and-so your realtor? He's the one that brought that to us because these houses were never listed to us on the market. He knew that they were gonna be for sale and brought them to us. So that's why he wound up being the realtor in the situation. Just
he's our realtor, buyer.
he brought the deal to us and then wound up being the realtor because of that, yes, sir. And because, and he sold these houses at least twice a piece already. So that's how he knew the one house was going to be for sale, because they called him and said, we're thinking about selling. And once that happened, then I said, well, the town could be interested for sure, see if the other house is for sale. And they were family members of each other. And that's how he wound up being the realtor. But because of that, he wound up being the realtor in this deal. But I tend to agree with him, because of the market conditions being what it is, that the town could absolutely turn around and worst case scenario, and sell those houses and make a profit, in my opinion, if that's push comes to shove. Just clean the property up, because it's not been trees and those type of things in the back and curtilage, but I agree with what you said. Right now, our immediate office needs are, we could absolutely use the two-story immediately if that's what we chose to do. I agree with what Eddie said. Councilman Now said to this other property, if you all tell me to go ahead with that price and see if that gentleman will take that, I absolutely will. But sooner than later, otherwise he's gonna be digging dirt in a week and a half. Is that right, Jonathan?
Couple of weeks I've heard, yeah.
If we don't get to him, there's gonna be houses built within 2 weeks over there.
Looks like in the last couple of days, he's actually staked out for foundations out there.
Yeah. So that window is of opportunity is getting ready to close if we don't proceed forth with it.
Other questions or comments?
Now, the motion today is just for the.
Wagner Street.
Wagner Street, okay. Yeah, Wagner Street.
That's the motion, yes, on the floor.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppositions? Hearing none, motion passes.
That's all I had on that issue. Do you all want me to do anything with this 4 lots? Otherwise, by the time we have our next council meeting, I think you will see houses being built.
Is there a possibility of this corporation, I think the paper called it an LLC, that they would agree to what you proposed to the buyer? No?
I talked to him about that, and This is not one of those situations to where he can.
I just wonder since he's got to give a return back.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 4 lots. I thought there's 2 more up front though, am I correct?
There absolutely is,
Okay.
and this is where
George's idea was he likes the 2 lots up front.
I agree with Councilman Harris.
I totally agree with
Mr. Harris.
And I'm sure everybody kinda knows what we're talking about, even that we're in closed session, here, not right now, but that we will. Do we have a little time on the 2 front lots?
Yes.
Okay.
There is no time issue on the 2 front lots at all. And we don't have any concerns on that. The only concerns are if we determine that there's not enough space on the 2 front lots, then there will be houses built on the back lots. And that ship will have sailed. That's the only issues there. And again, I'm not trying to press you. I'm just trying to make sure that you all understand those back lots will be gone, period, dot. And even if we bought the 2 front lots at that price, those are gonna be knocked down. So if we're buying the 2 front lots at that price to knock the houses down, then relatively speaking, the back lots at the same acreage is cheaper than that.
Right.
So when you put it in that context,
So what is you mentioned 2 figures. Your high end was 280. Was it 250 to 280?
that was the window he told me.
Okay.
And of course, we would,
This is the 4 lots we're talking about now, right?
yes,
280 and 250?
he gave me the,
Range.
Range.
yeah. Per lot range is what he gave me.
Okay. Well, I still, when it was originally brought up, thought that was the very best location and very best situation, if it could work out for us, simply because of where we're located now. I don't think just the 2 front ones are gonna help us at all, because it's not as much acreage. All that together is even more than what we just made a motion to purchase. So I think it would be reckless if we didn't try to get those 4 lots.
Steve, from a financial standpoint, what's your recommendation? Can we afford it?
If you're willing to borrow the money, I mean, you got the debt margin like I talked about earlier.
Okay, thank you.
I see. Yeah, it just depends on what you're willing to borrow. You've got the debt margin, you can afford it, yes.
It's not putting us in, for lack of a better word, it's not putting us in financial peril to where we're backing ourselves against the wall to where we need to fix some streets, we don't have, capacity to do it, and that sort of thing.
Keep in mind a lot of the other things we're talking about, jetter machine, improvements in the park, everything you're doing, it takes money, so, I mean, start adding up all the things we've done, but, maybe too good of, an opportunity to pass up. I mean, once the ship's sailed, it's gone, so.
Honestly, the streets in pretty good shape since this last project. I don't foresee anything in the near future, street-wise, that we're gonna have a reaction to.
Well, as he mentioned, you're talking about a $500,000
Oh,
machine.
yeah, no, I'm still talking about that. No,
Yeah, that's what I think, yeah, but I mean, what's they gonna do to that,
I mean, hey.
Take one for the team.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Get him, Flynn, get him.
Remember, the developments coming in that we already have approved is gonna bring up
Yeah.
allow us to get rid of
Your
that
base
debt.
is growing fast.
Man, we should be able to get rid of
You know,
that
that's
debt
gonna bring
quicker
money
too.
These things, this is what I'm asking, I wanna be able to sleep tonight,
You can take some medicine for that.
No, shit. That'll wear off after a while, then I'll wake up and start sweating again. I just wanna make sure I can sleep soundly.
So I know we're in open session, but is there some direction, or?
I'd like to make a motion, we proceed on the lower end, try to get the lower end on that price for the lots.
Second.
Some motion on the floor, received a second to give the manager some authority to move forward on the, acquisition of, 4 additional lots. Any question or comment?
Are we going to, as what, Mr. Harris said, the low end of the price, are we gonna give, in case there's a counter, are we gonna give our manager, another option there?
Yeah, I think what I'm really trying to say is we pursue the lower end, but, you know, I mean, we know what the limit of what the top is, right? We don't exceed the top end that he gave us.
You're saying,
I'm good with that second motion that George just.
you're saying 250, 280?
Yeah, no, I'm saying, let's pursue the low end, but the limit's the top end.
Up to 280.
Okay. Any other question or comment? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, hearing none, motion passes.
So Mayor, just for minutes, pursue the lower end, but don't go over the top.
At this point in time, I thank you all, for you all being patient today. We skipped your afternoon break and trying to get over everything. I'll gladly, as I hope staff will, take your feedback. If you all tell us, please, if you felt that today's retreat was productive, and we gladly will sit here and, tell me what your pros about today's retreat was and cons, so that we know what we can do to improve. I know some of you will prefer to send me something in private, and that's fine. But if you are so kind as to tell me now, I'll gladly take it. But if you would prefer to send it to me in private later, that's fine too. But would definitely love to hear your comments if you would like to share them now.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to say that I think Benji's presentation was very good, and that look at the long range, I mean, he gave us a lot of understanding where we're at. These developments that come in, we gotta do something to sewer program now, we're gonna start pursuing, which is, usually another big dollar item, but again, development should help that. The understanding what the jetting machine was and what the importance around that system going forward, and, you know, avoid violations down the road, we still gotta get 10% a year, I guess, is
At least, yes, sir.
just, we gotta get that done, so, you know, that was pretty good, and the upgrades on the pumping system give us a little better understanding there. So what, we know a little bit more about why we went down, I enjoyed that part of it. And the reason I think we were able to come to agreements quickly on these 2 motions was because the conversation that, Steve gave us around how long we've been pursuing this town hall, we from 2006, what we've been doing, and at his point, it's time for us to think about doing something, you know. And so, that made it clear. But overall, the day was pretty good, I think, with the planning, police, parks and recreation, and, you know, the Wagner building, that's, we always wondered where we're going with that thing, but, at least now we're starting to see some plan for it, and that's good. So, overall, I thought it was a good, productive day.
Thank you, sir.
I will agree, George, it's been a good, productive day. I think it was well conducted. I enjoyed the input from everybody, and I tell you, I especially liked having it here. To me, it just seemed more coordinated than maybe having it off-site. I'm not saying that's just what we need to do next year, but if someone suggested we do it here next year, I wouldn't object. If it can be worked out, it sure made the flow, to me, feel a little bit better than off-site, but I enjoyed it. Again, I think it's very productive. You know, I'm gonna go buy some Ambien over that last boat, so I can sleep tonight, but other than that, I'm fine. So I'll pass it on.
I agree with, what was previously said. I think everything, was well organized. The topics were very receptive, and I thought there were topics that we needed to discuss. Time shows you that, yes, we went past our allotted time, but that goes to show you that we were passionate on the topics that we wanted to, that were brought up and discussed today.
I enjoyed my first retreat. It was very organized and very productive. And I didn't go to bed till 1:30 this morning, but I still didn't get sleepy because it was very interesting. So I appreciate you and your staff for the time that you took to put this together. And again, it was very organized and productive. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to also add that it was very productive, it was very organized. What I really like is the mayor and this council have a vision to go forward with a town hall, with our park, with different, our water and sewer, our public works. That the vision is to take care of the citizens of Troutman. And to me, that's us doing our job, and that's why we're here.
So, two criticisms. One is, we did go over the time. I'm good with that. I appreciate Ms. Williams bringing that in perspective. And then I wouldn't have, of course, wouldn't have been averse to, one way or the other. Second of all, I totally disagree with Mr. Hinkle. I would have much rather had this at the beach. Somewhere in Florida would have been fine. So, but if we have to have it here, I'm good with that too. I especially agree with Mr. Now's last comments. I appreciate the council's ability to stay on track and focus on those needs that are most important to our town. And I appreciate a council that is forward-looking and has the ability to really come together and start to figure out some of the difficult choices that our town needs to make. So, from a staff perspective, you all put together an agenda that I think clearly kept us on task, on target for those needs that are most important. And to me, that's what the retreat should be, and we stay focused on that. So thank you for doing that. I know it's your first run retreat, and again, we can get nothing but better, but clearly the engagement of all the staff who came in and shared their perspectives. I think I appreciate hearing from them directly on what's going on within their departments and functions. So again, kudos to you all for putting it together, and again, just figure out how to get palm trees and some water out back.
Thank you all very much for your feedback and your comments. I would definitely like to thank staff for all the work and effort that they put in helping me through my first retreat. I have been in some of your seats, and of course as a visitor for the last few years. I simply tasked the staff with let's be real, as you all had tasked me with let's be real. From my seat, I felt like for the most part we were real. We didn't get in some areas as maybe as visionary or have some games that some people want to do sometimes, but to me we had a lot of serious business that needed to be discussed that we didn't have time for that. But I absolutely love your idea about the beach. Eddie asked me why was some towns allowed to go to beaches, and I told him that was all in the budget session. So when we get to the budget this coming year, be prepared. It'll be a line item.
I think we sunk it in property.
What did I get started?
But again, all jokes aside, I appreciate the staff very much. And all jokes aside, I have made every one of them angry. I won't say mad, but angry at least a couple times in trying to get prepared for this. And they all stepped up to do wonderful so that you all could see what the needs of their departments were. And I do hope, as you can see from the citizen feedback that you all get, that we do a lot for a little as compared to what we return to the citizens. And I hope that they understood the value of what you all returned. Paul listened to the radio the other day, and that one particular radio show, they joke and cut up as we try to be serious and at the same time and put out what we're talking about on there, and it truly is one of those things. Certain citizens pay a great detail of attention to certain things. Well, to that citizen, that is what is important, and it may be what's happening in the park that's and the most important thing to that citizen. It may be to the next one of what day Adam's employees are going to mow the greenway. It may be to the next employee of when Steve is going to raise taxes again, because Steve is the guy that raised taxes in this town.
Thank you for clarifying that.
We need to make sure that everybody knows what Steve Shealy's home address is if our taxes go up this year. But he's the man that raises taxes. But it is amazing what some of the citizens do expect out of their tax dollars. But at the same token, these employees really do put a lot of hours in what goes out those doors. Josh Watson is starting to threaten me if I call him or his house at certain hours. Brandy Lippard, this is what now? So I've got to be more careful at what times I call some of these employees. Ted, I don't know what number to call over there yet, but if he's asking his wife why she's grouchy, I'm fearful I'll be getting letters. But I do appreciate everyone, and I thank you all a lot for allowing me the opportunity to work here. But I do appreciate the staff for us being able to give you a good product today.
Anything else?
I'm sorry?
Chief Fleming's made some comments. Do you want to share them?
Go ahead.
She thanked that Chief Fleming submitted some comments from the live feed. She thanks you all for your input. She said that she's doing some research on some topics for her officers to do some training, some law enforcement training, obviously benefits of wearing seatbelts, dangers of speeding, how to treat an intersection when lights are not working, and PSAs on topics that citizens can benefit from. Looking for training for the officers, and she can include human trafficking in one of those. But she had discussed with the manager already on doing some PSAs on the topics that you had mentioned, so I just want to share that comment.
Great. Nothing else, then I'll accept the motion.
I'll make a motion with her.
I'll second that there, motion.
Motion is made, it's either second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah,
Right on the right side of you.
yeah, you're on my right side. You're really my left, but you're on my right side.
I love me.
You want this, sir?